This is your mic test. Testing one, two. Yeah, yeah. One, two. Are you getting anything? Jesus.
If I talk through here, oh, it's still going to Zoom at the moment, no? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Cool. Good morning. Guys, so I see a lot of people are already connecting. So on the screens, you'll see a QR code. The QR code will open up an app called Interprify. You're gonna have to download it if it's on your phone, it's completely free. Don't need to pay for it. Or you can just scan the QR code, download it, and then it will open it for you. If you want to be on your laptop instead, just in the URL bar in your browser, Chrome, Safari, Google, just type in the one at the top and it should take you to the version on your laptop. If you need help, you can just put your hand up and either myself or someone will come and assist you. Is there anyone who needs help connecting? Yes?
Yes, thanks. Hello, good morning, welcome. Are we all sorted with AI? Not yet. So a few minor adjustments. But we will proceed regardless and practice your French, because we are starting the reflection of day 2 with a catch up with Mauritius, who could not comment on the questions that were asked to each night tags. So Mauritius, yes, please go ahead.
Bonjour à tous. Good morning, everyone. So just starting that, we understand Mauritius is a small island, 1.2 million people. But however, I just wanted to say that last year we have a dengue outbreak and we had an upsurge of cases, and recently we have chikungunya as well. So any steps we took, measures, was concerning any vector-borne outbreak. I would like maybe to introduce, I hope that many of us know about the IHR 2005, and it helps in any outbreak where you have the core capacities to ensure the core capacities is there. So once there's an outbreak, we ensure that there's committee meetings, interministerial meetings. Just recently, we had all the ministers joining together so that we can help. They can help us, the Ministry of Health, in terms of transport, human resource, fogging. We have intra-sectoral meeting with myself, CDCU, and all my colleagues, as well as vector-borne biology and the health inspectorate. This is one pillar. Then you make sure that you have a surveillance system enforced. In Mauritius, we have the CDCU, which is in charge of the communicable disease. And you enhance the surveillance at level of laboratory, hospital, to ensure that logistics and drugs are available. You have the laboratory core capacity to ensure that there is reagents to do the test. We have the vector biology control unit, which ensures that the Brutto index is done, followed which the health inspectorate do the fogging, larviciding. I would like to say that we have a good surveillance system at the borders, where we have the health surveillance officers who ensure that any people coming from endemic places, they do the surveillance and they phone them or they contact them physically. So one of the challenges we had was manpower and logistic, because maybe you have all the fogging, larviciding things, but we need transport. So that was the issue in Mauritius. Yeah, that's a bit like this. Thank you for listening to me. Merci beaucoup.
Merci. Can I just check? I'm going to speak in French, and for those who have AI in English, you'll tell me if it works. Est-ce que ça marche pour vous, la traduction 5 sur 5? Pardon? Est-ce que vous voulez que je répète et regarder si votre traduction, elle marche? Ça marche? C'est bon? So, it's slow? Okay. Do you think we can accommodate for the day? Continue a bit, and we will do a checkup. We will do a checkup mid-morning, okay? It's okay? We'll do a checkup. We'll do a checkup after the Morocco and Nigeria presentation. So I'm going to invite CD, Dr. CD. Do you want to say a few words on the role of WHO in supporting NITAGs when facing outbreaks?
Thank you, Luis. I think maybe I can say a few words on the role of NITAGs during outbreak before the role of WHO. I think during an outbreak, there is some issues the NITAG need to take in account. The timeline to make recommendation becomes very short. Sometimes you are requested to do the recommendation without funding, because the country sometimes has no fund to to provide you, and you need to meet to make this recommendation. And as NITAC, you need proactivity, not waiting the request from the Minister of Health when in the neighboring countries you have already the outbreak. I just take the example for Mpox. Mpox in Central Africa, so you have Mpox in DRC, in Angola. So Zambia should not wait until the outbreak comes in Zambia. So they need to be proactive to provide the recommendation to the Minister of Health. And that was the case in some countries like Tanzania when the cases occur in DRC. So the NITAC, they met and they made their recommendation. So the role of WHO and supporting NITAC supporting partner, I just take the example for Mpox. So when we had cases in DRC, we put in place a working group, niche task force for global health, CDC and WHO, to develop some materials. So the niche developed the library guide following the 7 domains of ETR. And the task force also supported to develop the evidence table, as well the collect from HQ and Afro. So we organize also capacity building webinars with NITACs to go through the 7 domains and the consideration to be taken in account when they are making recommendation for Mpox. We provided also bilateral support for some countries in gathering evidence, WHO recommendation on Mpox vaccine use, and we continue to do it now with the single dose and the fractional dose for Mpox vaccine, considering the constraints in supply availability. So I think that is so. We organize also experience sharing webinar where the countries which have already made recommendation, they share their experience on the ETR process with the other countries. So I think for the moment, for Mpox, that is what we have done. And that was the case also for COVID-19.
Can I just add to CD's point, the work that that WHO is doing with the experience sharing and monitoring the recommendations made by NITAG is also really helpful at headquarters level. And so CD has presented to SAGE the recommendations that NITAG's made for Mpox response. So it's really valuable that you continue sharing with the regional office the recommendations, because it can help neighboring countries or other regions as well to assess the response. So I will give the floor to Tony for a summary of the reflection.
There we go. All right. Thanks very much, Luis. Morning to everybody. We're halfway through the week, and well done for making it. So I've got a couple of minutes just to tell you what you said yesterday. This was Greg's request. There we go. All right. So first one is just, we live in the age of fake news, and I think when Greg started talking about the Sudan virus, you probably all thought he was telling you fake news. But this is just to prove that it wasn't fake news. There is such a thing, and it's on the WHO Afro website, so it must be true. All right, so I'm not going to go through all of this. What I did was I took some notes verbatim as you were speaking yesterday, and I just put it into PowerPoint, and I'll give that to the course organizers and you can circulate them. So if you want a record of what you said yesterday, but Greg started off by introducing it and gave you some homework. You went into your groups to talk about what an outbreak is and what steps you would take, what recommendations you've made in your various countries and the challenges and the lessons that you've learned. And then we had feedback from the various countries. So Morocco started off, and I'm not going to go through the detail here, but we talked a lot about measles. Quite a few of the countries talked about measles and how you'd handled it. Then the challenges that have come up. We talked about, whether one case could constitute an outbreak, and I think we decided it could, but it depends on the context. We had an example from South Africa. They talked about the Mpox, some of the challenges that they had, particularly around contacting stakeholders, getting stakeholder buy-in and ownership of what was going on. Who are those stakeholders and how do you get hold of them and how do you get them on board? Nigeria spoke about COVID and Mpox, and the challenges with diphtheria. As I say, I'm not going to go through the details here. Communication strategies, the Gambia with MOPV, Senegal. And this was when it was getting to the end of the afternoon yesterday and everybody wanted to go to dinner and you still had to do the evaluation. Mauritania, Tunisia, Cameroon, Cabo Verde, Guinea, and then finally this morning from Mauritius and WHO. So what I did was I just picked out what I thought were some of the themes there. There was a theme around resources, and cities just mentioned this. Usually when these things happen, there's no extra resources. You just expected to react, come up with a plan, do something about it, using your current resources. In that regard to both financial resources and human resources. So they don't give you extra people and they don't give you extra money, but you must handle the situation. The other thing that came through was, I've called it here, thoroughness and attention to detail. I think it was Senegal, was talking about micro plans. So it's all very well to sit at the national head office or the provincial head office and make these big plans. But actually what makes the difference is your micro plans that happen at district level, sub-district level, facility level. And those are very, very important. Perseverance. So dealing with the acute situation, which is what you all did and what you told us about, but also quite a few of you mentioned that you took the longer view. So you realized that after the acute crisis was over, there was still a need, and this links to Greg's other point, the importance of ongoing high quality active surveillance so that you don't get caught napping next time, being able to pick up the signals when they happen. Flexibility and adaptability. We've all read the public health textbooks describing outbreaks and how you manage them, and these are the 10 steps, and it never happens that way in real life. And you rewrite the textbooks every time there's an outbreak, and I think we learned that with COVID. So you've got to be flexible, you've got to be adaptable, you've got to think out of the box. And one of the examples yesterday was a lot of you talked about the outbreak of measles in adults. You won't find that in the textbooks, but now you're going to react and come up with a plan. The importance of partnerships and collaboration. So it's not something that the health department can do on its own. There's this whole concept of One Health. So getting the agriculture sector and the veterinaries and the environmental health, and everybody needs to be on board with it. Getting out of the office and into the field. So somebody talked about going out to the farming areas and vaccinating the people in the rural areas. You can't do it all from the 24th floor of that big office building there, which is where the health department sits. You have to go out into the areas. Communication skills, absolutely essential, both formal communications and nowadays social media, having those skills to be able to get the message across. And the importance of surveillance. So those are just some themes. If you look through them, you might come up with different themes, but those are the ones that I came up, and thank you very much, Louise. That goes back in there somewhere. There we go. All right.
Thank you. And we are going to start the day with two presentations from NITAGs. The first one, Morocco, and the second, Nigeria. And this will be chaired by Elizabeth. And I will ask, I assume, Professor Benazouz, that you will be the one presenting for Morocco?
Good morning, everybody. So it's my pleasure to welcome my Moroccan guests. They told me yesterday at dinner that I'm very strict, so please keep to time.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je vais pouvoir changer la traduction du français à l'anglais. J'espère que ma présentation sera réussie, de même que le traducteur aussi, parce qu'il y a des difficultés à faire la traduction. On a observé ça lorsque la présentation en anglais a été faite. Alors, tout d'abord, concernant le Comité national de vaccination, son nom officiel, comme il est retenu dans la décision de sa création, c'est le Comité national technique et scientifique consultatif de vaccination. Donc, il a un rôle, comme tous les comités techniques, de consulter, d'apporter un conseil au ministère de la Santé, non seulement sur les aspects techniques, scientifiques, mais aussi sur les aspects techniques de la vaccination. Notre NITAG a été institutionnalisé de façon officielle en 2015 par une décision ministérielle. Avant, il existait un comité, mais il n'y avait pas un soubassement juridique clair pour son fonctionnement. Alors, concernant le nombre, comme vous voyez, probablement c'est le nombre le plus élevé parmi les NITAG qui ont été présentés durant ces 3 jours, c'est 36 personnes. Parce qu'il y a un grand nombre de personnes qui émanent de la communauté scientifique, mais aussi l'administration, elle est bien présentée au sein du comité. Par exemple, les gens en charge de l'approvisionnement, de la communication, de la surveillance épidémiologique, etc., etc. Alors, concernant le nombre de personnes qui ont déjà bénéficié de la formation OTR, sont au nombre de 4. Donc, malheureusement, uniquement moi-même qui est parmi le groupe qui représente le Maroc. Mais comme vous voyez, c'est un petit chiffre par rapport à l'ensemble des 36 personnes qui représentent le comité. En 2024, le comité s'est réuni une seule fois. C'était pour entériner l'introduction d'une deuxième dose du VPI dans le calendrier national de vaccination. Bien sûr, c'est une recommandation qui émane de la recommandation principale de l'OMS qui pousse les pays à introduire au moins 2 doses de VPI dans leur calendrier de vaccination. Donc la première dose a été déjà introduite en 2015 et on a pris un peu de temps pour introduire sa deuxième dose. C'était en 2024. Maintenant, le comité est en train de discuter un certain nombre de points qui sont en relation avec la simplification du calendrier national de vaccination, avec l'introduction de la formule combinée hexavalente et aussi à des rappels à l'âge de 10 ans. Cela fait suite à la dynamique nationale de production nationale de vaccins. Donc, au Maroc, ils s'apprêtent à produire le vaccin chez nous. Donc, il y aura la production au début de 2026 du vaccin hexavalent au niveau national. C'est pour ça qu'on s'est penché sur le switch de l'utilisation d'un pentavalent avec un anticoquelucheux à germe entier à un hexavalent avec un anticoquelucheux acellulaire. Bien sûr, comme vous le savez très bien, le passage d'un penta à un hexavalent, notamment acellulaire, ça suscite l'introduction de doses de rappel à l'âge de 10 ans, qui n'existait pas auparavant. Aussi, 2025 et 2026, il y a tout un travail qui est en train de se préparer pour une révision globale du calendrier national de la vaccination dans une vision de le simplifier davantage. On le considère maintenant, il est lourd, il y a plusieurs rendez-vous et comme vous savez tous et comme vous vivez tous, et le Maroc aussi, il y a cette question d'hésitation vaccinale. Donc, il faut simplifier le calendrier, ça va faciliter l'adhésion non seulement des professionnels de santé, mais aussi de la population et des parents à ce calendrier national de vaccination. Il y a aussi la vaccination contre le HPV. Je rappelle que le Maroc a introduit cette vaccination, c'était en octobre 2022 avec le schéma initial de 2 doses. Par la suite, en fin 2023, nous avons switché à un schéma simplifié d'une seule dose. mais malheureusement, il y a encore une difficulté réelle à implanter cette vaccination. Il y a une résistance à laquelle on ne trouve pas des explications claires, quoique il y a eu l'établissement d'un certain nombre d'études CAP pour bien comprendre quelle est la représentation de cette vaccination chez la population. Alors, concernant l'année où le Maroc a rejoint le GNN, c'était en 2018. Alors, si on réalise le SWOT analysis, comme vous voyez, le point fort pour notre comité, c'est que d'abord, le comité est riche en termes de représentativité d'un certain nombre de spécialités. On a des cliniciens, des épidémiologistes, des immunologues, des personnes en charge de la communication, de l'économie en santé et plusieurs spécialités, la médecine de l'adulte, etc., qui sont présentes au sein du comité. Mais bien sûr, même s'il n'y a que 4 personnes qui ont bénéficié de la formation ETR, nous considérons que c'est une force déjà, c'est un point fondamental qui va organiser notre travail. Et aussi, notre point fort, c'est qu'on fonctionne par la mise en place de working groups, c'est-à-dire de groupes de travail spécifiques. D'ailleurs, j'ai oublié de citer qu'en 2024, on a présenté cela hier, c'est que le comité a été impliqué dans l'épidémie de la rougeole que nous avons vécue, et bien sûr, à travers la mise en place d'un groupe de travail dédié à cette question. Alors, mais le fait de mettre en place cet outil ETR, ça nécessite du temps, ça nécessite un peu de ressources. Et malheureusement, comment ça fonctionne chez nous, le comité, nous n'avons pas vraiment un plan d'action annuel bien établi. Donc, le comité s'est réuni sur une saisine de Monsieur le ministre. Donc, chaque fois, le ministre qu'il demande un avis, le comité se réunit. Et on n'a pas assez de temps pour élaborer la recommandation spécifique et à la soumettre à Monsieur le ministre. Au fait, on a aussi un point très important, c'est un point de faiblesse que nous considérons, c'est que le SOPs pour la prise de décision n'est pas formalisé. Donc, comment on prend la décision, ce n'est pas écrit avec étapes et bien documenté. Aussi, le comité, c'est 2 minutes, voilà, je vais faire vite. Le comité ne publie pas malheureusement toutes ses recommandations. C'est comme il y a un exercice de confidentialité. On envoie les recommandations vraiment de façon très minutieuse et spécifique à Monsieur le ministre pour qu'il prenne la décision sans qu'on publie les recommandations du comité. Il y a aussi le problème de secrétaire. Je dois faire vite, je m'excuse pour ça. Alors pour les opportunités, c'est surtout aller vers la possibilité de former davantage le comité, mais surtout la restructurer. Et aussi, dans la lumière qu'actuellement au Maroc, il y a un chantier très important qui est en relation avec la refonte du système de santé dans sa globalité, avec la mise en place de structures très importantes. C'est la haute autorité sanitaire, c'est à l'image qui existe en France, c'est presque le même modèle. Donc, c'est pour ça que nous pensons que c'est une opportunité pour renforcer le comité technique de vaccination. Alors, il y a aussi un point très important, c'est que nous sommes arrivés à la fin du mandat d'un certain nombre de comités et aussi il y a un problème de visibilité relation entre le ministère de la Santé et le comité. Alors, nos attentes étaient d'abord, pour cette réunion, ce que nous avons manifesté, c'est de nous aider à mettre en place ces procédures opérationnelles et aussi nous présenter comment on pourra construire un programme de capacitation des autres membres du comité et aussi comment on pourra accélérer ce self-assessment. Je rappelle que nous avons fait cette évaluation NMAT et nous, le Maroc, en termes de maturité, a été au niveau intermédiaire ou moyen. Et aussi, nous avons besoin de plus d'informations sur la modélisation et les études économiques et d'impact. Alors, concernant notre feedback, concernant la formation que nous avons eue en ligne, je pense que nous étions tout à fait satisfaits et nous vous remercions pour ça. Merci.
Thank you very much. But you've eaten into your question time.
Yeah.
Any question? Dr. Eves?
OK, merci beaucoup. Je voudrais remercier le Maroc pour la brillante présentation. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Bonjour à tous et à toutes. Voilà, aujourd'hui, c'est notre anniversaire. Nous avons 50 ans aujourd'hui. C'est pourquoi je tenais à saluer tout le monde. La CDAO fête ses 50 ans aujourd'hui, jour pour jour. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Merci. Alors, j'ai deux petites questions au Maroc. Votre source de financement. Et vous est-il arrivé de faire autosaisine pour pouvoir vous saisir d'une préoccupation, d'un sujet brûlant et faire des recommandations? La troisième question, je vais laisser à une autre personne. Sinon, c'est comment vous transmettez? Vous avez dit directement au ministre. Est-ce que c'est le président du GTCV ou bien c'est à travers le PEV? Merci.
Alors, merci beaucoup pour vos deux questions. La première, concernant le financement, il n'y a pas de financement spécifique donc, pour le comité et les membres du comité travaillent de façon volontaire et bénévolement. Alors, concernant la saisine, en fait, bon, c'est le secrétariat qui attire l'attention du ministre sur un point particulier à travers une note qui explique qu'il faut que le comité se réunisse et lorsqu'il est d'accord, on tient cette réunion. Donc, on pourra faire une autosaisine du secrétariat qui est domicilié au PEV.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I pick one point where you mentioned that the resistance to HPV vaccine is unexplained. I don't understand that. Like, if you can elaborate more on that, because I know Morocco is a predominant Muslim country, and they may be suspicious of vaccinating only girls. So I don't understand when you said the resistance against the HPV vaccine is unexplained. You cannot explain it there. I think there should be something to it here.
Je pense que la question religieuse, c'est pas une barrière en elle-même. Ce que nous avons observé, c'est que d'abord, probablement que le timing de lancement de cette vaccination qui était un petit peu raté. Donc, ça a été j'étais juste après la pandémie de la COVID-19 et la vaccination contre la COVID-19. C'est pour ça qu'on a observé cette réticence et l'analyse nous a montré que la principale barrière, c'était les professionnels de santé eux-mêmes qui n'étaient pas vraiment très convaincus de cette vaccination-là. Donc, c'est ça le premier constat. Dire que ce sont les croyances, etc., je ne suis pas sûr et je ne peux pas me prononcer sur ça.
Thank you. We will move on to Nigeria. Elizabeth.
Une question? Une question.
Thank you very much. Now, I've been informed that the AI translation is not getting some words correctly. So please, if you are challenged, if you have challenges with that, my beautiful colleague here, Penka, are you in the room? No, yes, this is Imen. I'm just asking for Penka, Amina, and Louise, all the bilingual CD. Just grab any one of them and ask, what does this word mean? And they will assist. All right, without wasting time, and I know the Nigerians keep to time. How do I know that? Because I'm a Nigerian. So we keep to time, and jam your hands together for my fellow Nigerians.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm speaking for Nigeria Immunization Technical Advisory Group. Just to get a picture of the country we're talking about, we have a population of 227 plus million people on a small little land of only 923,000 square meters. And our under 5 population, as you can see, is almost the population of a country, about 17 million. The NITAG profile in Nigeria, the NITAG is referred to as NG tag. And it was established in the year 2015. Currently, we have membership of 20, of which 17 are core members and 3 are non-core members. The number of members that joined in the last 6 months, none to my knowledge. But we do have currently 7 members that are trained into our profile. Now, the recommendations made in 2024, one, we did recommend the R21 malaria vaccine, which is we have it's been it's on right now, but it's been introduced in stages, and we have recommended the change of the second dose of measles vaccine into MR vaccine. We've also recommended the change of our PCV vaccine. We were initially using the GSK Synflorix. Now we've recommended that it should be switched to Pneumosil, mostly because of economic consideration. And also, of course, we noticed a little difference in the sense that the serotypes covered by Pneumosil addresses the serotypes that are found in the Nigeria region. Now, we also recommended the Mpox vaccine. I'm sure Nish must have heard from us during the period because we needed help here. And also, we did have a discussion on COVID-19 vaccine, but I must emphasize here that we didn't think it was a major focus for the country at this particular moment because we have so many outbreaks that are much more important at this point in time. Now, do we have any ongoing questions? None. However, we are aware that there is planned policy questions coming in the second half of this year and next year, of which one would be, should Nigeria switch from pentavalent vaccine to hexavalent vaccine to prevent diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, HB, Haemophilus influenza, and polio vaccines? And also the second one is, should Nigeria switch from HPV quadrivalent to the nanovalent, that is the 9-valent hepatitis B, human papillomavirus vaccine to prevent human papilloma infection in children over the age of 9 years? We joined the Global NITAG network in 2017. And I think we're still there. I think our focal point person is still a member. Now, what are our strengths? We believe that we have a lot of strengths. We have a broad, multidisciplinary expertise of epidemiologists, pediatrician, health economics, gynecologist, public health specialist, immunologist, virologist, dermatologist, statistician, pharmacologist, all represented in our NITAG. And we do have access to global sources of evidence, WHO position paper, the SAID, UNICEF database, US, CDC, Gavi, and we do get a lot of help from the partners that are in NITAG with us. We also have access to global search engines that you all know, PubMed, Google, African Online, and Scopus, and the rest. The government's commitment to evidence-based, nationally owned decision-making has been very impressive. And so they take a lot of interest in what we do. And the NITAG Secretariat has also had a lot of support, not only from the main agency that executes immunization in our country, that is National Primary Healthcare Development Agency, but also from partners as listed there. And we have a strong working relationship with government stakeholders, the Federal Ministry of Health, the National Center for Disease Control, NCDC, and the National Agency for Food Drug Center. And also, we have established a standard operating procedure here in my hand for your view. And each member of the NITAG has a copy. And we do get financial support from the World Bank, from Gavi through WHO, and we have meetings and structured timelines for decision making. I would have liked to go on to that in more details. I don't have the time. I hope that will do. Now, what are our weaknesses? We do have limited access to timely and high quality local evidence. I think this must be uniform across the our continent. And we do have limited access to paid peer review journals and irregular meetings as members of the Secretariat have commitments to other rules. Now, the opportunities we work very hard to leverage at the academic and research institutions. We identify and engage young scientists and local experts, and we continue to sustain this because we want to make sure that we keep the NITAG strong and going. And also, we really want to leverage our external scientific support from niche. The threats are the lack of government budgetary allocation for NITAG and over-reliance of partnership and project support. Now, the key expectations from this meeting is that we hope that we will be strengthened capacity in applying evidence to recommendation framework that will improve understanding of vaccine development, evaluation, and delivery, will enhance collaboration with NITAG and research institutions in Africa, will identify the regional priorities and gaps in immunization programs, and share our country experiences. And definitely we want to learn best practices in evidence-based policy making from our colleagues. And we hope to foster leadership in vaccinology and immunization strategy across Africa. We did look at the course. Yes, if you remember, I did say I had a bit of a problem navigating the site, but my colleagues liked the site, so don't listen to me, but I did have a bit of problem navigating. Thank you very much.
Fantastic, with 1 minute to spare. I told you the Nigerians keep to time. All right, questions for Nigeria? Any questions for Nigeria? Yes, that's the what country?
Merci, Dr Abdelmalik, Mauritanie.
Mauritania.
Voilà, donc je vous remercie pour la clarté de votre présentation. Et je voudrais savoir, est-ce que...
I'll translate.
OK. D'accord, donc je voudrais savoir un peu dans leur fonctionnement, est-ce qu'ils ont des groupes thématiques et comment ils les constituent, c'est-à-dire est-ce que c'est des groupes préformés à l'avance ou c'est des groupes thématiques qui sont choisis en fonction des profils et en fonction des thématiques. Merci.
Vous parlez des groupes de travail.
Voilà, des groupes de travail.
Is it based on the current policy questions or yeah?
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, we didn't have time to include that. We have working groups, and the working groups were formed the same time as we formed the guidelines. They are permanent working groups, and we have chairmen of the working groups. So when the questions come, it's directed to the working group, first of all, for evaluation, to do most of the work. And then the working group comes to the a plenary session to present it to the whole NGTAG group, and then we take our decisions on the recommendations they had suggested. Thank you. Do you understand?
All right. Yes, our neighbor Cameroon.
Yes, okay, thank you very much. Thank you for the brilliant presentation from Nigeria. The point that caught my interest is the switch from tetravalent HPV vaccine to nanovalent. Actually, I don't know if you've done some kind of context of epidemiological situation of HPV viruses circulating in Nigeria, and if the thought of changing from tetravalent to nanovalent is on the basis of the different types of HPV circulating in the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. It almost sounds like a question we heard on the floor during the meeting. No, the truth is that, yes, we do have evidence. Is that pathologist? Yes, she's not amongst us. Yeah. We do have evidence of the serotype circulating in Nigeria. And we had actually initially recommended the 5, but we then had access from I don't know whether it was WHO, but we do know we had access to the 9-valent. And we felt that if we have access and it's cheaper, you know, in taking these decisions, it's not only about whether it covers your serotype, you also have to look at the cost effectivity and so many other issues. And so based on some other issues, we are considering, you know, we felt that it was best to take the nanovalent because it will be almost at no cost to us in terms of the vaccine. We will only be paying for the delivery of the vaccine.
Use your mic, please.
Yeah, that's the chair of the HPV.
Yeah, thank you. The initial decision was on the nanovalent vaccine. However, at that particular time, we had to resort to using the quadrivalent because of non-availability. So our plan now, since if the nanovalent vaccine is available, we'll want to revert to our first initial decision. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question for Nigeria before I let them go? Yes, Doctor. Okay. The Gambia? Dr. Yus?
Okay, thank you so much, Nigeria. Nigeria is our big brother. And as we know, Nigeria is a form of 36 states with a federal capital city. So how do you manage to get all the members to have your meeting? Thank you.
Thank you for this question. Yes, it can sometimes be a challenge. And that is why initially we were doing quite well with that. But after some time, we now allowed some hybrid meetings. So some would, you know, connect online for the meetings. But I must say that most of our technical working groups do their meetings online. You know, that, and we do it late into the line. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Okay.
Thank you so much, Nigeria. A round of applause for Nigeria. Oh, sorry? Okay, but their time is up, all right? Okay, one more question, one pressing question from Guinea, from Gambia and Guinea.
D'accord, il n'y a pas de problème. Donc, je vais parler en français. Bon, je voulais savoir comment ils font pour motiver les membres, vu, disons, comme l'a dit Dr Yves, la distance entre les États et la complexité. Comment ils font pour motiver les membres à participer aux différentes réunions?
How do you keep the motivation going, considering that your members are coming from the different provinces?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. You know, initially, it seemed like everybody was on board, but in the process, we did notice that like 2 or 3 people weren't always attending meetings. In the procedure, there is a way that you can be eliminated from the meeting. Like if you don't come 3 consecutive times, that means you're not one of us. So they have a way of ensuring that they will replace. So we do have new members now, and we have those who have been with us from the beginning. For institutional memory, you need some people who's been there for some time. Then those that are changed either because of not enough commitment or because they have asked to be changed. And so that, but in terms of commitment, we've been doing very well. There are times when we have some technical working groups online, and those who were not even members of that technical working groups would just choose to join in and help with what is going on, especially during COVID.
do you have financial compensation for the 10 days?
No, we don't. You know, that's, I brought that up earlier on in the meeting.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for Nigeria. We will move to session 4, equity and feasibility, but I'll use my right as a chair to just make one comment that I saw from the slides of Nigeria, but it's valid for every single NITAG. When NITAG have been established, there was a tendency to wait until the Ministry of Health requests the NITAG to make a recommendation, and then the NITAG would start operating. It's about time that we shift from this reactive mode to a more proactive mode. So I really encourage you as a NITAG to develop your work plan and to also include questions that as a NITAG you want to address, not only the questions that are brought by the Ministry of Health. And that's also a way to continue the motivation, because if you have questions that are brought by the NITAG members, it means they'll be motivated to work on these questions. So let me welcome Michelle Jimenez from Gavi, based in Geneva, and she will be discussing funding for immunization in low and middle income countries.
Thank you, Louise. Good morning, everyone. I'm really happy to be here. I'm Michelle Jimenez, and I'm a member of the policy team at Gavi. And I've provided this lecture before, but it was always online, so I'm really happy to be able to join you in person today. I'll use about 25 minutes to tell you a bit about Gavi's mission, work, and the impact it's had so far, some of the approaches we use to achieving access, and some of the access challenges we face, as well as a future agenda of work. So in terms of Gavi's mission and work, we have this slide here, and Professor Wazonga yesterday showed a version of this slide, and I think the point that he wanted to make was that in 1974 we had the expanded program of immunization launched, and then what I want to highlight is that in the year 2000 the Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, was launched, and it was really to try to ensure that children in low-income countries had the same access to vaccines as children in higher income countries. And you can see since then, we have had some steady progress in achieving that access. This graph here shows the coverage of DTP3 and how it has increased gradually over time. A very important thing to know about Gavi, because it marks how we work and how we do everything, is that it's an alliance. So it's a multi-stakeholder public-private partnership, and the founding members include WHO, UNICEF, the Gates Foundation, and the World Bank, but it has always had representation of implementing country and donor country governments, as well as civil society organizations, research and technical health institutes, vaccine manufacturers, and other private sector partners. Gavi's mission is to save lives and protect people's health by increasing equitable and sustainable use of vaccines. It has a vision to leave no one behind with immunization, and since 2000 has provided support to 78 lower income countries. Currently, the number is 57, and we have also provided support in the response to the COVID-19 pandemic through COVAX, working in 146 countries, 87 of them that were lower income. So healthy communities are our goal, and this also has an impact on economies. So since the year 2000, Gavi has vaccinated over 1 billion children through routine immunization services, and has provided more than 1.9 billion vaccinations through preventive vaccination campaigns. We estimate that this has saved nearly 19 million lives. And as you know, that preventing illness, death, and long-term disability means that money is saved and more healthy communities, families, and countries. So we also estimate that this work has generated economic benefits that are over $250 billion. I will tell you a bit more about Gavi's co-financing model, but in some further slides. But it's really about ensuring that countries are able to finance their immunization programs independently. So 19 countries have transitioned out of Gavi support so far. So we heard yesterday, and of course we all know, that vaccines have a significant impact on mortality. And we know this, the graph here on the right shows a 50% reduction in under 5 mortality in Gavi 57 countries, while the graph on the left shows a 70% reduction in vaccine preventable child deaths in these same countries from 2000 to 2017. One of Gavi's goals is to close the immunization gap between countries in different income levels. And what this graph here shows is that for 3 key vaccines, so Hib3, pneumococcal, and rotavirus, over time, not only Gavi countries have increased their coverage, but have actually shown to have a higher coverage of these 3 key vaccines compared to countries who do not receive Gavi support. So over time, when Gavi was launched in 2000, it provided support for 6 antigens. As of June 2024, it now provides vaccines against 20 infectious diseases. The latest vaccine program that was launched was a vaccine program against rabies. And you will see on this graph how the number of vaccines has increased over time with each strategic period. To decide which vaccines are added to the portfolio, Gavi goes through a process called the Vaccine Investment Strategy, where we review the vaccine pipeline and the existing vaccines that Gavi does not provide support for, and we go through a prioritization process to identify which of these vaccines would provide the highest impact and value for money, for countries, and for Gavi. And you will see on the far right-hand side, there's a box in darker blue, and these are the vaccines that we have in principle approval from our board to introduce, but are waiting for some specific conditions to be met. So I will highlight RSV. We are currently in the process of seeking support from the Gavi board to launch a vaccine program for RSV, now that there is an existing product and the conditions have been met. And we are also seeking approval from the board to establish a stockpile for Mpox, a global stockpile for Mpox vaccines. We have in principle approval to launch programs against tuberculosis and dengue, as well as a stockpile for hepatitis C, when some conditions in terms of existing products are available for us to be able to do that. But we have done the investment analysis and have this in principle support. So expect to be able to do that in the future. One of the other roles that Gavi has is in shaping vaccine markets. So by buying vaccines in bulk for half of the children in the world, it has been able to reduce the cost of immunization, making vaccines more accessible to countries. And this graph here shows how the cost of immunizing a child with pentavalent pneumococcal and rotavirus vaccine has decreased by 50%, in the last 15 years or so. And that is why one of the targets we also have is to ensure that there are market shaping savings it's one of the targets that we aim to achieve. So I'll move on to the second part of the presentation, which is really looking at the different approaches we have to achieving access. And one of the main things that we use is what we call the Gavi model, and I've hinted to parts of it already in the previous slides. But really, the Gavi model is it's quite unique, and it's been a revolutionary given the fact that it's focused on sustainability. Its basis is that it has a market shaping component, which I have just discussed, which leads to a savings. And it also has a co-financing component, which ensures that countries provide a contribution to the vaccines from the very beginning, and over time develop fiscal space to be able to increase their contributions over time. And we've also been lucky to have a strong donor base so far, which has enabled this work. So with this base, by pooling demand of vaccines from the lowest income countries, Gavi has been able to accelerate access to these vaccines. It has shaped markets to make sure that these products are much more affordable to countries and to Gavi, and in parallel has provided support to strengthen vaccine delivery platforms and strengthen health systems to ensure that the vaccines that are procured are delivered in the right way. And there's also the focus on sustaining immunization and transition through this co-financing model. So ensuring that little by little, the cost of these vaccines are absorbed by domestic resources. We have three main financing levers that are used. The first and largest is a vaccine support, so procuring vaccines. Then there's a health system strengthening support, which is a cash that is provided mainly to governments to support their immunization programs. And then we have technical assistance, which is provided to partners, both our core partners, such as WHO and UNICEF, for the work they do at global, regional, and country level, but also to civil society organization partners as well. In yellow, you will see the map there has in yellow the 57 countries that are eligible for Gavi support in 2025, and in light blue, these are the middle income countries that are also receive some catalytic funding, and I will explain a bit more about that in my next slide. So this is what we call Gavi's co-financing model, and it's really aiming to bring countries along this trajectory towards financial sustainability of their immunization programs. So countries starting in initial self-financing provide a portion of the cost of the vaccines, and as their GNI per capita increases over time, that contribution to the vaccines increases as well. Once they hit the eligibility threshold, then countries move into accelerated transition, where this co-financing contribution increases even more, and with the aim of developing that fiscal space so that countries can be independent and be able to finance their immunization programs completely. We have this approach to middle income countries, which provides some very small funding to Gavi countries who are not eligible for support anymore, or countries who meet the lower middle income country threshold and may not have received Gavi funding before. And this is really to ensure that some key missing vaccines are introduced and that we prevent backsliding. But the funding, I just wanted to highlight that the funding for the middle income countries approach is very, very small compared to the funding that is provided in the three other transition stages. So what are our access challenges and the future agenda? So one of the main challenges here that we want to highlight is the fact that there is an immunization gap. So 21 million children worldwide are under-immunized. That means that they don't receive the full course of basic vaccines, and 75% of these children live in Gavi-supported countries. This means that 1 in 5 children in Gavi countries do not receive the full course of basic vaccines. Within these 21 million, there is 11 million children who are zero dose, and that means that they haven't received a single dose of basic vaccines, and this is one of our main challenges. The other challenge is the HPV vaccine program, where there's a goal to vaccinate 86 million girls, and this would lead to the prevention of 1.4 million deaths from cervical cancer. In 2023, 14 million girls were immunized with Gavi support, and this is more in 1 year than in the previous 10 years combined. The switch to the one-dose schedule has not only improved supply, but really facilitated the ability to reach as many girls as possible. The other big challenge that we have, as you well know, is malaria, which is one of the world's leading killers of children under 5. And we talked yesterday about how long it takes to develop vaccines. Well, the malaria vaccine took about 50 years to develop, but we now have 2 pre-qualified products that can be used, and with Gavi support, they have been introduced in over 20 African countries, with more to come in the future. I'll move into the final part of the presentation, and this is really, we have spent some time thinking about the next phase. So Gavi works in these strategic periods, and the next strategic period will start in 2026. And we have developed a strategy to guide our work during that period. It has the same vision of leaving no one behind with immunization, and the same mission of saving lives and protecting people's health by increasing equitable and sustainable use of vaccines. It has a number of principles outlined there, but I'd like to highlight a few. The first one is country-led, and it's really about ensuring that the work that we do in Gavi 6.0 is as much owned by countries and led by countries, and that we adapt our programs to facilitate that. The other one I'd like to highlight is the continued focus on zero dose and missed communities, as well as a differentiated approach. So making sure that we have differentiated guidelines and policies that allow that consider the different contexts and needs of countries, including being responsible to fragile settings, which require specific policies. Excuse me. And the strategy has 4 strategic goals. The first one is to introduce and scale up vaccines. The second one is to strengthen health systems. The third is to improve programmatic and financial sustainability. And the fourth is to continue our work on healthy markets. And I'll go through each of these goals in a bit more detail and provide some examples. So in the first key strategic goal, which is introducing and scale up vaccines, we have the area of new vaccine introductions, where we're aiming to scale up routine introductions and accelerating access to new vaccines. We're thinking of providing targeted support for traditional vaccines in fragile and humanitarian settings. And by traditional vaccines, we mean there are some vaccines that Gavi does not provide support for because they have been introduced in many countries and have a relatively good coverage, for example, BCG and MCV1. However, we recognize that in some settings, such as in fragile and humanitarian settings, it might be necessary to also provide support for these vaccines. We're looking at providing support for countries to have stronger prioritization and optimization of their vaccine portfolios, given the expanded vaccine portfolio we saw on one of the previous slides. We're looking to improve effectiveness of vaccination campaigns, and in terms of outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemics, expanding access to stockpiles. And we have also established a first response fund for major public health emergencies. And this one, for example, was used in the recent response to the Mpox outbreak. So choosing one of those key areas, I wanted to talk a bit about vaccine portfolio optimization and prioritization. And this is really, so optimization is really, as you all know, assessing new products, presentations, schedules, and switching to these, and providing support for the switch to these. In prioritization, it's really about deciding which programs to invest in when capacity and resources are limited. And why do we think this is important? It's because countries are facing an expanding vaccine portfolio, and we all have more limited resources. And there are fragmented efforts across partners that lead to gaps, inconsistent data, and uneven country capacity. And we'd also like to promote sustainable immunization and maximize impact through domestic investment and evidence-based decisions. How are we planning to do that? We're going to streamline coordination with a unified framework, integrating these decisions into the planning for national immunization strategies or Gavi application processes. We're looking to enable data-driven prioritization through curated evidence and analytical tools, and then aim to strengthen country decision-making with these tools and cross-sectoral engagement. Moving on to a strategic goal 2, which is to strengthen health systems to increase equity and immunization. We're looking at streamlining the cash funding that we provide, so ensuring greater ownership with one consolidated cash envelope, and allowing countries the flexibility to prioritize activities and move funds reprogram funds within that consolidated envelope. Providing access to funding for unforeseen needs and fragile and humanitarian settings. In terms of programmatic priorities, we continue to focus on zero-dose children, and it's extending routine immunization beyond infancy. And this is really with a focus on NCV2 and HPV. And we've also developed a health system strategy, which includes a focus on flagship interventions and provides a bit more detail on some of these priorities. In terms of collaboration and innovation, we're looking at a primary healthcare approach, grounded in the Lusaka agenda, and accelerated innovations, particularly around digital data systems and new technologies. And I wanted to show here some of how we're looking to consolidate funding levers. So on the left hand of the slide, you'll see a number of boxes, and these represent the different funding opportunities that Gavi currently has. So all with different objectives, different applications, and different processes. And the idea is to consolidate 8 of these funding levers into one cash grant to countries with one single application, making it more simple to manage, but also requiring a more integrated planning process. Within this cash grant to countries, there are 3 guardrails. One is a CSO funding requirement. So countries are expected to allocate at least 10% of their funding to civil society partners. And this is really recognizing the role these partners have, particularly in reaching zero-dose children and missed communities. There's also a minimum floor investment in cold chain equipment. And this is really to ensure that the procured vaccines are protected with the proper equipment to maintain their effectiveness. And then we have a guardrail for measles, rubella follow-up vaccination campaigns. And this is really to ensure that there is no overspending or underspending on these campaigns, and that they take place according to WHO guidance, and in order to prevent measles outbreaks. In terms of the key strategic goal 3, which is focused on improving programmatic and financial sustainability of immunization programs, we're looking at encouraging financial sustainability, programmatic sustainability, and have integrated the support for middle-income countries within the Gavi model, providing support for the introduction of missing vaccines and preventing backsliding. And this slide here aims to show how some of these changes will be implemented. So the first one is that some countries in initial self-financing will now be contributing a price fraction of vaccines. This is for the HPV and PCV programs. We have also changed the Gavi eligibility threshold, increasing it to 2,300 GNI per capita. And have capped some of the co-financing contributions in preparatory transition and accelerated transition. So countries in preparatory transition will not be contributing more than 80% co-financing. And for new introductions, countries will not be providing more than 30% of the co-financing share. In the catalytic phase, as I mentioned before, this is now integrated into the model, and we will continue to provide some small catalytic support for the introduction of high impact vaccines, backsliding prevention and mitigation. And this is my last slide. So strategic goal 4 focuses on ensuring healthy markets for vaccines and related products. And this is really continuing our work to shape markets, including for fully self-financing countries post-transition, ensuring that countries are incentivized to carry out vaccine portfolio optimization to ensure that some of these savings are introduced into existing portfolios, and looking at supporting regional vaccine supply security, for example, via the African Vaccine Manufacturing Accelerator, and for outbreak prevention, looking to improve market condition for vaccines against outbreaks, epidemics, and pandemic-prone diseases. Thank you.
So please hold your questions for later. The Q&A is after the free presentation, and now we'll move on to, can we have this Amina's slide? Yeah. So, who is putting up the slides? It's coming. So So let me introduce you to Amina Boutmani, also coming from Gavi, and she will be discussing MCV 5-dose vial.
Thank you so much, Louise. Good morning, everyone. Bonjour à tous. I will be giving my presentation in English, but happy to answer any questions in French. And thank you for the VACFA team and NISH team for inviting me here. And very happy to be here today. I'll be giving you a brief presentation around the measles-containing vaccine 5-dose vial presentation switch. And I will be happy to answer any questions you may have. So I will be first giving a continuation of Gavi's support, more specifically around the vaccine switches and the practical guidance that Gavi provides. And then we'll briefly go into current momentum around the switch, policy recommendation, as well as the research ongoing. And finally, we'll close with the current available resources in the context of the measles-containing vaccine 5-dose switch. So to start with the current support that Gavi provides in terms of the switches, as we saw in Michel's presentation, the Gavi vaccine portfolio is expanding over the years. It has significantly grown to include more than 20 vaccine programs, and this really provides the opportunity also for multiple presentation and multiple products, more than 40 presentations, and this creates the opportunity for optimization options across the portfolio. And here is really about the portfolio optimization, like how to make the most appropriate choices of all these available options, how to compare these, how to assess the benefits they would bring. So here we can see the measles-containing vaccine, which is a presentation switch among all of these options as well. Moving on to the next slide, as we said, the vaccine portfolio optimization really gives this overview of how to make the choice between the different presentations and the switch options that are available for each vaccine in the Gavi portfolio. When we talk about switches, there are multiple types of switches. We can talk about a product switch, which is really about a change, for example, in a different supplier, a different combination or strain composition. And here, for example, we can talk about the PCV 13 to PCV 10, or a PCV change from different supplier, GSK or SI. And then we have the presentation switches. Sorry. Here, it's really around the change in the presentation in the first primary presentation. It's a vial size or different formulation moving from liquid to lyophilized. And the MCV switch falls within this category because it's a change in the presentation from a 10-dose vial to a 5-dose vial. In general, product and presentation switch are driven by manufacturers' considerations and determined by WHO pre-qualifications. We have also another type of switches. As you know, we have the schedule switch. For example, for the HPV, we move from a 2-dose schedule to first 1-dose schedule switch. There's also the use switch, which is the use of the same vaccine, but for a different administration route, for example. We have the IPV, for example, intramuscular injection as a full dose, but we also have the option of an intradermal injection for a fractional dose. And in the rest of my presentation, I will slowly transition into more specifically talking about the measles-containing vaccine presentation switch. And here it's really an overview of the impact of the switch that we can see. It's to really say that it's at a country level, there are multiple benefits of the switch. And these really include multiple dimensions, such as the programmatic feasibility and ease, impact on cold chain capacity, impact on coverage, but also other considerations such as financial and supply considerations. But beyond that, a country's decision to switch is really more broader than just the country level, because as Michelle was presenting in her slide, Gavi really has a market shaping role in terms of pooling demand for multiple Gavi supported countries, and therefore has a broader across dimensions kind of efforts in terms of influencing elements such as supply, pricing, and market sustainability. So really different options of switches really create a more balanced, a more healthy market, ensuring more sustainable demand, more accessible, more affordable products. This also internally in Gavi, helps diversify the portfolio, also helps really create more accurate demand forecasting and vaccine costs that are available. And beyond that, across the Gavi Alliance and with immunization partner in general, a more diversified portfolio and multiple switch options really enhance efforts in immunization in general around disease control and creating different areas of investments, more innovation and broader pandemic readiness in general. So really to say that a country's decision to switch has a ripple effect across many other dimensions, and all aiming to create a sustainable, healthy market, ensuring supply security and accessible, affordable vaccine products. Just to give an overview of what is really what we consider opportune moments for countries to consider a transition in presentations or products, or to consider an opportunity for reviewing the portfolio and consider options for optimization. there are critical time points in the country's planning, such as when a country is undertaking a national immunization strategy update. So that's a really good time point to consider what are the options available, what is the most suitable for the context, such product, schedule, or presentation to switch to. Another time point which is important is when a country submits their full portfolio planning to Gavi, which is a consolidated application including multiple types of support. And we'll go into more details about this later. And again, like what different time points around the Gavi processes around transition from the transitional statuses in co-financing requirements or changes in the country context, for example, dictated by the epidemiology or by fiscal constraints. Other considerations in terms of opportunities to conduct vaccine portfolio optimization or switches are linked to suppliers and manufacturers ecosystem. So when there are considerations around changes in pricing, wastage for the available vaccine, and one is more appropriate than the current vaccine that is used, is also a good opportunity to consider a change. Or when there are changes in supply availability, for example, there are shortages or reduced supply for a given vaccine that is currently being used. And finally, we have the new evidence or recommendations, new policies, such as SAGE recommendations or WHO position papers around mainly the changes in the use or the schedule of the vaccine products. Or when there is a new product that is being pre-qualified by WHO, that is also an opportunity for countries to consider using a new product. However, of course, it's always relevant for each country context to consider when is the right timing that is most suitable for them in terms of undertaking a vaccine portfolio optimization to maximize programmatic and cost efficiencies. How Gavi supports countries in terms of vaccine optimization and switches, we have 3 dimensions. One is really around creating awareness about what the available options are. So it's really about creating the information transparently available in the vaccine detailed product profile, which is also called the Gavi menu. It has an overview of all the presentations and all the products that is available in the Gavi portfolio. And then the second is really around facilitating the decision-making process through an evidence-based impact assessment framework that Gavi has created in terms of assessing the different potential benefits related to the switch. And finally, in terms of the support that is provided, the implementation for the switch, we have a switch grant, which is currently valid in the Gavi 5.0 strategy, which will cover all the planning and implementation costs associated with the switch. We have also the opportunity to facilitate technical assistance through implementing partners to support the planning and implementation of the switch. And finally, more broader guidance around vaccine portfolio optimization to support evidence-based and effective switch implementation. And now, looking more closely into the framework that Gavi has created in terms of the switch impact, we have 6 key aspects to consider. One is the efficacy, effectiveness, and safety, and this is really driven by available information around the disease burden, policy recommendations, real-world data from clinical trials as well, and as well as the country-specific data. And then we consider also the ease of use. Is it easier to use a product with single dose vial, with full multi-dose vial? How many doses are more appropriate in the schedule? What is the most appropriate administration route? So all of these are really considerations in terms of the ease of use, in terms of the healthcare worker administrating a product, which is the most appropriate for the country's use. So this is a consideration also to take into account when we make a choice of the switch. Another element is, of course, the coverage. The doses per schedule. An HPV2 dose schedule is different than an HPV1 dose schedule. And how does the coverage change from the different options that are available? And how does it impact the healthcare worker behavior in terms of vaccination, in terms of the missed opportunities for vaccination? Another consideration, of course, which relates to the volume, is the cold chain capacity. What would it entail if a switch is undertaken in terms of the impact on the storage, on the cold chain capacity, and how to mitigate any changes? Another consideration also is the financial sustainability. Is the price of the new product more expensive, less expensive? But also, if we consider a change in wastage rate, what is the wastage adjusted cost of the product? Is it advantageous? Is it not advantageous? And how the price outlook looks for that specific product. And finally, of course, a most important consideration as well is the supply availability and security for a given presentation or a given product. How, to make sure that the chosen product will be available with a predictable pricing, with adequate lead time from the manufacturers. So all of these are really considerations to take into account before undertaking a switch decision, which are also required to provide in the switch request form, that the country goes through all of these elements in terms of studying the impact of the switch to justify and to provide a rationale for that decision. And now just taking a moment to look more specifically on the measles-containing vaccine switch. So as we all know, the measles-containing vaccine switch, the problem that originates from this is really the fact that the healthcare workers are hesitant, usually to open a multi-dose vial, that is a 10-dose vial, and this is related to a fear of wastage or a fear of stockouts. So, for example, when you have limited vaccination sessions, or when you have a few number of children present at the health facility, there is reluctance to open the vial. And this really results in missed opportunities for vaccination. There's a study that was conducted in Nigeria and led by CDC in 2011 that found that healthcare providers only opened the measles-containing vaccine vials when at least 6 children were present. And this is really creating missed opportunities to vaccinate children, despite also having an open vial policy from WHO that does not restrict opening a vial with a number of children present. And this, of course, is linked to the fact that the vial needs to be discarded after a number of 6 hours or at the end of the vaccination session. So this reluctance really is, in a way, related to that fear. What is the opportunity that we have with the 5-dose presentation? It will really minimize that hesitancy, and we expect that more children will be reached with more frequent sessions and therefore lead to an increase in coverage. Just to show some finding from the existing research that was done in a study led by the Zambia MOH as well as the GSI in 2020, it found that in terms of coverage, there was an increase of MCV1 coverage by 4.9% and MCV2 coverage by 3.5 percentage point in the intervention that received the 5-dose presentation vial. In terms of wastage, there was also significant reduction in the wastage, with the 5-dose presentation having a significantly lower wastage rate with a 47% reduction. In terms of supply chain, in that study, it was found that there was sufficient cold chain capacity to accommodate the small increase in the volume. And in terms of effectiveness, actually the wastage adjusted price was very similar to the cost of the 10-dose presentation. And in terms of healthcare worker behavior, there was reported more willingness to open the 5-dose vial, and more children were likely to be vaccinated even outside the scheduled vaccination sessions and allocated days. there's another study that found an additional finding that I will just cite very briefly. It's a pilot that was done in Ethiopia and led by the MOH and the CDC that find also increased timeliness of vaccination with a MCV1 first dose. And now just looking back at the switch assessment framework created by Gavi, again at those dimensions, after we saw the MCV5 dose example and considering how to apply that. So in terms of ease of use, there is not really any difference between the 10 dose presentation and the 5 dose presentation. It's really the same handling, reconstitution, administration, same WHO pre-qualification. So it's not really different in terms of the use. However, it requires sensitization and training of healthcare workers to become present with this presentation and reduce the hesitancy. So training is required in that sense. In terms of cold chain capacity, the study found that there was sufficient space to accommodate the volume. However, it's always important to plan for the cold chain capacity in case there is additional need that is required to accommodate any potential increase. There is no change in the efficacy of effectiveness because this is a presentation change. It's again the same, all the same pre-qualification elements are there for the two presentations. So there is no change in any efficacy, effectiveness, or safety. As we saw, the coverage is anticipated to increase, driven by lower hesitancy to open the vials. In terms of sustainability, we also found that the wastage adjusted cost is, and therefore the cost of immunizing a child is quite similar to the 10 dose presentation. So we don't anticipate a cost increase to be taken by the country. And in terms of supply availability, it's also available. There are no really any risk of shortages. However, we expect that the lead times of procurement, specifically for Gavi-supported countries through UNICEF Supply Division, to be higher. So we have 12 to 16 weeks, depending on the volume, to ensure adequate planning and forecasting. And then really quickly, I'll go over the switch process and the steps that we have identified at Gavi in terms of the steps in the process to undertake when a country is considering a switch. First is really to identify what is the most suitable time to conduct the switch, and this requires engagement with key stakeholders, both at national and subnational level, and to really determine if a transition from product is necessary, if it's appropriate, and when to conduct that. It also requires an assessment of the current stock levels and the utilization of the current product. And then as a second step, what is the current evidence for the switch? What are the implications for the country? Again, in terms of cold chain capacity, incremental cost, impact on wastage, and coverage. Third is to create consensus from decision-making bodies, from NITAG members, from MOH, in terms of, for example, specifically to Gavi-supported countries, in terms of initiating the application process. And then as a first step is really around going through that decision-making process to submit a request and to undertake those elements. And here we, as part of this process, it's important also to establish a switch implementation plan with a clear chronogram of the activities, as well as identify the cost considerations and the conducted budget. As a final step is really the planning and implementation of the switch. And here, multiple activities are required to undertake in terms of ensuring it's a successful switch, and it's really going to result into the positive outcome that are anticipated. Clearly, training and sensitization of healthcare worker is of the utmost importance. This includes, of course, training on handling, administrating, reporting on the new vaccine, also including AFI management, as well as stock and data management, and post-switch monitoring and reporting. Communication also is very critical, as any intervention of new introduction or switch to make sure all the guides, all the materials are updated to reflect the switch, informing all the healthcare workers and empowering them in terms of communication to counter any rumors or misinformation. Supply planning, as we said, is very key. We need to ensure there is a coordinated supply chain with adequate cold chain capacity, standard operation procedure for waste management and monitoring, and finally, data management and performance monitoring in terms of ensuring regular tracking and triangulated data around stock management and coverage data to assess the impact and the performance of the switch. And then coming back to the slide that was presented by Michel, just to say that there is currently a transition period in Gavi from the Gavi 5.0 strategic period to the Gavi 6.0 strategic period, where the switch grant itself as a separate funding lever will now become part of a larger cash amount that will be consolidated. However, we anticipate that all these steps that I was presenting in my prior slide still apply, and that this is actually even more important in this context, because if a country would want to undertake a switch, it would be important to prioritize that funding out of that full envelope and have the essential steps in terms of decision-making process that will lead to sufficient resources for successful implementation of the switch. And now moving on to the second section of my presentation is the current global momentum around the switch, as well as the key timeline milestones that happened to create such momentum. So as we said, it's a very well-known issue that 10-dose vial presentation may create missed opportunities for vaccination. And we do actually know that the presentation of the 5-dose increases coverage based on the current evidence available. And despite, however, having a product that is available and pre-qualified since 1993 for measles and 2000 for MR, there was minimal uptake in the years pre-2020. However, thanks to collaborative efforts, both in terms of research, in terms of advocacy, in terms of policy, there was momentum created. And here are some key steps that really led to that momentum. First, as we mentioned, there was a Zambia study that was conducted that showed promising results around increased coverage. There was also a RITAG recommendations from the African region that really supports the use of the 5-dose vials as part of broader strategy to recover and raise coverage and reduce wastage and avoid healthcare reluctance. Another recommendation from RITAG from the Ciaro region was also issued in 2022, also highlighting the benefit of the switch. WHO and UNICEF also issued and updated the fact sheet around the products that are available in 2022, and following that, Gavi simplified the switch application form. Looking a bit at the timeline, in terms of the adoption of the switch and the transition to the 5-dose presentation for the measles-containing vaccines over the years, we see that there's actually gradually a decrease from the 10-dose presentation use and conversely an increase in the 5-dose presentation use. And this is really looking at the Gavi-supported countries. 2025 is actually a major milestone. We will see more countries using the 5-dose presentation compared to the countries using the 10-dose presentation. And actually, 2025 is a key year as well, because there are countries such as Ethiopia, Nigeria, Pakistan with large birth cohorts that will be implementing the switch. And we do anticipate a number of countries that will be switching to the 5-dose presentation in the coming couple of years. And here in the room, I imagine there is Guinea, there's also Cameroon that has already made the decision to switch to the presentation and are now undertaking the steps leading up to the implementation. This, in terms of modeling, also results into an increase in the number of measles zero-dose children reached with an estimated 1.6 million children reached in addition, which is attributed to the switch to the 5-dose. And below we can see a timeline of the switch adoption for all the countries that we have been mapping out since 2015. In terms of the learning agenda and the current research work that is available, as I said, there is currently a shift from creating awareness and adoption of the product to actually supporting effective implementation and evaluating the impact. And here are a number of research studies that have been conducted or are currently ongoing. And I would like to highlight the study that is led by Nish and the UCT team. And I will go into that in more detail. But there are also other studies. There's a rapid assessment work that is done by WHO Afro, which is currently ongoing. It's a post-introduction evaluation to assess the change in healthcare worker behavior. And we anticipate recommendations to be issued later in the year. There's also, as I mentioned, the Ethiopia study, which was only a pilot. It's a randomized control trial, which really studied the healthcare worker training in terms of the open vial policy, but also a comparator between healthcare worker who received training and healthcare worker who did not receive training. Another study was led by CDC and the Laos MOH, also related to the operational challenges and the best practices related to the switch. And a study was also conducted in Kenya, led by Chai. It's a quasi-experimental study to assess the process and outcomes of the switch. And it also includes an evaluation of the yellow fever 5-dose switch as well. And then just really zooming into the current study that is led by the Nish and UCT team on the MCV switch presentation in Zambia and Ethiopia, and assessing primarily the coverage impact, and as well as the healthcare worker and caregiver behavior and perception change associated with the switch. It also has a component of studying the cost effectiveness. And finally, which is very interesting objective of the study, is really to create a compilation of evidence-based supporting local academia in terms of the NITAG decision-making. As a final slide, I have is really some of the findings that that were identified in terms of the identified bottlenecks, and this is linked to some consultations that were led by the Linksbridge team in terms of identifying the bottlenecks. And as we can anticipate it, cold chain capacity, financing issues, competing priorities, plans to transition to the MR product from measles, as well as existing stocking countries can be some of the findings in terms of the bottlenecks to switch. And then as I conclude my presentation, I just want to show that there are available resources around the switch, which are available on the TechNet website, as well as the Niche Library Guide in terms of country experiences, research, current vial assessment tool that my colleague will be presenting in her next presentation, as well as the guidance that is provided in terms of policy, in terms of RITAG recommendations and fact sheet. As we open it later to questions, I just want you to kind of think around how can we improve the lessons learned between countries in terms of the implementation of the switch? How can we generate peer learning and promote lessons exchange? And finally, just to say that the switch is only one intervention in terms of the increase of coverage, and how can we think about other strategies that would complement the switch in terms of increasing coverage and supporting strengthened routine system. Thank you.
Thank you, Amina. Can you all please stand up? I think we need a little game just to to keep ourselves active. So I'm gonna ask a question, and the table that is the quickest to reply will get a point. So my first question, we've been mentioning SAGE quite a lot. How many times does SAGE meet in a year? One? Who said 2 times? Gambia is earning a point. CD, it's 2 times a year. Okay, second question. Ah, le Maroc, il faut parler plus fort. Hein? Okay, second question. You have two Afro representative in the stage as a sage member. Who is able to tell me who your Afro rep? Oh.
Amina.
No. In sage. So right actor is not a sage member. But she sits on the table. And what's her name? Okay. So 1 point. Ah. Évidemment. Alors pour les Français, puisque il n'y a pas eu la réponse encore. So the end, I have still not got my reply. Il y a 2 représentants de la région africaine qui sont membres du SAGE. Qui sont-ils? Non, Rudzani, non. Hélène Ries, so she's right chair. So she sits on the table, but she's not a SAGE member. She's right chair. Melkamou, you can play. Nassor? Professor Yemane from Ethiopia is one, and the second is coming from South Africa. Huh? Who? I heard the name. But so we are not earning a point. So for Emro. Maintenant pour Emro, pour la Tunisie et le Maroc, il y a 2 représentants. Donc Barbouche, c'est pour le GNN. Mais pour Sage. Non. Non, Charles Afro. So, any clue for Emro? No. So Shabir is for Afro. For Emro, it's Gassam. Wedian.
Professor Hassan de Babel.
Yeah, and the second one, Wedian?
C'est de Tunisie.
Ziad Memish. Yeah. Okay, so you have to know who is representing you in the region, because SAGE is the policy advisory body for WHO, and every region has two SAGE members, and you as NITAG member can eventually apply to sit at the SAGE table. Professor Yemane used to be the NITAG chair of Ethiopia, and he then became a SAGE member. One last question, and it's coming from one of the presentations in the morning. Ma dernière question. Est-ce qu'il y a une fin à l'adhésion au GNN? Quand vous êtes adhérent au GNN, est-ce qu'il y a une fin? Is there an end to being a member to the GNN? An end? Non. Non, la Guinée. 1 point pour la Guinée. So when a NITAG joins the GNN, unless they want to resign and be no longer be a member, otherwise you are forever a member, and it's the NITAG as a whole. Okay, for life. Okay, you can all sit down. I hope it woke you up. The last presentation. We need to be silent for the last presenter, Reba from Linksbridge.
Thank you so much, Louise, for that, and as well as my colleagues from Gavi. Is anyone fixing their presentation? While we're waiting for that to come up, my name is Reba Boya, and I'm a senior consultant with Linksbridge. We're based off of Seattle in Washington State, not Washington, D.C. And we work closely with WHO as a technical advisor on the MCV 10 dose to 5 dose switch. And we've worked very closely with a lot of ministries of health to help support that decision-making to make the switch. And we're now, as my colleague said, moving away a lot from the advocacy and the raising awareness to more implementation support. So basically what I hope to do here with you, my colleague Maggie has passed around some USBs that I'd like you to use at this point to follow me as I do this presentation on this tool that was co-developed with Gavi to essentially help with completing your 10 dose to 5 dose switch application. Can I confirm that everyone has, every table has some USBs to use? Yeah, so we can try to share as much as possible. So maybe 3 to 2 people, if you can quickly just insert the USB and go to the AVCN 2025 folder, you'll be able to pull up this tool that I have on the screen here. So just 1 or 2 people can do it, and the rest can just join in to kind of see what's happening. I'll give you a minute or 2 to get situated. Are we all there? Can I get a thumbs up? Okay, that's good. Great. Great. So increasingly, as we know, as the theme of this week, kind of learning more about how NITEGs are really getting more involved in that evidence-based recommendations to ministries of health. And one of the things that we've been hearing a lot in a lot of our stakeholder engagements is the need for tools and resources when making these decisions to support these decision-making, as well as some of the peer learning, as my colleague said. So in this session, we'll really try to make it really practical. So follow with me when I go into the inputs tab as well. Try to also play around with the tool and see how it works and how you can develop it for your own country context, especially for the countries that have not yet made the application to Gavi. You would find this tool really, really valuable. So it's basically for assessing and comparing the programmatic, financial, and logistical trade-offs between the 5-dose and the 10-dose vials. And it aims to help you, as NITEGs, compare those products and estimate its impact on coverage, total systems costs, as well as your cold chain requirements. Any country can use it, whether you are a Gavi country or non-Gavi country. We really advise you to use your local data as much as possible. As most of these are estimates based on the recent Zambia study that we just saw my colleague go over as well. And again, this model is just meant to provide insights. It does not replace that more robust detailed forecasting that you need to do with some operational and budget planning. So this tool has 4 tabs. Below there, you have the README first tab. You have the Inputs tab, the Results tab, as well as the Impacts tab. For the Inputs tab, as you'll see from the user guide, this is where you can select your country to model for which vaccines to compare, the coverage, wastage, program costs, vaccine costs. And in that same table, you are able to see the description of each section clearly outlined for you. And on the right side of that table, you're able to see where we're pulling that data from for this particular tool. And also within this tool, there'll also be your results tab once you've inputted in that section, where it'll basically show you from the data that you put in, whether it's your country data or from the estimates from the Zambia study or WHO fact sheets and so forth, it'll automatically populate the results section to kind of show you what you anticipate to see in terms of your vaccine delivery, total system costs, your cold chain requirements, and any other additional considerations. Then the most valuable part of this as well is the impact section. And the impact section has a really high level summary that you can basically copy paste those results, those sentences into your Gavi application and really help you have a hassle-free application process. We developed this, as I said, with Gavi, so most of it has kind of been vetted in terms of its use when applying for the switch. We also have a glossary, and which shows you all the descriptions and calculations. Should you be interested to explore more in terms of how we really calculated some of this and the algorithms involved, you can see Maggie or I after this to give you more detailed spreadsheet with all the assumptions and the data. So let's go into it. Let me know once all of you have managed to click into the Inputs tab. Have you managed to click into the Inputs tab? Can I get a thumbs up? Thumbs up? Inputs tab? Great. So for the purposes of my demonstration, this is a tool, like I said, as you're making that shift, you can adjust it based on your country. We're going to input the data together. So as I do this, demonstrate this, please try to also familiarize yourself with the tool by selecting whatever I'm selecting and inputting as needed. And then you'll have about 2 to 5 minutes after this to input your country data specifically to model this for your context. So we're going to use, for the purposes of this demonstration, I'll use Ethiopia, which recently switched from 10 dose to 5 dose and has been approved and are planning to implement it in routine immunization by the end of this year. So to orient you as well, on the legend on the right-hand side, you can clearly see for the colored cells, the red cells are where you can select the inputs from the drop-down menu. There's a drop-down menu for any cells that you see red, there's a drop-down menu that you can select from. And for the gray cells, that's where there is auto-populated data based on what you selected on the drop-down menu. But this cell can also be overwritten based on if you have your own local data, you can overwrite that calculation and pull from your direct source for your country to input things like your target population that's not necessarily already auto-populated them. And then in the yellow cells, that's where you can manually enter some of the values that you have, like what we'll see through here. So I'll go ahead on that drop-down menu. If you follow with me as well and try that on your computer, I will select Ethiopia. So as you can see, you can select Fiji, you can select DRC, and it will keep changing and auto-populating as per the country selected. So here, as I said, we will select Ethiopia. Once I select Ethiopia, the target population size, as I said, will auto-populate based on the latest birth cohort size, but you can also override that by double-clicking and so forth. Then you go into the Gavi co-financing status. It's also a drop-down menu, which lets you select which co-financing status that you are on. As per my colleague Michelle has already explained, you have the initial self-financing, preparatory transition phase, accelerated transition phase, Gavi graduated or non-Gavi. So for Ethiopia, it's in the initial self-financing phase. Once you have selected that, you select whether it's in the fixed amount, its co-financing amount per dose. You can either have a fixed amount or a percentage of the vaccine price as set. For Ethiopia in the initial self-financing phase, we will select fixed amount. Once you've selected that, you then put in how much the country co-financing amount in this phase. So for Ethiopia, it was moving from measles 10 dose to measles 5 dose at 20 cents per dose. So that's what we will input here. And just to make sure, if you're using the fixed amount, make sure to put the $ in front of that figure before you click enter. Oopsie, sorry. Okay. Yes, yes. Was everyone able to input that data fine? Are we having any issues? Yep. Uh-huh. So my colleague Maggie will help you. What the is good? Okay. So hover down that circle. Sorry. Once you click the box, the drop-down menu should pop up on the side, and then you have it there. So fill that out, and then you select your co-financing amount. For Ethiopia, will be 20 cents. If it's MR, it's about 30 cents or so. Once you've done that, the tool will then auto-populate for the coverage based on the current country estimates. We're pulling that data from the WUNIC 2024 data, as well as the Zambia study to anticipate the increase. So for the MCV1 coverage for Ethiopia, it had a 61% baseline coverage for MCV1 and 53% for MCV2 coverage. The expected increase was basically calculated from the Zambia study, which had a baseline of 84% in terms of its coverage at the time of the study. And when calculated, there was a 4.9% increase in MCV1 coverage and a 3.5% increase in MCV2 coverage. So this section of anticipating the increase in the coverage uses that intervention effect. And for the MCV1 coverage for Ethiopia, what you do then is the tool will not auto-calculate up. So it will maintain the baseline for Zambia, which was 4.9%. However, we can assume that with any country that had a less of a baseline than Zambia, we anticipate to see a greater intervention effect for the 5 dose. For the MCV2 coverage, though, for Ethiopia, it has a higher coverage than Zambia had at the time of Zambia's study. So we anticipate the higher the coverage, the more diminishing effects in terms of impacts for the 5-dose file. So that's why you have a bit of a less increase in MCV2 coverage compared to the Zambia study, which was 3.5. So for Ethiopia, it was 2.8. Once you've put in your coverage, we move on to waste stage. For the waste stage part, we're using the WHO UNICEF fact sheet to assume the waste stage at 40% for the 10-dose and 30% for the 5-dose. Now, you can also use the Zambia study as well in the drop-down menu, or better yet, you can manually enter your wastage assumptions, which is what we prefer countries to do. If you have your own wastage rates, please input it to this tool to get more accurate results. So for this case, yep. Yeah. So yeah, so as I said, for this particular demonstration, we're going to use the WHO UNICEF fact sheet. However, if you prefer, you can use the Zambia study as well, but more so because we don't have enough data yet, you can also input your local data for that country. So for the purposes of this tool, while we're waiting for more evidence that will come out of the niche study that my colleague just mentioned, we will just use the WHO UNICEF fact sheet. Or you can get the average of the two, the Zambia study and the UNICEF data, of which we get about a 37.5% decrease in wastage. And then if you have your 10-dose data wastage, you can then kind of subtract 37% less of that 10-dose will give you the 5-dose. Yep. So we'll use UNICEF WHO fact sheet assumptions for now. Then we'll move on to the program cost. Again, as I said, for the most part, we're using the Zambia study because we're still waiting for more data points to come from other studies. And we want it to be evidence-based. So until we have that much more evidence, we'll be using the Zambia study, just one of the limitations of the tool. But again, you have an option to manually enter your costs as well, especially if you've done a recent switch with different vaccine product and you knew the costs associated with that switch, you can overwrite the cell here to basically input that text, that value to have a more specific one to your country context. For Ethiopia here, we will just use the Zambia study again, which assumed a 5-cent incremental non-vaccine cost per 5-dose vial. Once you've selected that, you move on to your measles containing vaccine options. For Ethiopia, it's moving from the measles 10-dose to the measles 5-dose. In this section, the costs are calculated using the weighted average price of each presentation rather than based on the individual product price per se. So there's also a drop-down menu there to pick your 10-dose vial product. We'll pick the measles 10-dose. It'll auto-populate your price per dose for that, your presentation per dose, as well as your cold chain volume required. Then you will also select your options in terms of, are you moving from a measles 5-dose or from a measles, or from an MR or from an MMR. There's only one option here, so we'll pick that one as well as for the second option. Has everyone been able to populate that inputs tab for now? Give me a thumbs up if possible. Do we get there? Okay, great. So now we'll go to the results section. Once you go to the results section, the tool will auto-populate for you the results based on the inputs that you've just provided. Hence why I say it's really advisable if you have your own country data, you will much more accurate values in this section, which will help you even more so make a much more accurate assumption. Our tool, as you'll see, compares the current 10-dose vial product that you're using with the 5-dose vial product, and will calculate the difference in that middle row or column. And then you have clear descriptions of what each section represents. So your total required supply, your number of doses administered, as well as the number of doses wasted. And on the far right, you have a clear interpretation for what the values you're seeing mean. So in the Ethiopia context, with the values that we added in the previous input section, we're seeing that the total required supply will reduce by 8%, and an additional 7% of doses will be administered each year. And lastly, for the number of doses wasted, we anticipate that the doses wasted will decrease by approximately 31%. You can also visualize this differently with the chart to your far right there as well. When we move on to the total system cost as well, you're able to compare once again your 10-dose on your 5-dose vial product and see the differences calculated there and the clear interpretations for what each of the values in the differences column mean for your decision in terms of switching. These total systems costs continue per the country, and for Gavi as well, we can clearly see what that would mean for each one of these stakeholders. And the graph again to your far right that you can use copy paste for whatever presentation and communication you'd like to use. And lastly, you will have your cold chain requirement calculation as well to the bottom of that page as well. Once again, with your table to show you the different product sizes in terms of the 5-dose, 10-dose vial, as well as the 5-dose vial, and what you can anticipate to see in terms of the cold chain change and requirements. Once you have looked at your results, you want to really go into the impact section where all these data in this table is clearly communicated in a more concise and clear sentence structure that can be copied and pasted into your Gavi application for the switch. For Ethiopia, what we're seeing here is that switching to 5-dose vials results in lower total required supply, more children are vaccinated, and fewer doses wasted than 10-dose. And you have your very specific figures to accompany that as well, based on your assumptions. Your total systems costs as well, we're able to see there that you're anticipating the total vaccine procurement for Ethiopia to be that amount, which is slightly less expensive for 5-dose than for 10-dose, taking into account potential co-financing with Gavi as well. And then your cold chain requirements as well. We do still anticipate that the 5-dose vial will take up more cold chain space per dose, but it's offset by the total required supply once you adjust for wastage. We're hoping that as you order your 5-dose vials and you anticipate a reduction in that wastage, you will adjust your procurement practices to accommodate that switch and basically see more value for your money. So with that, you'll go through your additional considerations as my colleagues at Gavi clearly articulated in terms of the benefits of that 5-dose switch that you're making. And as they said, there's that one-time switch grant that you are eligible for till the end of the year in its standalone form. But once you get to Gavi 6.0, it'll be part of that cash envelope that you can account for when you make the switch. So we can see here that Ethiopia accessed some funding and basically helped to offset the costs associated with that switch once it made that decision. So for now, I'd like you to try, engage with the tool for the next 2 minutes, try to input another country, maybe your specific country this time instead of Ethiopia, and let us know in the question section how you found the tool, what you changed about the tool, and what values really surprised you about what you saw. And if you have any data specific to your country, please do input it here and override any of the assumptions that we have made here. We are increasingly seeing countries want more tools and resources to basically streamline their processes and make some of these decisions really easy. And at Linksbridge, we really value our work that we do with a lot of the ministries of health in terms of the support we can provide. We create tools such as this, some dashboards, a lot of data analytics, market dynamics, and so forth. And currently, we're really looking to hear from countries what other tools we can try to develop to make your processes much more efficient and quite faster. Thank you. 2 minutes just to kind of play around with the tool and input your own country data, and we'll feedback after this. Thank you so much.
Ok. Est-ce que je peux avoir votre attention? Can I have your attention? We have done 3 presentations, so you were asked to browse a bit on the tool, but I'm opening the floor for questions to Michelle, to Amina, and to Reba, based on their presentations. This is the Q&A, and then we will move to coffee break. So, Yves, question 2. Is it a question to Michelle, to Amina? Okay. Yeah, you can come. Amina, Reba, and Michel, yes, come to the front. Est-ce qu'on peut avoir un peu de silence? Il y a première question de Yves et après je vais prendre Nigeria.
Okay, merci beaucoup. I will try to go in English. For Michelle, thank you so much. Very insightful and very rich presentations from both of you. Okay, but I have some concern. Okay, I can see that in your support to countries, it's like fragmented. Various 8 grants. Is there any way that you can provide integrated support to countries so that they are not obliged to make very different requests? And the second one, as we are here as Africans, we all remember the vaccine discrimination we faced during COVID-19 pandemic. So our leaders are really thinking about local production of vaccine. What kind of support you can provide in this context? And lastly, okay, since 10 years, I am member of Regional Working Group of Gavi for West and Central Africa. And this year, I am the chair of a subgroup of financing. Is there any way you can elevate, you can lift in or streamline your financial procedures so that country can more consume the fund you provide to them? Thank you. Are the questions clear? Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for those questions. So yes, the processes are very complex, and the whole idea is that going forward from 2026, those 8 funding levers will be one. So there will be no more separate applications for all these different. So yes, we have definitely heard this and are going to be implementing it going forward. It is quite a big change for how Gavi does those things. Thank you. Sorry about that. And then your second question on supporting regional manufacturing of vaccines. Gavi has committed to the African AVMA, yes, vaccine manufacturer fund, and it's a $1 billion contribution. I don't have all the latest on how it is going, but I can definitely ask my colleagues and provide more information. CD might not even know more than I do. There was another question. Yeah, I don't know if CD wanted to come in.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Louise, there was a third question that I hadn't responded to.
Sorry.
Yes, so on financing procedures, yes, I think we are definitely also trying to simplify those. And I think we could definitely have if you're a member of the regional working group, we could definitely have somebody from the team come and provide an update on how those financial procedures will be more simplified going forward in 6.0.
To allow others to ask questions, so Nigeria.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. And I think my question is to Michelle. Part of it has been asked. I was also going to talk about the imperative of the local vaccine manufacturing which for us in Africa, we think is critical, that we take very, very concrete steps to ensure that that happens. So yes, so I think I also look forward to more clarification. Then the other one is the issue of the CSO funding. I don't know if you could just explain better on that. You said 10% from direct Gavi to CSOs, just a little bit of clarification. Thank you.
So, Luisa, go ahead. Yeah. So on the CSO funding, so it is something that is currently in place. So in most countries, 10% of Gavi support goes to CSOs, and this is really to ensure that there's a diversified partners and that CSOs in many opportunities are able to reach communities where government services might not reach. So this is a continuation of the existing rule that we have now to diversify that funding. And in most countries, that 10% is met, and it's even higher than that. I'm not sure if I'm answering your question, but I'm happy to discuss later if needed.
Je vais prendre la question du Sénégal.
Merci beaucoup. Je voulais remercier les deux présentatrices. Revenir un peu sur le contexte de raréfaction des ressources actuellement, surtout qui devient de plus en plus critique avec le retrait des États-Unis, le coût des vaccins qui sont chers, surtout pour les pays qui n'ont pas suffisamment de ressources. Comment Gavi compte accompagner les projets comme Madiba, le projet de création d'usines de production de vaccins en Afrique et dans les pays à ressources limitées pour pouvoir les aider un peu à accéder à ces vaccins, à surtout tendre vers l'autonomie vaccinale, surtout que les ressources sont de plus en plus rares. Et donc, c'est ça ma question. Merci.
Yeah, so the question is basically with the scarce resources and especially following the Trump's measures, how is Gavi stepping up to help regional manufacturing capacities in Afro?
So Gavi has this commitment to the African Vaccine Manufacturers Fund, and it is a 1 billion commitment, and we will maintain that going forward. Gavi is currently in a replenishment mode, and we will know at the end of June how that replenishment will go. We are very hopeful that we will achieve a high replenishment and are able to continue with the work so far. But yes, there is a period of uncertainty for all of us, and we are optimistic that we will be able to maintain all our commitments and the work going forward.
Une deuxième question du Sénégal.
Merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, remercier en tout cas Gavi pour tout le soutien qui est apporté dans le cadre de la subvention donc, de l'achat des vaccins ou bien donc dans le renforcement du système de santé. J'ai juste peut-être deux questions, une pour Michel. C'est surtout par rapport à la transition, le processus de transition qui est déjà établi pour les pays. On sait que je pense que les États-Unis contribuent beaucoup à l'alliance donc Gavi. Est-ce que cet état de fait par rapport donc à la situation actuelle qui existe ne déteint pas sur le processus qui a été déjà établi par rapport à la transition des pays? C'est peut-être un mal pour un bien. Je pense que Gavi également gagnerait à accompagner les pays pour que ces pays puissent travailler dans le sens de pouvoir très rapidement aller donc vers cette transition pour avoir cette souveraineté et pouvoir aussi, en tout cas, mieux gérer donc la question donc, de la vaccination. Une autre question pour...
Can I translate?
Yes.
Je peux traduire. So for Michel, the first question is for Michel. how the countries have started transitioning, and if the replenishment is not to the level you would want, how will you continue helping the countries that have started the transition phase, yeah, making sure that they are independent. I'll take your second question.
Pour la deuxième question, s'adresse à Amina. C'est surtout par rapport au passage donc, du RR donc à 10 doses, de 10 doses à 5 doses. Nous savons tous que c'est un vaccin qui est administré en même temps que le VA, qui est également un vaccin à 10 doses. C'est juste pour avoir l'expérience donc, de la Zambie. Est-ce que, par exemple, le fait de passer donc, de 10 à 5 doses n'a pas impacté aussi sur, en tout cas, l'administration donc, du VA? Quelle est l'expérience donc de la Zambie par rapport donc à cela? Merci.
Okay, Michelle first and then Amina.
Yes, as I mentioned before, there is this replenishment process, and it really is about there will be, depending on what the outcomes are, there will be some decisions that will be made in terms of prioritizing what Gavi can move forward with. I think protecting the Gavi model and making sure that we continue to provide support for countries, particularly those in accelerated transition phase, will be important. But it will be, yeah, there is a process to go forward once we know more information in terms of the outcome of the replenishment.
Wait, is it working? Okay, it's working. Okay. Juste avant de passer à la question sur le VAR 5 doses, je vais juste complémenter. Si j'ai bien compris, il y avait aussi une référence dans votre question dans le sens où est-ce que ça va impacter le cofinancement des pays? Est-ce qu'il y aura un changement dans les règles de cofinancement des pays? Actuellement, ce que Michel a présenté dans sa présentation, dans le sens où quelles sont les conditions de cofinancement des pays en différentes phases de transition, a été déjà établi. Donc, normalement, il n'y a pas de changement dans les règles de cofinancement à part ce qui a été déjà présenté. Peu importe la situation, les règles de cofinancement sont les mêmes. Toutefois, comme Michel l'a mentionné, la continuation de support de Gavi dans les 5 prochaines années va continuer selon ces critères déjà établis. Et on va effectivement travailler plus étroitement avec les pays pour comprendre les priorités et les opportunités en fonction des priorités établies par le pays. Je ne sais pas si j'ai bien répondu à votre question, mais c'était dans le sens où le cofinancement en soi, les règles ne vont pas changer. Et maintenant, pour la question concernant le VAR, c'est une très bonne question. Et parmi les éléments aussi à prendre en considération en tant que comment planifier le switch, c'est effectivement aussi de voir quels sont les autres vaccins qui sont donnés au même temps et quelle est la présentation pour cela. Donc, si on a un vaccin qui est 10 doses et un autre vaccin qui est donné au même temps à l'enfant de 5 doses, ça peut créer une confusion chez la personne qui va administrer le vaccin. Effectivement, c'est pour ça que la décision, elle est vraiment liée à chaque contexte. On a aussi la fièvre jaune qui est effectivement à 10 doses. Donc, si un pays décide de changer de présentation, il faut aussi prendre en considération quels sont les autres vaccins et quelle est la forme la plus adaptée. Est-ce qu'il faut changer les 2 à 5 doses? Est-ce qu'il faut changer les 2 à 10 doses? Et un autre élément aussi à prendre en considération, c'est que pour la rougeole ou pour la rougeole-rubéole, les campagnes seront toujours à 10 doses. Par contre, la routine, si on passe aux 5 doses, c'est une présentation différente. Donc, comment effectivement le pays va pouvoir gérer 2 présentations différentes pour un même vaccin dans d'approches de vaccination qui sont différentes. Et là, c'est vraiment le pouvoir de la logistique, le pouvoir de la formation des vaccinateurs pour assurer qu'il n'y a pas de confusion, qu'il y a une bonne compréhension des différences entre les deux produits, que ça c'est pour 5 doses, ça c'est pour 10 doses,
Et c'est vraiment des critères, vous soulevez un excellent point dans le sens où c'est des critères à évaluer avant de prendre la transition et bien planifier la transition. Merci.
I will take one last question from Nigeria, and there are three hand raised, so you have to select among you. Okay.
Thank you, Gavi, for your presentation. There's something I want to find out. Gavi, I found out that they assist a lot of NITAGs in terms of funding and securing their vaccine. So I want to know how Gavi manages conflict of interest in terms of some of these countries approving the vaccines without any pressure on them, because he who blows who pays the piper blows the tune.
That is a hard question. So new vaccine introductions require a recommendation from the NITAG. And it's really I mean, managing conflict of interest is one of the NITAG functionalities. So it's a secondary really a review of ensuring that conflict of interest. So if we have a NITAG recommendation, we need that to be able to approve a new vaccine introduction. And in terms of NITAG functionality, managing those conflict of interest is one of the things. Maybe Louise wants to comment on that too.
Yeah, I'll complement. It's not Gavi's role to check the conflict of interest of the NITAG members. It's the role of the secretariat. And it's really, really critical that each NITAG has a policy in place to make sure that the members are declaring their interest when they're appointed, before each meeting, or every time there is a change in their job or their consultancy work. That's one. Second, when you're using an evidence-based recommendation framework, that's a way also to make sure you're not being pressured and you're really looking at the evidence and not being pressured by some party to introduce a vaccine or to make a switch. So you have to carefully review the evidence. Of course, some evidence may be provided by technical partners who have vested interest, but for you, you're looking at different components of the evidence. So we will stop here. If there are more questions, please use the coffee break to ask your questions to Amina, Reba, and Michelle, and big round of applause for them. And we resume at 11 sharp. Thank you.
Mais c'est une question très importante. Regarde.
Your mic test, testing 1, 2, 1, 2. Test your mic test. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Your mic test, testing 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2.
Can do that, or you want to use this?
Yes. Let me use this.
So which one is this?
Either or, which one?
Hello. We're going to someone to bring them.
Francophone. Hein? Quel pays c'est les 11?
Oui, oui.
Voilà.
Oui, donc on va commencer. Hello. Je pense à ce point, vous tous connaissez Sidi. J'ai pas besoin de le présenter. C'est ça? I think at this point in time. This one. Oh, yeah. Bonjour. No. Someone has the.
Maybe someone has got a laptop or phone, wants to put the microphone on. If we can mute all our microphones.
On va commencer? No. No. Someone has his mic on, is connected online, and needs to switch off. There is echo.
So can you please make sure that your computer, your devices that are connected to the translation are muted? Can you please make sure you're muted? Est-ce que vous pouvez vous assurer que tous vos appareils sont en silence, sont silencieux? Ceux qui sont connectés à la traduction, juste.
Salut. Is everyone muted? No. Please check your laptops, your phone.
They can listen from the team while we're waiting for the lift. With everyone and just the words.
What? Hi. There is echo. Leave audio.
Mic test, testing 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Okay, thank you so much. I think everyone knows CD by this time. We're 5 minutes late, but I will give you your time, CD.
Thank you, Emma. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
It's fine. Where are the Mauritanians? Guinea? You are here. Anamboko Gambia. Okay. So we'll be talking about the zero-dose children and miscommunities. I'll be presenting in French for equity, but you can pose your question in English. We'll respond in English in this case. Donc, on va vous présenter un peu les concepts de zéro dose en vaccination. et les communautés manquées par les services de vaccination. C'est des concepts qui actuellement sont à la mode. Et c'est des concepts qui sont très importants dans les pays à ressources limitées et surtout les pays qui sont appuyés par Gavi. Donc, voici un peu ce que nous allons présenter, définir quelques concepts, voir la situation des zéro doses en Afrique, globalement, mais aussi en Afrique. Qui sont les zéro doses, où ils sont, et qu'est-ce qu'on peut faire pour diminuer de façon drastique les zéro doses à la vaccination dans la région africaine. Quand on parle de zéro dose, c'est l'inconvénient des grandes tailles. Quand on parle de zéro dose, ce qui est reconnu par tous, c'est les enfants qui ne sont pas atteints par la première dose de Penta. Certains vont dire, non, c'est les enfants qui ne sont jamais atteints par les services de vaccination. On peut aussi leur concevoir cela. Mais pour pouvoir monitorer, on a pris en fait le DTC. Donc, c'est une définition en fait consensuelle. Et on a les zéro doses, les communautés zéro dose. C'est des communautés où la proportion d'enfants zéro dose est très élevée. Tu as des conditions socio-économiques et géographiques. On a aussi les enfants sous-vaccinés, ceux qui ne sont pas atteints par la troisième dose de Penta. On le monitore comme ça. Mais quand on parle de zéro dose, on peut aussi parler de zéro dose Penta, mais aussi de zéro dose RR pour la deuxième année de vie. Actuellement, il y a plus de 11 millions d'enfants. En 2023, selon les estimations OMS, UNICEF, plus de 11 millions d'enfants qui sont vulnérables aux maladies évitables par la vaccination. Parce qu'ils sont soit zéro dose ou bien ils ont été manqués, ils n'ont pas eu la série complète des vaccins de base. Et vous voyez qu'après la pandémie COVID, cette tendance s'est soit maintenue ou a même augmenté dans certaines régions, notamment dans la région africaine. Ici, on a le graphique en haut, à droite, qui montre les pays avec le plus grand nombre d'enfants zéro dose. Et parmi ces pays, on en a 5 qui sont dans la région africaine. Et 2 parmi ces pays-là sont les pays les plus peuplés de la région africaine. Et on a la chance de les avoir ici aujourd'hui. Donc, je pense que le partage d'expérience sera très utile. Et parmi ces pays, il y a certains qui ont des couvertures vaccinales Penta les plus basses. Si vous prenez la distribution des zéro doses dans la région africaine, vous voyez que certains pays font presque le quart des zéro doses. Donc le premier quart, c'est le Nigeria, suivi de l'Éthiopie, de la RDC, du Soudan, Angola. Et parmi ceux-ci, il y a plusieurs pays
qui sont des pays supportés par Gavi. Donc ça, c'est une vue globale des zéro doses dans la région africaine. Mais si je suis au niveau national, au niveau district, au niveau de la région, je dois me demander, c'est qui le zéro dose? C'est qui les enfants sous-immunisés? Selon vous, qui sont les zéro doses? Si on vous disait, établissez un profil du zéro dose en Guinée, exemple. C'est qui l'enfant zéro dose?
OK. Je pense que la définition est claire hein, par rapport à la vision de Gabi. C'est un enfant qui n'a pas reçu le Penta 1 initialement. Donc, on peut dire que c'est ces enfants qui n'ont pas reçu le Penta 1 et aussi qui se retrouvent au sein des populations vulnérables généralement, comme on le dit dans les townships où il y a énormément d'enfants, dans les banlieues, les débarcadères, ainsi de suite. Je pourrais définir comme ça le profil type des enfants zéro dose.
Merci Albert. Donc le profil robot d'un enfant zéro dose en Guinée, c'est un enfant issu qui vit en milieu urbain ou périurbain, en milieu défavorisé, dans une communauté vulnérable. Et le zéro dose en Éthiopie. Si vous voulez, si vous pouvez donner le profil robot. Je ne sais pas si Melkamou n'a pas son casque.
Melkamu, what would be the profile of zero-dose children in Ethiopia?
Yeah, thank you. Maybe if I can understand the question well, the profile of those children it might be defined in terms of first, every country need to know the routine immunization schedule, which one are the targets of the targets for the routine immunization program, and then they can define their own. For example, the under one children, if the under one children are targeted for the routine immunization, and that routine immunization program is not able to detect and address or vaccinate that children, then it means that they are missed. So once they are missed, they can be catched up through the catch-up vaccination. So those who are missed through the routine immunization are zero dose. But there might be some countries that make under two children in their routine immunization. So they can also redefine that. So for us, the profile of zero dose children, those who miss the routine immunization program, which is from 12 months to 59 months, and they can be estimated, based on the different factors. So there are more than 1 million the zero doses in Ethiopia, for example, per year. So maybe if I understand your question, this is what I have from my side, but I can share experiences from our perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Melkamo, for that. Donc, quand on définit les 0,2, les enfants 0,12, c'est les enfants qui vivent le profil robot. C'est les enfants qui vivent dans les communautés marginalisées, comme on l'a dit pour la Guinée. Les communautés marginalisées, on les retrouve dans différents sites. En milieu urbain, on a des communautés marginalisées. Si vous allez à Dakar, la nuit, vers minuit, vous passez au plateau, c'est le quartier résidentiel, le quartier des affaires. Vous voyez toute une famille qui passe la nuit sous l'immeuble. C'est la même chose dans toutes nos grandes villes. Au pied des immeubles, on a des gens qui passent la nuit là-bas. Ils ne sont pas de la ville, mais ils viennent des campagnes pour venir chercher de quoi subvenir à leurs besoins de base. On a aussi les communautés qui vivent dans les zones éloignées, en milieu rural. Et bien sûr, les zones de conflit. Regardez ici la différence de 0 dose entre les familles pauvres et les enfants issus de familles riches. Les enfants des familles riches ont 30% de plus de chances de compléter leur série de vaccination, comparé aux familles pauvres, aux enfants issus de familles pauvres. Et c'est la même chose pour les autres séries. Exemple, pour les 0 doses, les enfants issus des familles pauvres, on a 12%. Donc ça, c'est une étude qui a compilé un peu les enquêtes démographiques et de santé de plus de 99 pays à revenus faibles et intermédiaires. Et notamment, beaucoup de ces pays étaient issus de la région africaine. 2 tiers des enfants 0 dose vivent dans les zones, dans les pays fragiles ou des pays qui sont en conflit. Sur le graphique, les pays qui sont colorés en orange, vous voyez, entre 2019 et 2023, il y a même certains pays où le profil des 0 doses ont augmenté. Je pense que si vous prenez cette carte, vous prenez la carte des pays qui sont en conflit actuellement, dont la plupart sont en Afrique de l'Ouest, avec la zone sahélienne, ça montre un peu la densité des 0 doses par pays. Regardez les pays qui sont dans la zone sahélienne, le Mali, le Niger, le Burkina un peu. Et c'est des conflits qui sont en train de s'étendre un peu vers le littoral, les pays du littoral, tels que le Togo, le Ghana, etc. Les enfants 0 dose, en plus de ça, vivent dans les zones où l'accès aux services de soins de base sont très, très limités, dû à différents facteurs. Dans cette étude, ils ont compilé aussi les enquêtes démographiques et de santé de 92 pays. Et ce qui est intéressant ici, c'est qu'en plus des zones urbaines où 20% des 0 doses se trouvent là-bas, les zones périurbaines 8%, vous voyez au niveau de la zone rurale. Donc ici, ils ont défini comme zone rurale les zones qui sont à moins d'1 heure d'une ville de plus de 50 000 habitants. Les enfants 0 dose sont à peu près 41%. À moins d'1 heure d'une grande ville. 41%. L'explication un peu, c'est que souvent, les structures de santé, on va les mettre dans la grande ville et on va oublier la zone qui vient juste après cette grande ville-là. Et si la femme où la famille n'a pas de moyens de prendre le véhicule pour aller se faire vacciner, ils n'ont pas accès à la vaccination. Et ensuite, on va distancer un peu les structures de santé. On va mettre un peu plus loin le dispensaire. Donc, vous voyez qu'entre 1 et 2 heures, c'est 12%. Et entre 2 et 3 heures, c'est à peu près 5%. Et plus de 3 heures, 11% des enfants sont zéro dose. Et ils ne sont pas seulement zéro dose vaccination. C'est ça qu'on doit intégrer en fait dans nos interventions. Ces enfants zéro dose là, ils sont zéro dose à la vitamine A, ils sont zéro dose aux soins de base, à l'accès aux infrastructures de base, etc. Et je pense que les systèmes de santé, c'est là où on doit un peu rénover. Quand on va faire le big catch-up, il ne faut pas se limiter à amener juste des vaccins dans la glacière. Il faut amener le déparasitage. Il faut amener la vitamine A. Il faut amener les moustiquaires. Il faut amener le paquet de soins de base. Il faut l'amener pour vraiment réussir ces stratégies-là. Et tout ça, ça entraîne des épidémies massives. Comme je l'ai dit le premier jour, l'accès équitable aux services de vaccination ne sont pas là, c'est déficient. Faible couverture vaccinale pour différents antigènes. 2, 3, 4 ans, on a un gap immunitaire qui est immense. Et il suffit d'un cas pour que l'épidémie de rougeole éclate et qu'on ait des centaines, voire des milliers de cas. Les ressources humaines sont mobilisées pour répondre à cette épidémie. On ne fait plus les services de routine. Ainsi de suite, la retourne, le cercle vicieux continue. Et on doit interrompre ce cercle vicieux-là. Comment? Les pays ont initié ce qu'on appelle le Big Catch-up pour atteindre à peu près 60 millions, les 67 millions d'enfants manqués entre 2019 et 2023. Il y a différentes stratégies, différentes composantes du monde. Il faut établir des politiques de rattrapage. Il faut réviser les politiques d'atteinte des enfants pour les services de vaccination. Et ça, les GTCV jouent un rôle fondamental. Avant de faire le Big Catch-up, il y avait une enquête. Il y avait une enquête qui a été faite pour montrer un peu. Donc, l'enquête a analysé les calendriers vaccinaux dans les pays. Mais dans la plupart de nos pays, il n'y avait pas une politique pour rattraper les enfants au-delà de 24 mois. Dans la plupart des pays, il n'y en avait pas. Et donc, le GTCV doit être saisi pour dire jusqu'à quel âge le pays peut aller pour rattraper au Penta, pour rattraper au RR, pour rattraper au vaccin PCV, etc., etc. Et je pense que certains l'ont fait dans cette salle. Mais en plus de ça, il faut intégrer ce système de rattrapage-là dans le calendrier vaccinal du pays. Quand on est allé en supervision dans un centre de santé, dans un pays, on a demandé à l'infirmier, mais toi là, tu as beaucoup d'enfants qui sont dans ton registre, mais qui ne sont pas complètement vaccinés. Il dit oui, je les ai vus, mais je ne pouvais pas les vacciner. Parce que mon superviseur m'a dit que si tu les vaccines, tu perds des doses de vaccin. Ils ne sont pas dans ta cible. Parce que ces enfants, ils avaient plus de 12 mois. On ne pouvait plus les rattraper. Parce que c'est la politique du pays qui le disait. Donc ça, il faut le changer. Si on change ça, bien sûr, tout le corollaire, c'est de changer les outils de gestion pour le rapportage, c'est de changer aussi le matériel de communication, c'est de former le personnel de santé pour faire ces rattrapages, mais aussi pour routiniser ce rattrapage-là. Je pense que dans un pays comme ça, il faut au moins que tous les 3 mois, qu'il y ait un recensement de tous les enfants qui n'ont pas complété leur vaccination pour aller les rattraper. Donc ça, c'est un peu le résultat du Big Catch-up. Dans la région africaine, donc ça, c'était le 30 avril. On a pris ces données. Vous voyez qu'on a encore beaucoup d'enfants à rattraper. Sur les 26 millions manqués en Afrique, dans la région africaine, on n'a rattrapé que 32%. Et il nous reste 6 mois. Donc, il faut accélérer le Big Catch-up. Et je pense que certains de ces pays sont là. Il faut vraiment accélérer. Sinon, les épidémies massives de rougeole vont toujours continuer. Les épidémies de diphtérie, il y a beaucoup de médecins dans la salle. Je ne parle pas des anciens qui n'ont jamais vu de diphtérie. Maintenant, si vous voulez voir des diphtéries, voyagez à 1000 km de chez vous, vous allez voir des cas de diphtérie. Et ça, c'est quand même très choquant à l'heure où il y a les vaccins, il y a les ressources humaines, il y a les stratégies. Il faut vraiment rattraper ces enfants manqués. Donc, c'était un peu l'économie de ce que je voulais présenter. Est-ce que j'ai encore 1 minute? J'ai encore 1 minute? Pour la minute, on a parlé des 0 doses. Mais souvent, les 0 doses, ils ne sont pas dans les registres. Ils ne sont pas inscrits à l'école. Ils ne sont pas dans les statistiques nationales. Une grande partie ne sont pas dans les statistiques nationales. Parce que l'enfant que l'infirmier chef de poste manque, c'est cet enfant-là que le statisticien qui vient faire le recensement manque. Donc, pour identifier les communautés, d'abord, 0 dose, il faut que dans nos pays, dans chaque district, il y ait au moins un exercice d'analyse de l'équité, où vous avez les représentants de tous les villages. Vous faites ensemble cette analyse, vous faites ensemble régulièrement des planifications, vous implémentez et vous le rendez compte. Donc, il faut retourner aux bases de la vaccination, c'est-à-dire la stratégie ACD. Ça, c'est quelque chose de fondamental et les gens sont rodés dans ça. Il faut reprendre ça pour vraiment qu'on puisse retrouver des couvertures vaccinales hautes dans la région africaine et stopper cette spirale de faible couverture, épidémie, ainsi de suite. Merci.
Thank you. Now we will go to our next speaker, who is Prof. Sipo Dlamini. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. So Prof. Sipo is an associate professor of medicine in the Division of Infectious Disease and HIV Medicine at Groote Schuur Hospital, which is like a university hospital at the University of Cape Town. And Prof. Sipo will take us through a talk on life course immunization.
Thank you. Yeah.
Salim? Where is Salim?
Bon dia, bonjour tout le monde, San Bonani, and good morning to you all. I hope I've covered everyone in the room. So, je veux parler en anglais, so I'm going to speak in English. Pardon, mon français pas bien. All right, so I'm going to speak to you about life course immunization and really encourage you to think about that in your programs. So I'm not going to give you a specific program, but what I'll try and do is just give you a concept of why it's important. I've just put up my disclaimers, but I think what is important is to know that I probably have a bias towards the poor. So hence, probably when you listen to me, you'll probably find that bias come through. So I'm just going to cover a few things about vaccination because I think you're all vaccine champions here. Cover some of the benefits, and then I will try and show you how life course vaccination fits into the global health agenda, and then also some few words of what I think should be a proposed life course vaccination strategy, and then give you a few examples where some people across the world are trying to begin to think about that. Sorry, there's an interruption on my screen and not your screen, but so the first thing really is that I think we are 50 years down the road from 1974, 75 with childhood immunization, and everybody understands the benefits thereof of childhood immunization and the lives that we've saved. Estimates of 154 million lives saved, and what we've seen is certainly that people are living longer globally, and that's been good. But the question really is, people may be living longer, but are they living more healthy, productive lives? And I think it's time now to think about vaccines just beyond childhood programs, because I think one of the things is that the global population, and I'll show you for our continent, is changing. There are going to be more older people than young people. So we've still got to keep our EPI program strong, but we've got to think about this growing population of older people who we need to keep healthy, because if we don't keep healthy, then they're going to be much more of a cost in our healthcare programs. Now, when you look at, I think, vaccines, there's always this issue or comment about, are they value for money? And I think we've got enough data to show that I think for any vaccine, if you invest in it, you're going to get good returns. And the question is, what are those returns people look at? So sometimes people look at issues of just the cost of illness for a particular pathogen. And if you have a vaccine, what does that do? And yes, there's a return. But sometimes what we don't look at is the broader benefits of vaccinations. And certainly the group here at Hopkins has looked at that and certainly looked, and this is data from, I think, 73 low middle income countries, just looking at vaccine programs. And when you look at a broader cost effectiveness of vaccines, you can see that although you may invest a couple of billion in a vaccine program, what you get back as a society is trillions. So sometimes, obviously, it's difficult when the purse strings are tight, but certainly vaccines certainly have immense values for society. And I share with you this one, I think from China, which came out just recently, just looking at the impact when they looked at the health impact and economic valuation of their EPI program. And you can see the numbers in terms of, deaths saved or averted. And what I want you to just to see when they look at the economic valuation, you can see that the total benefits almost go up to about 2 trillion. So certainly another argument for why vaccines as an investment makes sense for societies and something that we need to continue to champion. Beyond just that, I think there are many benefits, not only just in terms of the costs, lives saved, when you just look at some of the data that's out there, also on this issue that we are dealing with in terms of AMR. Certainly vaccines have contributed to doing that. And one of the things, of course, about vaccines is that it's also helped us to make health equity something of a real thing for our societies. So life course vaccination isn't really about specific special groups. And what I'll try and show you, it's just all age groups, and it's one's whole life. And that's what we're really talking about. So there are going to be vaccines for every stage of one's life, and rather than thinking about specific categories of people. But when it comes to adult vaccination, I think there's certainly evidence that it's something that we should be doing. Certainly evidence that some countries have vaccine programs, but the issue and challenge has always been, and I'm sure you're all familiar, especially with our recent experience with the COVID-19 experience, in terms of how do you get adults to take up a vaccine? And really, there are challenges. But I think even when it comes to adults, when you look at the burden of disease, when it comes to vaccine preventable illnesses, you can see that the cost of illness is high in many countries, and certainly the burden of disease is something that we need to address, and certainly vaccines is a strategy to do so. I put this slide up just to show you some data from Africa, looking at just the life expectancy in Africa. Certainly in many countries, we're experiencing an increase in life expectancy. And although also when you look at the age distribution, we're still a very young continent. So a lot of our populations are less than age 24, but in the next 20, 50 years, that population is going to live longer and are going to become adults. And the question is, what are the things that are going to be challenges in our healthcare systems? And is vaccine as an intervention something that we should begin to consider? Because you don't want to wake up and think about adults when that population above 60 is now a quarter of your population, and thinking about trying to make an investment at that time. You're certainly going to have challenges doing that. So just if you look at the projections, so one of this I put up the slide is just an issue of obesity. The projected obesity rates in Africa are going to almost triple in some countries. In South Africa, I think already sitting at 24%. Now, obesity, many people may just think is a minor issue, but it also comes with some health risks. And I'll show you in the next slide. So certainly when you look at an issue like obesity and the populations that we have, this young population, which is going to be massive, almost 2 billion people on the continent and growing, it's going to propose a challenge in our healthcare systems. And if you just look at obesity in and of itself, you can see that it puts you at a risk of some infectious diseases, and certainly some of these vaccine preventable infections that some of you are familiar with. And certainly a vaccine program for adults is going to be important. If you don't believe me, if you just look at this global statistics from the WHO, just looking at respiratory infections, you can see that the fourth or fifth most common cause of death globally is still respiratory infections, and many of those are vaccine preventable. So vaccine preventable infections are still contributing to a greater part of mortality globally and certainly in our continent. So, and because of this realization, certainly WHO and other agencies have really looked at this issue, recognizing that the age of people above 60 is growing. And the estimates are that they're going to be over, I think, 1 billion of people who are going to be age 60 and above. And the issue is going to be, how do we keep those people healthy and functional? And this whole concept of healthy aging links in with life course vaccination, and certainly has been recognized as a tool to engineer a healthy aging. So this paper really tries to contextualize life course immunization as how it is in synergy with also the SDGs, and also how it's important in this issue of health equity, and how with the use of vaccines in adults, we're trying to keep people functional and maintaining their intrinsic capacity so that they live long. As they live longer, they're healthier and not causing a burden in our into our health care systems. So it's certainly all about optimization of one's health. So this is just a scheme of what life course would look like. And this graphic just demonstrates that, as you can see through the various categories and through one's life, whether you're an infant, adolescent, adult, pregnant woman, and elderly, there are going to be some vaccines that you should consider to promote healthy healthy living in those age groups. And you can see here that it's all about vaccines, not only in the childhood period, but beyond that. Now, for the continent, when this study was done in 2018, and it was just a global review of programs that were reporting on adult vaccinations. And you can see that for the continent, there were very few countries, or no countries actually, reporting on an adult program that had a immunization for, say, pneumococcal pneumonia, whether PCV or the polysaccharide vaccine, or also zoster vaccination. Certainly less than 10% of countries were reporting on an immunization program that included influenza. It's one thing to have that on your program. It's also another thing is whether that is being taken up or not. So that's certainly what the landscape for adult immunization looks like on the continent versus the rest of the world. This is despite the fact that when you look at particular pathogens, and here I've listed just the 4, which are certainly pathogens which cause a lot of disease and infection in adults, and certainly both here and in the global north cause a lot of morbidity and mortality. And you can see that when you look at the benefits of immunizations, you can see there's a list there. And some there is evidence for, some, of course, we need to generate evidence for. But if you just take influenza and pneumococcal and influenza as pathogens which cause a lot of burden of disease on our continent, you can see there's probably a lot of benefits in terms of its impact on populations and certainly healthcare systems. So whether you look at costs, but also broader than that, if you look at pneumococcal, for example, vaccination program in adults, it probably has a social equity value, which there's data to support. Here I've just highlighted South Africa versus some of the global north countries, and you can see in South Africa we only had an influenza vaccination program for people who was greater than 65 or have a risk condition, whereas other countries had quite clearly a program that included pneumococcal vaccination or zoster vaccination, and certainly RSV in some countries as well. This is 2018. Some countries have moved with some of these antigens. So certainly when you look at policies across the world, when it comes to adult vaccination, there's differences. Of course, the differences are going to be driven by what policymakers, health experts in those countries decide as what are priorities. Differences in terms of the type of vaccine, obviously how to implement is always a conversation, and then obviously funding arrangements within countries is something that people need to think about. So I give you an example here of Bangladesh, which has adopted that they will move on and try and put in their health system a life course vaccination. And here they've drafted a pathway in which they will do it for them. And you can see here what they are targeting, and certainly this is what it would look like for them. India, on the other hand, has also done a similar approach, and they've just done it differently. They've also highlighted who they want to target, and also where it's going to be done and by whom. So different countries have different strategies of how they're going to implement life course vaccination. And these two countries, which are of different economic status, have moved in particular ways in which make sense for them when it comes to life course vaccination. Here I just put in South Africa, which is a paper from 2021, which just shows you that since 2018, certainly there's been a move to add pneumococcal vaccination in our adult programs. But others, such as the zoster vaccine, we haven't made any policy statement in that regard. Look, always there's a question about should an adult vaccination program or life course vaccination program be based on risk, or should it be based on age? There are pros and cons in doing that, but I think what you'll see in practice is many countries do a combination of things. So you may start with an age base with the idea that you move on to risk-based strategies as you roll out your program. So these are my reflections, and really what I think you should be considering if you were to think about life course vaccination in your country. I think for Africa, certainly influenza and pneumococcal infections are the highest burden of disease. Certainly in many of our contexts, we've got adults who are living with HIV, and these two pathogens cause a huge morbidity and mortality in those population groups. So certainly think about pneumococcal vaccination strategy. Influenza, I think, broadly across the continent, certainly in the more temperate parts of the continent, influenza is something that you should be thinking about as your seasonal vaccine strategy. Of course, there are going to be issues about how do you implement a life course vaccination strategy. So you need to think about the policy, your investment strategy for that, your health services, and who the stakeholders are going to be, and those need to be involved. And then, of course, what's important is actually understanding what your targets are going to be in terms of how do you know that you've successfully implemented a vaccine program. And these are really the things that you need to consider. Certainly, you've got to understand the evidence of disease burden in your context, and understand the vaccine itself in terms of its evidence for efficacy and effectiveness, and certainly look at leadership, healthcare, education as well, because the vaccinators themselves need to be understand the vaccine, need to be confident in giving the vaccine, and also address some of the issues that may come up regarding the vaccine. So I think there is, and there should be, a consideration in many of your countries for at least starting on what looks like a life course vaccination for your adults. Whether you start with the elderly, which is currently a small population in many countries, and then moving and looking beyond and thinking about people who are at risk. Certainly, maternal vaccination is important, and I think is a great opportunity to look at that as a start, and then think about what would be the priority in your country. Which pathogens do you want to target? And then, of course, I think with that, begin conversations about how important vaccination is for adults. I think as you think, you need to start sort of educating people about the importance of vaccination in adults. So finally, I hope I've been able to just very quickly and very briefly outline for you the importance of life course vaccination, how it's important, certainly something that national programs need to think about. I think the burden of infections in adults is not minimum. We have a growing population on the continent, and certainly it's going to age and live longer. And the opportunity is now to begin to ensure that those who are born now are going to be able to live longer, but live very healthy and productive lives. So I think really also life course vaccination offers us the opportunity to ensure that health equity becomes something of a real thing for many of our populations. And I think with that, I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. We'll take the questions after the last talk. So now we're going to the last talk before lunch. And let me introduce Louise. Louise, she is the executive secretary of the Global NITAC Network, or known as GNN. She oversees all your work, guys, all NITAC strengthening activities in collaboration with global partners and WHO regional offices. Additionally, she serves in the as the communication focal point for SAGE. And today she will guide us through a talk on the evolution of NITAGs and their support ecosystem. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Imen. And how are we doing? Are we tired? No? Okay. So I'm going to ask you to participate and contribute to my talk because I'm sure some of you have the answers. Okay? And that will keep us active until lunch. So first, I'm going to briefly show you some data on the evolution of NITAGs, where we are as of 2025, and what we see as the evolution of the NITAGs mandate, and then I will briefly also present the support to NITAGs. Et je suis désolée, je fais ma présentation en anglais parce que je suis tellement habituée à travailler sur les NITAGs en anglais que c'est confusing de changer de langue professionnelle. Mais je prends toutes vos questions en français, bien sûr. Donc déjà, est-ce que quelqu'un peut me dire combien il y a de pays qui rapportent avoir un NITAG? Is there someone who can tell me how many countries report having a NITAG? What's the figure? We have 194 countries. So do you think we have 194 NITAGs? No. Okay, so how many approximately do we have now? Hein? Combien? Hein? 57? It's more. 147? It's more. 194? No. It's less. It's less. 150? It's more. No, 57 is more. 170? Who said 170? Okay, 170 countries are declaring having a NITAG. So you see in this map, so these are the reported data for 2023, and we're currently reviewing the data for 2024. So you see in dark blue are the countries that have a NITAG that is fully functional. In a bit lighter blue, you see the countries that declare a NITAG that is not yet fully functional. And then in even lighter blue, you see countries that do not have a NITAG. So to be considered fully functional, you need to meet the 6 criteria that are listed here. You need to have a legal or administrative basis. You need to have formal terms of reference. You need to disclose your interests. You need to have at least 5 areas of expertise within your NITAG. You need to meet at least once a year. And prior to the meeting, the agenda and background documents should be circulated 1 week prior to the meeting. You need to meet all of these 6 criteria to be considered fully functional. And this varies from 1 year to the other. And I could have make you guess this one, but out of the 170 countries that report having a NITAG, we've reached a stage where we have 131 NITAGs that are fully functional. So we still have a gap between those countries that declare a NITAG and those that are fully functional, and I'm sure we can get there in the next 2 years. And you see that it varies across regions and it varies over time. The explanation for over time is that if we continue having NITAGs that are only reactive, and if the MOH do not ask any questions to the NITAG, then you won't be meeting, and then you will fall in the functionality criteria. The second, during COVID time, it was a very intense period. Meetings were happening very frequently, and it was hard for the secretariat to be able to send the agenda and background document 1 week prior to the meeting. So during 2020, 2021, a lot of the functionality of NITAGs decreased because of that. The other issue is really around conflict of interests. A lot of NITAGs do not meet that criteria yet. That's why we're insisting on making sure you have a policy in place to collect the interests of your NITAG members. I'm just flagging the increase of NITAGs that are functional in the Afro region, because you see how it has continuously improved. And there was some kind of stall around 2018 and 2019. Do you know what happened after 2019? Not only COVID, CD was hired. And CD had a major impact in ensuring that NITAGs got the support they needed in terms of training, in terms of evaluation. And then niche also came in. So it really played a massive role in the African region. And I just want to stress the WIPRO situation. Do you know why WIPRO is a bit lagging in this graph? Could you make a guess? So WIPRO is the Western Pacific region, and it's really lagging. Could you make a guess why do they have WIPRO, the Western Pacific region? So where you have Australia, you have Japan, and you have PNG and the small countries. Could you explain why they're lagging? Any guess? No? Because they have a lot of small islands and territories. So small that you don't have enough experts to have a NITAG for each small island. So that's why they are lagging, and they're looking at creating a sub-regional committee that would operate as a NITAG. There are 2 questions that we are asking in the GOF that we do not consider as the functionality criteria. These 2 questions are, has the NITAG issued at least 1 recommendation? And was at least 1 recommendation adopted by the Ministry of Health? Again, so you see there are no major gap between the NITAGs that make a recommendation and the adoption by the MOH. So it's quite positive, but you see a difference by functionality of NITAGs. So in green, you see the NITAGs that meet the 6 functionality criteria, they are more likely to issue a recommendation, and that recommendation is more likely to be adopted by the MOH. Any guess why we are not using these 2 questions to measure the functionality of an ITAG? Any guess? Yes, go ahead.
We are advisory, and so because we are advisory, we have no direct responsibility to ensure that what we recommend is taken up by the government.
Excellent. CD? I'll take you over guess. CD, can you put a point for Nigeria? Yes, another guess?
Some of the recommendations might not be taken into consideration because there are a lot of changes politically and people move on.
Yeah, that explains as well. There is another factor that could explain.
Ok, I will go in French. Je crois qu'il y a un certain nombre de facteurs. On a déjà cité le fait que le GTCV, c'est juste un organe de conseil. Maintenant, la recommandation peut être bien élaborée, bien faite, mais des considérations politiques ou économiques peuvent intervenir pour ralentir sa mise en œuvre par le ministère. Donc, ces aspects aussi sont importants. Merci.
It's the final, yes, indeed. So there may be many factors that explain the delay in adoption of an ITAG recommendations, political, economic. Yeah, so CD, can you put Gambia as well a point? No, you're not. No, I thought you meant Cabo Verde, Cabo Verde. Are you okay? Yes. So moving on to the GRF question. So you have the 6 functionality criteria that I showed you. We asked the 2 questions, MOH and issuance of a recommendation and adoption. We are now proposing to add another question to the GRF, and it would start in 2026. The proposed question will be, does the advisory group have a dedicated secretariat? And we need to add a definition for dedicated secretariat. So the GNN steering committee met, we discussed, and we came up with that definition. A dedicated secretariat is at least 50% of staff time dedicated to both administrative and technical duties directly supporting the NITAG. So this is a proposed new question. We are submitting this to the GRF review committee. It's WHO and UNICEF, and they will discuss if they accept to include that question. Why are we including this question? It's also an incentive for MOH to make sure they have a dedicated staff, resourced, funded for the secretariat, because that's a very, very important area that is lagging, and that has consequences on the ability of NITAGs to make evidence-based recommendations. So you really need to have a secretariat that is dedicated to the gathering and the review of the evidence and the preparation of the technical dossier for the NITAG members. Beyond the functionality criteria that are monitored through the GRF, you have the evaluation of NITAGs that is advised and encouraged. So as of today, we have 84 countries that conducted an evaluation using the NITAG maturity assessment tool. You have another 21 NITAG that were evaluated with another tool prior to the development of the NMAT. And it was clearly stated that all regions needed to encourage their NITAGs to continue these evaluation efforts. It's not a one-time exercise. So once you have done an evaluation, you may give yourself 2-3 years to implement the recommendations from the evaluation and do it again. It's also very timely to do an evaluation when you're changing your secretariat. Maybe a good way to check where is the NITAG and what the new secretariat would want to do. So the NMAT, the NITAG Maturity Assessment Tool, looks at different indicators. And for each indicator, you have sub-indicators. So we go through establishment and composition, independence and non-bias, resources, operations, making recommendations, integration into policy making, and stakeholder recognition. Any guess on overall, out of the 84 countries that did the evaluation using the NMAT, any guess on which indicator is the least performing one? What would be c'est quel indicateur pour lequel on rapporte le plus, un niveau le plus faible? So resources and secretariat? No. Integration into policy making process? No. Operations? No. But Mauritius, pardon? Yes, independence and non-bias. So 1 point for Mauritius. So, yeah, if I aggregated the data from the 84 countries that did the NMAT, we don't see big differences across regions, but we do see differences by income level. And the NITAGs that are less performing are the one in the lower middle income category and upper middle income category. But what's interesting is when you look at the different indicators, and the one that is where you have the lowest performance is indeed independence and non-bias, and that's across regions. And then you have differences if you look by region around operations and stakeholder recognitions. And for PAHO, the secretariat support would come higher, for example. And I'm forgetting for Afro, but you do see differences. But top one across region is independence and non-bias. We also did recently a survey on the structure of the NITAG secretariats, and so it was circulated in January. And thanks to that, we were able to identify some data and present that to SAGE. So you see in the graph on the left-hand side, the funding source of the secretariat by income level. And you see the huge discrepancy between high-income countries that are where the secretariat is relying on domestic funding only, compared to low income where most of the funding comes from both domestic and external. And if you look at lower middle income and upper middle income, you see the gap that the lower middle income would need to do in terms of increasing the domestic funding. And again, the fact that upper middle income countries are relying only on domestic funding has major repercussion in their ability to use recommendation framework, because most of them do not have enough funding to have a dedicated staff. If you don't have a dedicated staff, you're less likely to be able to use the evidence to recommendation framework or a similar framework. And most of the NITAGs that answered that survey reporting having less than one full FTE for the NITAG secretariat. So for us at WHO, it's a major concern, because we know that the secretariat is doing the bulk of the work of the NITAG. In addition, I want to stress we've been discussing prioritization, optimization. It is quite high on the agenda of countries and of NITAGs. NITAGs do have a role to play, but we see that as an expansion of the mandate of the NITAG. So we're not only advising on the introduction of new vaccines anymore. There are programmatic considerations, programmatic advice that can be provided. The NITAG has a role to play in the development of the national immunization strategy. And finally, with all the vaccines that are coming in the pipeline or that are yet to be introduced in countries, the NITAG has a role to play in advising the MOH which vaccines should be introduced first and the sequencing of the introduction of these vaccines. But clearly, this is quite new for NITAGs, and you cannot use the evidence to recommendation framework to do a prioritization exercise. So you need to be able to adapt to a new framework, and so you need to be trained for that new framework. So now moving on to the support that we've built to strengthen the NITAGs, we see a connect between the NITAG, the RITAG, and SAGE. And we've done a lot of work around making sure that NITAGs are able to listen into the SAGE meetings. So SAGE meetings happens twice a year, in March and in September, every year. All NITAGs can attend online the SAGE meetings. They are usually 3 to 4 days, so it's quite long, but you need to check the agenda and the sessions that are of interest to you. And you send me the contact of your NITAG members that are interested in being invited to listen in to SAGE. They will then receive the invitation with the Zoom link. They can join whenever they want. But it's quite critical that you are aware that this exists. The second aspect is after 2 weeks after each SAGE meeting, I organize what I call a SAGE digest, where for each session discussed at SAGE, we make a summary of the evidence that was presented and the main recommendations. So that is a webinar, and it is then uploaded on the NITAG Resource Center, so you can access it anytime. Which leads me to mention the NITAG Resource Center, which is the one-stop shop for NITAG information. You have information on the network. You have the webinars. You have the recommendations of NITAGs that are publicly available. You have a registry of systematic reviews that have been quality appraised by the Robert Koch Institute, with whom we partner in Germany. So it is work that has been done for you, and it's quite easy. We are trying to make your life easier with the NITAG Resource Center. And you have all the SAGE position papers as well in that resource center. We also have the Global NITAG Network, and I am the executive secretary of that network. As of today, we have 117 members. Can you tell me who is the latest NITAG that has joined the GNN? They are in this room. No, it's not Cape Verde.
Mauritius.
Mauritius. So Mauritius joined last week, I think. Was it last week or? Yeah. So welcome. And you see, in terms of membership, we're more or less we represent all income level. The only region that is lagging is the Euro region, but otherwise we represent as well all region. And to represent all of the 117 members, I work with a steering committee. The steering committee is composed of a representative for each region. So until April, it was Amina to represent Afro, and her mandate ended. So we're currently recruiting the new Afro rep. But we also have 4 special advisors. So NITAG Secretariat coming from long-established NITAGs. And for Afro, we recently welcomed Ush from South Africa, so she's joining the steering committee. The steering committee meets on a quarterly basis. They help shape the agenda of the GNN meeting. They participate in the annual partners retreat. They identify the topics for the webinars, and they identify priority activities for the network. So they are really a critical way of ensuring that the NITAGs have a voice and that they can feedback partners on any product, tools, resources that are being developed. They check any resources that are being developed. So just to flag some of the big achievement of the network, some of you are receiving the GNN monthly update. You can register on the NITAG Resource Center if you do not receive them. They are being sent at the end of every month. We identify priority topics to survey and document the work of NITAGs. So recently we did a survey on off-label recommendations and on the NITAG Secretariat. These surveys lead to a report and to a publication, and it's a way also for advocating for resources to the Secretariat or to identify tools that could support your work. We have the website, we have the quarterly webinars, and we have developed a few resources that have been checked by the GNN. So the NMAT was developed based on the request of the GNN. The NITAG Resource Center have been completely revamped with the GNN. The ETR training, the inception training that you took prior to coming has been reviewed by GNN, and all of the training modules are being checked by GNN. In addition to the GNN, we have a lot of technical partners and funders that are supporting the work. And we try to have a technical partner for each region. So Niche has been critical in supporting the African continent. So not only Afro, but also the EMRO countries that are in the African continent. And unfortunately, US CDC and USAID were two major donors for NITAG activities. So we are currently looking and exploring options to have new donors come in and step in to fill the gap. So I want to show you a few upcoming projects so that you are aware, and there will be more to come to this community. The first one is we are developing what I call an online NITAG learning journey. So because of what is happening with the funding and the impact it will have on staff, we know that we are less likely to be able to do in-person training in the future. So we want to be able to continue providing assistance and training to the NITAG members. So we are trying to develop an online learning journey that would cover all the aspects that are needed to operate as a NITAG. So from EPI and immunization system to introduction to the NITAGs, vaccinology aspect with Niche, understanding of market intelligence, a thorough training on evidence to recommendation split into evidence gathering deep dive and evidence appraisal deep dive. We are also building a module on health economics, one on modeling and one on communication and one on prioritization. And the idea would be that there will be a call for application, and this is individual. You would then send your interest to register to this online learning journey. We will identify a cohort of 15 people, and there will be two cohorts. So one cohort for morning time zone and one cohort for afternoon time zone. Once you have been accepted to the cohort, you will receive your welcome package, and every week you will get access to a pre-recorded presentation. You will get access to pre-reads, you will get access to exercises and a quiz, and then you will have a facilitated discussion. So I'm giving an example, but it will be on a set date. Let's say Thursday at 9 a.m. you will have your facilitated discussion if you're morning zone, or 2 p.m. if you're afternoon zone, and that will be your journey for the next 12 weeks. So you have to be able to commit to attend this facilitated discussion. The module, the pre-recording, you will be able to listen at your own pace, and you will need to pass the final quiz. And each week there is a quiz, and at the end of the learning journey there will be a quiz. And if you pass the quiz, you get your certificate that you've been trained through that learning journey. So that's currently what we're developing with partners, and we're hoping to launch a pilot learning journey in October. And that pilot cohort would help us improve the learning journey. The second big project that we have is what we call the compendium, so the vaccine evidence compendium. We know that, as I mentioned, secretariats do not necessarily have the time. They don't necessarily have a full-time staff dedicated to the technical duties of the NITAG. So we're trying to help NITAGs with the evidence gathering. And so we have identified 4 vaccines that are high on the agenda of NITAGs: RSV, PCV, HPV, and EXA. And so for all of the 4 vaccines, we have collected evidence around a set of criteria that match the ETR and that match the prioritization tool, for which we will have a presentation later on this week. So I'm happy to sit with anyone who would like to see what it would look like, but we're hoping to launch the prototype in July, and it will be in the NITAG Resource Center. So you will have indicators for each, for the different indicators, you will have sub-indicators, you will have a summary of the evidence, global evidence, so it's not local or regional, it's global evidence, and you will have the sources that were used to summarize the evidence. So it's coming up, and we will get your feedback to see if it is useful. If it is useful, we will continue expanding with new vaccines. If it is not, we just give it a stop. The GNN meeting, so 2025 is supposed to be the year of the GNN meeting. It was supposed to be in April. It was paused. We're now resuming the request for approval to organize it in October or Q1 2026. I've listed some of the topics that are on the agenda. So there will be optimization will be high, RSV will be high, off-label recommendations, modeling, the role of NITAGs in public health emergency of international concern, and a forward-looking session where we will discuss combination of vaccines, the future of vaccination, and also the use of AI to support the work of NITAGs. So if there are topics where you think your NITAG could contribute, do reach out, because we will be in a short time identifying the speakers for the sessions. So now to conclude my key messages, going back to the evolution of NITAGs and the progress we've made, clearly NITAGs are recognized entities in the immunization ecosystem. No one is doubting the added value that NITAGs bring. However, we need to see a greater country ownership of NITAGs by increasing the domestic funding especially for the secretariat and for running the operations of NITAGs. The NITAGs are operating in a more complex and evolving environment, and that requires to expand your mandate. And by expanding your mandate, it requires of you to also expand your competencies. Hence, this vaccinology course, but there are also other vaccinology courses that we encourage you to take. We also encourage you to contextualize and adapt the policy recommendations. It's becoming even more acute and critical. And the sharing of experiences within established networks will help improve the practices among NITAGs. And then, as we're operating in a resource-constrained environment, it is even more critical for us as a partner community to optimize the resources and make sure we do not duplicate, and to investigate new tools like AI to continue and support the work that you are doing. And this is my last slide. It's a must-do. So I've mentioned that you can be invited to the SAGE meetings, to listen in to the SAGE meetings. So if you're not on our mailing list, do contact me. You can contact me and my colleague. And if you're not on the JNN monthly update and you would be interested in receiving the monthly update, again, you can send me an email, or you can just put your email address in the NITAG Resource Center. If you're not yet a GNN member, it's free, and it's the NITAG as a whole that becomes a GNN member. And now, to be invited to the GNN meeting, we've changed the rule. Only those who are members can be invited. Others, of course, can attend online, but we cannot sponsor those who are not members. And the last encouragement is, considering the complexity of the environment, continue to grow your competency. There are so many online resources and so many courses where NITAG members can be supported. And I'm mentioning, in addition to niche, the ADVAC course that just ended. There are at least one alumni in this room. ADVAC course, the call for nomination is in September. I always put it on my monthly update. And you need 2 recommendation letters, one from your supervisor and one from someone else. CD, Ben, myself, we are ADVAC alumni. We can write recommendation letters for you. It has a major impact in your career. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Can you stay? Can you stay with me? So now we have a few minutes for questions to Louise, CD, and Sipo, if you can come here. So yeah, just CD and Louise will answer questions in the language answer. Like when they pose the question in English, you answer in English, French in French, except for Sipo will answer in English just to take maximum of questions. So we start with Yves.
OK, merci beaucoup. J'ai beaucoup plus de commentaires à faire. Je félicite les 3 présentateurs. Des présentations très, très informatives et riches. Alors, dans ma présentation, le premier jour, j'avais souligné le rôle très important que Sidi a joué dans le développement des GTCV en Afrique. Mais si vous vous rappelez également, SIVAC, qui avait beaucoup travaillé, avait pris fin en 2017. Mais de 2010 jusqu'à cette période, à 2019, je crois que l'OAS aussi a fait un grand rôle. Et c'est important toujours de souligner cela. Louise, merci. Alors, pour la vaccination à tous les âges, c'est très important pour nous d'avoir l'argumentaire nécessaire pour pouvoir faire que les pays puissent acheter ou introduire cela dans les programmes. Parce que c'est très important. Pourquoi? Ce n'est pas parce que je suis rentré maintenant dans la tranche d'âge des personnes âgées, non, mais parce que si on ne s'occupe pas des personnes âgées, c'est tout comme on ne prépare pas la maison où on va dormir le soir. C'est important. Alors, mon troisième point, nous sommes ici, il y a plusieurs pays, c'est aussi pour partager des expériences. Avec la permission de
Iman. Yeah.
Je souhaiterais que le Cap-Vert partage son expérience comme pays insulaire, mais qui fait beaucoup de choses. Ce n'est pas un pays Gavi, mais leur couverture vaccinale est excellente, mais ils vaccinent aussi les personnes âgées. Je m'occupe aussi des personnes âgées et je sais, j'étais avec eux et j'ai vu. Si vous le permettez, la directive du PEV peut partager très rapidement. En 1 minute. Merci beaucoup.
Oui. En 2 minutes, le Cap-Vert.
Merci.
C'est possible or if possible to someone speak in English, it makes it easier for us because I don't understand Portuguese. Who? Or French, English or French. You have 2 minutes. Vous avez 2 minutes. OK.
Bon. Bonjour à tous. Je voudrais d'abord féliciter les intervenants. C'était vraiment des interventions très enrichissantes. Le Cap-Vert a perdu. Je commence par dire que le Cap-Vert a perdu. Vous avez mis 10 ans pour nous ramener dans le groupe et on se rend compte comme on a perdu du temps. Mais on va essayer de le rattraper. Sur le sujet, la population du Cap-Vert est en train de vieillir. Au départ, nous avions l'appui de Gavi, des partenaires internationaux. Et puis, depuis 1998, nous n'avons plus ce partenariat. C'est le gouvernement qui achète tous les vaccins. Donc, toutes les introductions de vaccins faites à nos enfants est payées et achetées par le gouvernement. En plus de ça, nous avons une population qui est en train de vieillir avec le fardeau des maladies chroniques et des autres. Et nous avons commencé effectivement la vaccination au cours de la vie tout au long. On vaccine les enfants, les adolescents. On a commencé avec le HPV. Et en ce moment, on fait aussi bien les filles que les garçons. Les personnes âgées, nous avons commencé la grippe il y a 2 ans. Le pneumocoque polysaccharidique, nous n'avons pas encore commencé. C'est fait parfois dans le privé. Ceux qui peuvent acheter, ils achètent, mais au niveau universel, ce n'est pas encore introduit. Et on fait la vaccination contre Covid. Pour les personnes âgées, c'est grippe et Covid pour l'instant.
Merci, merci beaucoup. Alors, on va prendre Cameroun et Nigeria. Et d'accord, 2 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Un peu de silence, on écoute. Please, let's hear each other because I can see people talking and then that might disturb like I and disturb the other people. So, Cameroon, Nigeria et Senegal.
Okay.
2 minutes. 2
Thank
minutes.
you, Marie-Josiane Bode from Cameroon. It's mostly a comment. I also think that there is not enough attention has been given to the benefits of immunization in the older adult group. It is true that we are a young continent, but our so-called young old adults carry a high burden of both cardiovascular comorbidities and infectious disease. And we also noticed that the rising trend of geriatric conditions in Africa involve a population of 60 to 17 years compared to Western countries where you notice that the geriatric conditions are mostly are more frequent in an older group, those age 80 and over. So this is an important epidemiological point that should be taken into account. So vaccination in older adults, I think that may be important in also the fact that it will help us to as I was saying, have a better approach of care, knowing that our health system are not really prepared for those geriatric conditions. So I think that we need more data. We are currently working on data on the geriatric profile to help our NITACs to make recommendation that fit our own population, the geriatric profile of our own population. It is true that elsewhere they are already systematically proposing the anti-pneumococcal, the anti-herpes zoster, and I think anti-influenza. But we need to have more data, and I invite those who are interested to look for the available studies on the geriatric profile and the impact on that possible recommendation for vaccination in older adults in sub-Saharan Africa especially. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will also invite you to the last session today. We will talk about this, but I think Prof. Sifo emphasized, like for adult vaccination, it also includes pregnant women. So I will be doing that. I invite you to also be active in that session. Now we go to Nigeria.
Thank you so much for the presentations. Let me first go to the presentation on zero dose and mixed communities. It's more of like a recommendation and clarification, and possibly maybe a question. The first one is the factors that led to the existence of zero dose, which include fragile, conflict, and the rest. So one thing we've also identified in Nigeria is social norms. Now, these people are not from urban poor, they are not from the rural area, they are not from the conflict zones, but simply because either the religion or the tradition does not agree with the vaccination. So the caregiver who are the women who are not given permission to take their children for vaccination. So you will see a household with more than 15, 20 children who have never been vaccinated. So we believe we also need to pay attention to that social norm, because it's also an area where reasonable amount of children are coming up unvaccinated. Another area is we need a good surveillance system, which you said, like a census of children have not been vaccinated every 3 months. But looking at the countries where these zero dose children exist, are mainly resource constraints countries. So having such kind of survey every 3 months is unrealistic. So maybe we can share the example from Nigeria or experience, where Nigeria is currently implementing IEV strategy: identify, enumerate, and vaccinate. It's more of a mini census. Now, also caution needs to be taken, because in each country you have agencies, ministry that are responsible for population. Now, if health sector wants to do a mini census, the question will come, what is your business with conducting the census? So what Nigeria does is just to take the biography of under 5 children, pregnant women in terms of their name and their location, then asking for the number of girls 9 to 14 years for HPV. Now, when we have this database, we already have local structures like Ward Development Committee and some volunteers that will help us to be updating this data on a regular basis, so that can limit the amount of money we spend. Now, the key clarification is that definition of zero dose is understood everywhere. Using DPT-1 or Penta-1 for measure and DPT-3 or Penta-3 for underhumanized children is normal. But what is still causing confusion is the age cohort. We have 0 to 11 years. In most countries, that is the routine system. You have 12 to 23 years, and you have 22 to 59 years. At what age do you declare a child as a zero dose? Now, when you said 12 to 23 or 12 to 59, now you have another battle with the vaccination team, because their focus will be that as long as the child is not 12 months old, that child is not declared as zero dose. So their focus may be on 0 to 11 months. And these are some of the challenges we face. Now we move to life course immunization. Most of these countries have been battling with funding the immunization for children and adolescents, which constitute small proportion of the total population. If we now go to life course, which is a wider proportion of the population, what will now be the implication in terms of vaccine funding and logistics? And
I think
okay,
it's fine
this
for
is
now.
where I
Now
stop.
to keep
Thank
the, yeah, for the other, no, let's answer these questions and then we go to Senegal.
Okay, many thanks you for the clarification. I think we have the experience from Nigeria on reaching the zero dose and immunized children, and most of the experiences in Africa. So it's from either Ethiopia, Nigeria, or DRC. So for defining the zero dose children, we use as denominator 0 to 11 month. So yeah, 0 to 11 month children as denominator. But as I said, it is important also to know that you have 12 to 23 months zero dose also for measles. So that also need to be taken in an account. But how I can say that the 12 to 23 month zero dose is mostly zero dose for first year age vaccine also. Some, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you very much for that question. I think the answer to that is that I think one of the things you recognize is that the vaccine programs are very successful. So they prevent death, but not only that. So those children who don't die under the age of 1 or 2 often are going to live to become adults. And what many countries are going to see and are beginning to see is this demographic shift in age. Currently, for most of Africa, our population is less than 24. But that's not going to be for long. That cohort is going to get older. And I've shown you that the age, the degree to which people on the continent are living longer is increasing. And they're going to need health interventions. And I think the idea is that immunization must not be missed as an intervention, which is also critical for those age groups. I think the opportunity is now, while the adult cohorts, whether you target those above 60, which is very small, as a beginning to increase your capacity to roll out what would look like a life course vaccination, I think is opportunity now. You don't want to wait until that cohort is now 24% of your population, because it is going to lead to the very thing you're concerned about in terms of budget implications and the vaccine programs. So the other thing, of course, is that technically speaking, the children you vaccinate today actually are buying their vaccines for when they're older. Because what I've shown to you is that although the upfront costs are high, the economic returns are greater. So there's data to show that part of the world economic growth has been because of vaccination. We've prevented deaths, people are living longer, being more economically active, and there's economic activity. The issue and the challenge is always quantifying that. How much in your whole economic evaluation of a country that is attributed to vaccines. Often the successes of vaccines are taken and that money is put elsewhere, road infrastructure, education, etc. Look, I think you're still going to have these discussions about how we expand the pie for health interventions, but I think it's the ability to look at these things holistically and explain to policymakers that this is a good investment.
Thank you. Wonderful. So we go to Senegal.
Thank you so much. I would like to thank you for your brilliant presentations. I have just a question for Professor Tifo. During the COVID-19 in Senegal, we noticed that we target the elders living with some factors. And I would just want to know if you have some study showing the impact of the vaccination of these elders living with some these factors versus others who don't have these factors. I don't know if you get my question.
Yes. So the question is really about when you look at people, let's say older than 60 who have comorbidities. So whether they have hypertension, diabetes. So if you look at influenza, for example, if you've got diabetes, hypertension, you smoke, or underlying lung disease, your risk for severe influenza is high. Meaning that if you get influenza, the most likely thing is that you will end up in hospital, probably in an ICU. And if you survive that, you may actually survive, but still have a long-term effect. So that's one. The other, of course, is the risk of death, right? So the data for influenza and even pneumococcal vaccination in those age groups shows that as a vaccine strategy, you may prevent that. So one of the things you don't want to do, especially with the elderly, is increase this concept of frailty, because often grandma or granddad or 65-year-old, let me not say that because not all 65-year-olds are grandparents, but Your 65-year-old who is functional and active gets influenza. They go to hospital. After that, they may not be able to do the things they were able to do. So if you can avert that, that's a better return, because what you're then preventing is somebody looking after that individual, right? Because there might be a family member who needs to look after the person if they do survive that, yeah. So there's certainly data that shows that in people with what we call risk factors for severe disease, vaccination certainly is a good intervention and certainly something that people should be looking at in their programs.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Who's first? So, okay, lady first.
Merci, c'était plutôt des commentaires. Le premier, c'est pour un peu pour rejoindre les collègues du Nigeria par rapport à la définition zéro dose. Parce que, par exemple, quand on prend le vaccin contre papillomavirus, où effectivement la cible, c'est les 9-15 ans, effectivement, la définition peut changer. Et cela, je le rapporte par rapport à une expérience personnelle où j'ai amené une fille qui avait 15 ans, 4 mois dans une structure sanitaire pour se faire vacciner. Et l'équipe de vaccination était réticente parce que disant que ça sortait de leur cible. Donc, vraiment, l'enfant a reçu la vaccination parce que j'étais médecin. Mais je suis sûre que si c'était quelqu'un d'autre qui s'était présenté pour faire vacciner cet enfant-là, cet enfant ne serait pas vacciné et deviendrait effectivement zéro dose pour l'HPV. La deuxième chose, c'est par rapport à la vaccination chez les adultes. Oui, je pense que les arguments sont là, c'est très important. Maintenant, il faudrait peut-être lutter contre la mésinformation sur les vaccins. Parce que lors de la COVID, les sujets âgés se sont précipités pour aller se faire vacciner parce qu'il y avait une pandémie qui était là, les sujets âgés, il y avait des taux de décès importants chez les sujets âgés. Ben maintenant, si en dehors d'une épidémie, si on demande aux adultes, aux sujets âgés d'aller se vacciner contre le pneumocoque, la grippe, etc., je pense qu'il faudra mettre en œuvre une bonne stratégie pour avoir leur adhérence à cause de ce facteur-là. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. On va en fait avoir des discussions sur la confiance par rapport à la vaccination et je vais prendre, I will get French. Ok, je vais prendre la dernière question. Ah, et,
Merci. My question is for Professor. I saw that you are working in HIV medicine. In your experience, I'm working too in the HIV care unit in Conakry. So I would like to know, in your experience, which vaccine you are giving to people living with HIV in your country?
No, thank you for that question. So in our country, people living with HIV, our epidemiology shows that if you've got HIV, the influenza rates are higher than those who are not living with HIV. So HIV is a high risk for severe influenza. Second, our epidemiological data shows that if when it comes to pneumococcal infection, people who are living with HIV at higher risk than other groups of people. So certainly our data is indicating that as a group, if you just look at those two pathogens, we should be vaccinating them. We have a vaccine program for influenza for everyone who has got an identified risk factor, and HIV is that. When it comes to pneumococcal vaccination, we're still working on a policy to look at the risk groups that we should be doing that, and HIV is most likely going to be a risk group. Now, we have a system where we've got a public sector and a private sector. In the private sector, people who are living with HIV are given pneumococcal vaccination. So that is been done in this country. HPV is been rolled out as a school program in this country, and everyone gets it. Okay, it's for girls in our country.
What about hepatitis B vaccine?
Yeah, so hepatitis B, I think, is also on the list. So that I don't serve in Nagi, so they're looking at that. I know the policy is looking at birth dose hepatitis B vaccination, but if you can pay out of pocket in this country, you can get it.
Okay, so one question. You're fine. Oui. You're fine. Okay. Maroc.
Merci beaucoup aux oratrices et aux orateurs pour la qualité des présentations. J'ai une question pour la présentation concernant intéressante sur zéro dose. En fait, on est dans une difficulté non seulement d'aller vers cet exercice de rattrapage, mais aussi de tirer des conclusions suite à ce rattrapage en allant à une vérification si l'ensemble des enfants sont complètement vaccinés. C'est-à-dire comment on pourra mixer les données de la vaccination de routine et la vaccination de rattrapage. Malheureusement, l'acte vaccinal n'est pas individualisé. Il y a des chiffres, des agrégats de nombre de chiffres. Et en vaccine, vous avez présenté que des chiffres, 10 millions. On ne sait pas en réalité qui a été complètement vacciné ou incomplètement vacciné ou doublement vacciné. Donc, on n'arrive pas à extraire des taux de couverture finaux suite à cet exercice de catch-up et de rattrapage vaccinal. Donc, je pense que la recommandation, c'est aller vers cette personnalisation de l'acte vaccinal et l'individualiser. Comme ça, on saura suivre personne par son nom. Est-ce qu'il est complètement vacciné ou non complètement vacciné? En fait, c'est un exercice de masse qui nous amène in fine à avoir un chiffre global. On a vacciné 3 millions, mais on n'est pas sûr est-ce qu'on a comblé ces lacunes immunitaires. Merci.
C'est ça, en fait. Effectivement, c'est les statistiques qui sont présentées, c'est des statistiques globales. Maintenant, dans le dashboard, ces statistiques viennent un peu des pays. Chaque pays a identifié quel est le nombre de zéro dose Penta, quel est le nombre d'enfants manqués à la vaccination contre la polio, contre la rougeole, ainsi de suite. Donc, il y a un dashboard au niveau afro, mais il y a aussi un dashboard au niveau global qui recense ça. Mais tout cela, comme vous le dites, ça pose le problème du dénominateur dans les pays. Et je pense que le meilleur moyen dont on dispose actuellement, c'est au moins d'avoir les registres électroniques. Les registres électroniques avec un lien entre le registre de l'hôpital et les registres au niveau des statistiques. Dans la région, il y a un pays, les Seychelles, où quand quelqu'un est né, il a une identification, un numéro d'identification unique qui le suit partout où il va, à la banque, à l'hôpital, à l'école, etc. Je pense qu'il y a des pays aussi qui sont en train de penser un peu au registre électronique, à mettre ça en place. C'est le Cap-Vert. Ils ont ça dans leur stratégie. Je pense que le Sénégal aussi pense à mettre en place le registre électronique. Ça peut réellement solutionner beaucoup le problème des dénominateurs.
Merci. So now we will be going for lunch. Please be here by 5 minutes to 2. S'il vous plaît, soyez ici à 13h55 minutes, juste pour avoir plus de temps pour les questions, pour les interactions. Merci.
Leave it under the table.
Quelqu'un qui est vraiment permanent à la base de l'équipe et qui s'appelle
You allow me to get close to water.
Welcome back. The Okay, welcome back. Can you please go to your seats? Okay, so we'll start with a brief energizer to make sure you don't fall asleep after lunch. So I'm going to ask you to stand up. I'm going to ask you to stand up and to go meet a person that is not from your country. I know, I'm making you move. So go, and I'm going to show you what you're going to do. So, can I have your attention? Yeah. So, can I have your attention now that you've greeted?
Okay.
Hang on. Guys, listen. Can I have your attention, please? I want you to do your top 3 emojis to the person you're meeting. Je veux que vous fassiez vos 3 emojis préférés à la personne que vous rencontrez. Par exemple, moi, mon emoji préféré, my favorite emoji. So I want you to meet the person, introduce yourself, and do your top 3 emoji, and the person has to guess which one they are. And then the other person does the same. C'est compris? Okay. Are we done? Shall we go back to your seat? Let's go back to your seat. Thank you. Ah ben, I'm not done. J'ai pas fini. On retourne à sa place. Nigeria, back to your seat. OK. So, on va commencer par Mauritius. Je veux votre emoji. OK. Le Maroc, votre emoji. Votre emoji. Vous réfléchissez, ok. Nigeria, your emoji. This one?
My colleague has this emoji,
Uh-huh.
which means we are friends and we are linked together.
Oh.
And surprisingly, we are of the same favorite. His favorite food happens to be my favorite food.
Excellent.
Yes.
So who was your partner?
Asan Diouf.
Well done. So you found the emoji body.
Yes.
Okay.
No. Now is the one of the best food in African continent. Cooked rice, bean soup, and fresh fish soup. Yes.
Encore bien, your emoji. Faites-moi un emoji. Your emoji. I want your emoji. Yeah, which emoji was it?
Peace.
Morocco heart? Ah, nice one. Okay. Cabo Verde, your emoji. Smiley faces. Okay. Who do I miss? Senegal. Votre emoji. Thumbs up. Okay. Cameroon. Reflecting. Okay. And Guinea. Waving. Okay. Did I miss anyone? Mauritania. Okay. And South Africa, your emoji? Heart? Okay. Okay, so now I'm going to ask Senegal to come for the presentation. And you have 10 minutes. 10 minutes for presentation.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, permettez-moi d'abord de me présenter. C'est Dr Mangane Abdoulaye. Je suis au niveau du PEV du Sénégal et je suis également membre donc, du NITAC en tant que secrétariat. Pour notre délégation, nous sommes venus avec deux membres de droit, les professeurs Dr Awaba et Dr Rougui Atouka. En plus également d'un représentant de l'OMS qui est membre donc, de liaison, Dr Pape Chimer Diaw, et Dr Hassan Diouf également, qui est membre donc du secrétariat. Pour ce qui est donc du NITAC du Sénégal, il est dénommé comme comité consultatif pour la vaccination au Sénégal, qui a été créé en 2013, piloté par un professeur qu'on appelle le professeur Anta Talja, quand même qui a, disons, impulsé cette dynamique par rapport au fonctionnement du NITAC. Et je pense que Dr Sidi, qui était membre en tout cas du secrétariat, connaît bien en tout cas le travail qui a été fait par notre cher professeur. C'est un NITAC qui a été renouvelé en 2024, une partie donc de ses membres, un tiers a été renouvelé, ce sont les mêmes postes en tout cas qui ont fait l'objet d'un renouvellement. Nous avons 15 membres et durant ces 6 derniers mois, il n'y a pas eu en tout cas de cas un membre qui a été ajouté. Une formation a été faite au mois d'avril, je pense 2024 à Lomé, où 10 membres ont été formés sur le processus. Et je pense que ça, c'est grâce à l'appui non seulement de l'AMS, mais également de l'OAS. En termes de recommandations, en 2024, il y a eu en réalité 3 recommandations qui ont été formulées par le NITAC. Une recommandation à l'endroit de l'introduction du vaccin contre le paludisme dans 4 districts du pays. Vous savez, au Sénégal, il y a la zone sud-est qui concentre près de 2 tiers donc, des cas de paludisme. Il y a eu une demande de soumission qui a été faite pour voir quels sont les districts qu'on pourrait enrôler, ajouter donc la vaccination comme intervention supplémentaire pour lutter efficacement contre le palu. Une saisine a été faite par le ministère et le NITAC a eu à documenter cela et formuler des recommandations dans ce sens. Il y a aussi une recommandation qui a été faite pour qu'on puisse switcher, remplacer le pentavalent et le vaccin VPI avec l'hexavalent. D'autant plus que c'était une forte recommandation et une demande du côté donc, des pédiatres. Pour ce qui est donc de la campagne, en fait, le NITAC a eu à travailler beaucoup par rapport aux recommandations qui ont été formulées. Je l'avais dit hier, c'est une campagne souvent qui s'adresse aux enfants de moins de 5 ans, mais vu le profil qui existait au niveau du pays, il y a eu de fortes recommandations qu'on puisse élargir la cible et aller jusqu'à 14 ans et faire une campagne nationale. Actuellement, les questions qui sont en cours, c'est d'abord l'introduction du vaccin contre le Mpox à l'endroit des groupes à risque, surtout le personnel de santé de première ligne, mais aussi donc les techniciens de labo qui sont appelés à manipuler des produits pouvant être exposés donc à ce virus. Il y a aussi l'introduction du vaccin contre la rage, une vaccination en prophylaxie pré-exposition. Et je pense qu'il y a récemment un atelier qu'on a tenu dans ce sens. Il fallait discuter avec le secteur de l'élevage, avec la santé humaine, pour voir, par rapport aux risques qui existent dans ce pays, comment on pourra introduire ce vaccin en prophylaxie. Pour ce qui est donc des questions politiques qui sont prévues pour les années, pour le second semestre ou bien pour l'année 2026, il y a la question donc de la réglementation de la vaccination. Au mois de mai, il y a un atelier qui a été tenu avec la direction des affaires juridiques en présence de la direction de la prévention pour faire l'état des lieux de la réglementation de la vaccination, discuter sur des questions en rapport avec la pratique vaccinale, qui doit vacciner. Et je pense qu'il y a de fortes recommandations qui ont été faites durant donc, cet atelier pour discuter donc, des projets de décret par rapport à la loi sur la vaccination. C'est un projet qui est longuement discuté au niveau donc, du pays. Mais vous savez, quand vous mettez en place une loi, il y a des implications en matière donc, de disponibilité des vaccins pour permettre à toutes les populations de pouvoir en bénéficier. Donc, c'est un projet qui est en cours. Il y a des ateliers qui sont prévus dans ce sens. Pour ce qui est donc de la participation du NITAC par rapport au GNN, en 2016, il y a eu une réunion à laquelle le NITAC a eu à participer. Tout à fait. En termes donc d'analyse SWOT, pour ce qui est des forces, nous disposons au niveau du NITAC quand même de grands experts en termes donc d'épidémiologie, de pédiatres, de neurologues, de spécialistes en communication. Nous avons aussi des économistes de la santé. Nous avons aussi des experts en termes donc de bactériologie et de virologie, des spécialistes de la médecine interne, j'en passe. Nous avons aussi un NITAC qui est quand même un secrétariat qui est assez dynamique et qui travaille pour réunir toute la documentation nécessaire et accompagner le NITAC dans la rédaction donc, de ces recommandations. C'est un NITAC aussi qui est impliqué dans le processus, tout ce qui est politique de développement pour le ministère. À chaque fois que le NITAC est saisi, quand même, il y a un travail qui est fait pour formuler des recommandations dans ce sens. Il y a un appui financier, et ça, c'est, je pense, grâce à Gavi hein, qui accompagne le NITAC pour l'organisation, ne serait-ce que des réunions statutaires. Et je pense que sur cette question-là, on reviendra sur les faiblesses. Au-delà donc de l'appui des partenaires, il y a l'OMS aussi qui accompagne. Comme autre force, il y a, il faut le noter, le suivi des recommandations quand même qui sont adoptées par le ministère. C'est un NITAC qui suit. À chaque réunion statutaire, il y a un point qui est fait par rapport à cela. En termes de faiblesse, je l'avais dit tantôt, c'est par rapport à l'accès, disons, aux documentations par rapport aux revues scientifiques qui sont payantes. Donc ça, c'est une faiblesse. Il y a un accès sur tout ce qui est gratuit, mais je pense qu'il y a un effort à faire donc, dans ce sens pour permettre au NITAC de pouvoir avoir suffisamment de documents et de pouvoir se prononcer sur les recommandations à faire. En termes d'opportunités, c'est l'abonnement aux journaux scientifiques. Et je pense qu'au niveau de l'OMS, il y a un centre de documentation, surtout au niveau du bureau pays, qui peut être mis à profit pour permettre au NITAC d'avoir une bonne documentation. En termes de menaces, c'est surtout la question du financement. Je pense jusqu'à présent, au niveau du pays, il n'y a pas une ligne budgétaire qui a été dégagée par l'État pour accompagner donc, la mise en œuvre du plan d'action de ce NITAC-là. Pour ce qui est donc des attentes concernant cette formation, c'est surtout le renforcement des capacités. Je pense que cette instance, pour nous, est une opportunité pour encore renforcer les compétences des membres du NITAC, mais surtout aussi de pouvoir maîtriser davantage le processus ITAR. Donc c'est important, et on a vu les présentations qui sont passées, et ça permet aux membres de se familiariser davantage avec cette approche qui va permettre d'avoir une démarche assez scientifique pour que les recommandations soient solides et basées donc sur des preuves. Il y a l'accès aussi aux articles scientifiques, mais surtout terminé par une visibilité donc, du NITAC. Ça, je pense que c'est important. Le fait d'avoir ce cadre d'échange permet au NITAC d'avoir une plus grande visibilité à l'endroit non seulement donc des sociétés scientifiques, mais aussi à l'endroit du grand public. Il y a beaucoup de recommandations qui sont formulées, adressées au ministère. C'est important que les NITAC puissent avoir cette visibilité pour permettre, en tout cas aux populations, d'avoir plus confiance par rapport à tout ce qui est donné en termes donc, de vaccination. Concernant la formation en ligne qui a été proposée, malheureusement, on n'a pu faire que 2 modules, quand même, qu'on a trouvé assez satisfaisants, qui nous ont permis de pouvoir nous mettre à jour par rapport à certains aspects liés à l'épidémiologie ou bien liés tout simplement à l'immunologie. Voilà ce que je voulais présenter au nom, en tout cas, de la délégation. Merci.
Any questions for Senegal NITAC?
Merci. Je vous remercie pour la clarté de votre présentation. Je voudrais savoir un peu quel est l'état d'appropriation du niveau décisionnel de recommandation de votre NITAC. Merci.
Je dirais tout simplement que quand même, toutes les décisions quasiment qui ont été formulées par le NITAC ont été adoptées par le ministère. Donc ça, je pense que sur cette question-là, quand même, il y a un bon suivi qui est fait. Et souvent, c'est des recommandations qui sont fortes. Et souvent, le ministère adhère et adopte donc les recommandations qui ont été formulées.
Vous avez la durée entre le moment où le NITAC recommande et l'adoption? Vous savez combien de temps ça prend?
Ça ne dure pas. Hein. Une fois que, par exemple, le président du NITAC formule les recommandations qui sont adressées au ministre, dans les jours qui suivent, en tout cas par rapport à l'activité qui est prévue, on enchaîne sur la mise en œuvre de l'activité. Donc souvent, ça ne prend pas du temps par rapport à la mise en œuvre donc, des recommandations.
There was a hand from Cameroon. Yes.
OK, merci pour la présentation. C'est à propos de la vaccination post-exposition prophylactique contre la rage. Je voulais savoir s'il y a suffisamment de cas de morsure humaine ou de cas de rage humaine au Sénégal pour la justifier. Et je veux déjà comprendre que c'est bien sûr, peut-être doit être une maladie sous surveillance. Merci.
Tout à fait. Vous savez, au Sénégal, nous avons un dispositif de surveillance qui nous permet chaque semaine de faire le point sur tout ce qui est morsure, tout ce qui est au-delà donc des maladies à potentiel épidémique. Tous les cas de morsure et de piqûre même des insectes sont suivis. Et récemment, nous avons fait un webinaire avec la santé animale et la santé humaine, avec également le programme de lutte contre les maladies tropicales négligées. Et ce qui est ressorti de ce même webinaire, nous avons notifié des cas de morsure de rage. Nous avons même noté des cas de décès. Il y a eu une famille, malheureusement, dans laquelle le papa et son enfant sont décédés comme ça, suite donc à des morsures donc, de chiens. C'est dans ce sens-là que quand même ce webinaire a été tenu. Et nous allons certainement, durant donc les prochains mois, travailler sur le dossier de soumission, d'autant plus que c'est un vaccin quand même qui est accompagné par Gavi pour nous permettre de pouvoir introduire ce vaccin, mais en prophylaxie pré-exposition. Donc, c'est ce travail-là qu'on est en train de faire, parce qu'il y a des données quand même épidémiologiques qui nous ont amenés à prendre cette décision-là.
Yves?
Merci beaucoup au Sénégal pour sa présentation. Je dois dire que le Sénégal est quand même l'un des plus anciens GTCV dans notre espace CEDEAO. Et j'ai un commentaire à faire. C'est très important pour que les GTCV ne soient pas des caisses de résonance pour pouvoir juste accompagner des décisions prises au niveau global pour dire oui, oui, nous recommandons, nous recommandons. C'est critique, notamment en cette période où il y a beaucoup de rumeurs qui agissent sur, en tout cas, qui impactent négativement sur la vaccination dans nos pays. Et le Sénégal a quand même montré cet exemple. Et je me rappelle, lorsqu'on avait recommandé systématiquement l'introduction du MENA, le Sénégal avait quand même dit, bon, chez nous, attendons, il faut vraiment vérifier tous les aspects programmatiques avant de dire qu'on va aller à cela. Et ça a été suivi. Je voudrais aussi souligner que le Sénégal, par rapport à son GTCV, vraiment a démontré cela. Et c'est une bonne chose. D'accord. Merci.
There was another question from Gambia.
Thank you very much for that very good presentation. During your presentation, I saw that one of the ongoing, not ongoing, but the question that you're going to ask for 2025-2026 is regulation for vaccination. So can you please elaborate on that? Probably you might have said it in French and I missed it.
Thank you. I have a question as well. Thank you very much for the presentation. You did mention that you had a vaccination campaign for measles from 9 months to 14 years. So I just wanted to know if the approval was from Gavi, because in Gambia as well, most of our cases are beyond 5 years, but we only had approval for up to 5 years. So if not from Gavi, how did you mobilize your logistics? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Donc, je commence par la dernière question concernant la campagne rougeole que nous avons organisée au mois de décembre 2024. Comme vous l'avez dit, Gavi finance jusqu'à 5 ans. Bon, ils l'ont dit qu'ils peuvent aller jusqu'à 9 ans. Mais le Sénégal avait décidé d'aller jusqu'à 14 ans, vu le profil qu'on avait, les cas de rougeole au-delà donc de 10 ans. Et c'est la base aussi de la recommandation du NITAC qu'on est allé jusqu'à 14 ans. Pour la mobilisation des ressources, il a fallu tenir une réunion d'abord du CCIA avec le ministre de la Santé. Et durant cette réunion, il y avait la Banque mondiale aussi qui était là, qui était dans les dispositions de nous accompagner, en plus de ce que Gavi donnait juste pour la tranche d'âge, donc des moins de 5 ans, pour qu'on puisse tenir cette campagne. Donc, c'est dans ce sens-là qu'on a pu organiser. Il y avait l'appui de la Banque mondiale et l'appui de Gavi pour qu'on puisse tenir cette campagne jusqu'à 14 ans. Maintenant, pour la question de la réglementation sur la vaccination, c'est un processus qui a démarré. Pendant longtemps, nous avons il s'est agité la question de la loi sur la vaccination. Et ça, c'est depuis longtemps. Mais récemment, en tout cas en 2024, il y a eu une nouvelle direction, la direction des affaires juridiques du ministère de la Santé, qui a entamé une réflexion. Il y a eu 2 ateliers même qui ont été tenus pour d'abord faire l'état des lieux de la réglementation de la vaccination, en termes donc de pratiques vaccinales, qui doit vacciner, parce qu'il y a eu des tâches parfois qui sont déléguées dans le cadre des campagnes, par exemple, aux acteurs communautaires, quand il s'agit de l'administration, par exemple, du VPO. Mais il fallait réfléchir aussi sur les textes les textes donc de la vaccination en termes donc de procédure par rapport à la libération des lots, en termes même de code, donc de code de la santé. Et c'est dans ce sens-là que ces ateliers ont été tenus. Et le dernier, c'était au mois donc en mi-mai 2025, pour nous permettre de formuler de fortes recommandations. Il y a eu des recommandations qui sont sorties de cet atelier pour que véritablement qu'on puisse essayer de voir dans quelle mesure les documents en rapport, les textes, tout ce qui est texte réglementaire en rapport avec la vaccination puissent être actualisés et prendre en compte l'évolution du temps. Et cela est en cours et nous espérons que cela aboutit, ça va aboutir. Et sur cette question-là, le NITAC aussi a un rôle à jouer. C'est dans ce sens qu'on doit l'impliquer pour que les questions qui seront discutées puissent nous permettre de prendre donc les bonnes recommandations.
Was it clear, the translation? Gambia? Yeah, so was it clear? Okay. Nigeria, and then I think CD, and then we'll be done. So.
Thank you very much for the informative presentation. I just want to know what dictated your prioritization for rabies vaccine. And if you can share with us what your recommendation was on administering rabies vaccine in Senegal.
Ce qui nous a dicté d'abord, c'est les données de surveillance épidémiologique. Je l'ai dit tantôt, il y a eu des cas de rage qui se sont notifiés, en tout cas chaque semaine. Et le fait qu'on commence à avoir donc des cas de décès, donc qui sont liés à la rage, en plus aussi des données de surveillance du côté donc animal. Nous avons la surveillance animale où des cas de rage ont été notifiés au niveau donc de certaines espèces. C'est dans ce sens-là que quand même une décision a été prise, d'autant plus qu'il y a une documentation qui est faite aussi par le programme national de lutte contre les maladies tropicales négligées dans le cadre de la surveillance de ces maladies. Tout ça nous a amené à discuter de l'éventualité d'introduire un vaccin en prophylaxie pré-exposition. Et cette question-là a été discutée entre la direction de la lutte contre les maladies et la direction de la prévention. Et le processus a démarré. Maintenant, il reste juste à élaborer le document de soumission. Et un atelier est prévu dans ce sens courant juillet.
Sidi?
Merci Abdoulaye pour la présentation. C'est juste pour répondre sur un défi qui a été soulevé par les uns et les autres, à savoir l'accès aux évidences scientifiques. Et je pense que la présentation qui a été faite par Ben le premier jour, Dilshad, mais aussi Louise, vous avez beaucoup de ressources où les évidences peuvent être retrouvées. Maintenant, au cas où vous n'avez pas retrouvé l'article au niveau de ces sites, s'il vous plaît, envoyez la requête sur le helpdesk du niche. Moi, je serai copié. Et le niche aussi va recevoir le mail. Et ça, c'est un appel à tous les GTCV qui sont là. Je pense que dans toutes les réunions, pratiquement, on présente ce helpdesk, mais c'est encore sous-utilisé. Il faut leur donner du travail. N'est-ce pas, à l'équipe de Ben? Il faut encore leur donner du travail si des articles ne sont pas à votre disposition. La deuxième chose, c'est dans les pays à ressources limitées, il y a les comptes INARI que vous pouvez utiliser. Je pense que dans chaque université, normalement au Sénégal, à l'université, il y a un compte INARI. Sinon, au bureau de l'OMS aussi, vous pouvez vous rapprocher du bureau de l'OMS pour vous fournir ce compte INARI. Merci encore une fois pour la proactivité sur les questions de rage et de Mpox. Je pense qu'on va vous revenir parce qu'on est en train de planifier un webinaire pour les GTCV de la région concernant l'introduction du vaccin contre la rage dans les programmes de vaccination. Merci.
Okay, big round of applause for Senegal NITAG. And I will call Ben. We will have a panel discussion. So I think Ben, can you remind me the Cameroon, Ethiopia, Zambia? You are invited to come here for a panel discussion.
Okay. As they come, so let me just give context to the discussion we're going to have. How many of you NITAGs, once you make a recommendation, how many of you are able to follow up to know what happens with the recommendation that you've issued? By show of hands? Nobody. Okay. Senegal, you do follow up? Nigeria? Gambia? South Africa, you follow? Excellent. Mauritius? Okay. All right. May I ask one of the countries that follow up, why do you follow up? Okay. Is your mandate advisory, Aaron, or advisory and implementation? Advisory. So going to find out what happens is out of curiosity? Yeah. So just to give the context, a lot of the work that we do as NITAGs, okay, you can do excellent work in getting the most up-to-date evidence. You follow the E2R very well, and you make sure that you use all the available evidence to make a very strong recommendation. And you've done your job, which is excellent, all right? But ultimately, what we all want to do is to make sure that we do not have zero-dose children in our communities, isn't it? We also want to make sure that the coverage for all our vaccines is in the 90s, not the 70s, isn't it? And we know there are so many moving parts to make that happen. And one of the moving parts is actually your recommendation. So you are part of the many solutions or many interventions that needs to come together to resort to the impact that we want to see in our communities, all right? So the idea for this panel discussion is to hear from different countries, because each country has its own context, correct? We want to hear, after they receive the NITAG recommendation, what is the process that follows from recommendation to the implementation to make sure that new vaccines are introduced in a timely manner. And more importantly, once they're introduced, we get good coverage or optimal coverage. Right. So I shared with them some questions. So they'll start by introducing themselves. I will give mic to you. Right? So I take my 5 minutes. Why is the timer? So we're not going to have any slides here. This is a discussion, but actually going to discuss for 30 minutes. And then the rest of the 15 minutes, we're going to hear your input, your insight. You don't need to repeat what they've said, but we understand each country has its own context. So please add to what you feel is different in your country. Let's start with Ethiopia. Just briefly introduce yourself. Tell us your role and tell us the last NITAG recommendation that you've been involved in making sure that it's implemented.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Malcolm Ayalio from Ethiopia, Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia, Ministry of Health. I'm the head of Immunization Service Desk, or almost equivalent to API manager. So my role is just leading, managing, and coordinating the national immunization program. In that role, I'm also the secretariat for NITAG. So to say something about Ethiopian NITAG, it has been established and it's functioning since 2016. And there have been several recommendations to the ministry. And I can say that all of the recommendations has translated to policy, except one delay on the yellow fever. Yellow fever has been recommended, but due to different feasibility and priority issues, we delayed it for almost 3 years after its recommendation. And now it's almost decided to be focused on this, the measles 5 dose, maybe. Yeah. Of course, in the Ethiopian context, in the previous experience, it was the ministry, particularly the API program, who initiates the policy questions. We discuss internally, and when we need that, it's almost in the plan or something like that, we take it to NITAG to get technical recommendations. And in the Ethiopian context, the NITAG recommendation is among the inputs for our decision. It's not a last decision. So we will have a consideration for their recommendations as one of the inputs for our decision. In that way, fortunately, most of the recommendations are in line with the government priorities and feasibility. Everything will be taken into consideration. Since it is emanated from the API program, from the ministry, it's already get, political will. So it has a probability to be translated to policy and strategy. So in that way, if you take the measles 5 dose switch, for example, we just start, acknowledging our challenges. We have already challenges. So for that challenge, we were initiating that. And what we want when we take to an ITAG, what we want is we need to be technically correct. So for the technical recommendation, we take it to NITAG. The secretariat review documents, and there was also some piloting, assessment conducted. Using that result and reviewing all the available evidence, including the Zambia one and everything, it was presented to NITAG, and NITAG was reviewing for some time, and then the meeting was conducted. So technical recommendation was given in that way. So since then, just, we use that recommendation again for advocacy to the decision makers, for communication to any stakeholders, initiated planning, and the plan, particularly since we are Gavi eligible country, the Gavi application documents were developed. You think that it's a requirement actually to apply to Gavi. You need to have a recommendation from NITAG. And the next step is just to take it to the ICC. ICC is, its lead in Ethiopia. It's the chair of the ICC is the minister. The ICC is composed of every stakeholders, including government and other partners. The head of these all partners will review that plan and endorse for its implementation as a country. So we take it ICC, we do the application to NITAG, then we got approval from NITAG, and at this time we already received the doses, the measles dose. Then what we are waiting for is just an implementation, disbursement of the budget from Gavi. As soon as we get that, we will do the trainings and communication activities. These are the stage where we are. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Melakam. Can I just follow up two things with you? With respect to stakeholder, I think it's a very important component. I know there's usual technical partner stakeholders that you will work closely with, but I'm just looking for the local stakeholders like expert academia. Do you want to tell us whether you do work with them and what role do they play to make sure that the recommendation, the implementation goes smoothly? This could be something to do with training and also development of resources and materials, things like that.
Yeah, thank you. I think the stakeholder engagement is at all level in the immunization program. In addition to the NITAG and ICC, there are also some technical working groups, which is composed on technically from each stakeholder, including the government agencies under the ministry and each CSOs, including the CSOs, implementing and the donors who are functioning in the country. When we organized any of the committees or technical working groups, they are part of that. The ministry is taking the leading role, but they have a saying both technically and the higher level, the ICC. And again, there are other coordination mechanisms for the general health system led by the ministry. So they have a chance to engage through this, starting from the local CSO to the donors and any agency in the country. And regarding to the academy, they are also part of that. They are engaged in the evidence generation. And most of the NITAG members are, of course, from the academic. So they have some, in the NITAG even, there are also some specific working groups. For example, in the AFI safety causality assessment, there is one outbreak response. There are so they communicate each other, and we have also another technical working group which is immunization immunization research advisory committee. We have another. So this will provide some evidences. For example, we have during the introduction of hepatitis birth dose, we conducted a cost-effective analysis for hepatitis birth dose, and it was done by the immunization technical advisory group. It was an input for NITAG. So every committee has its own role, and my role is just coordinate that. Yeah, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Melakamu. So we hear the experiences from Ethiopia in East Africa. Now we go to Southern Africa in Zambia. Constance, do you want to share with us what happens after the Zambian NITAG make a recommendation? It has been accepted, and the next step is to implement. Do you want to take us step by step the process of making sure that the implementation goes smoothly? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Constance Sakala Banda with the immunization program and also supporting ZITAG as secretariat. So for us in Zambia, once the recommendation has been finalized, I'll start with that stage. So once it has been finalized, then as secretariat, we help with consolidating the report, and then it's shared back again to the members of the working group to see whether it has been correctly captured, the deliberations and the decision. So once that process is concluded, it's also shared with the core members. They also get to review. And then it goes now to the chairperson for sign off before submission to the permanent secretary. So once there's that submission, there's the review by the permanent secretary and is translated down to the program. So it goes to the program. If there are any questions or clarifications, that process is comes down from there. And if there's any further engagement with the ZITAG, that again is done. So our NITAG is called the ZITAG, Zambia Immunization Technical Advisory Group. So once that has been cleared and it's again submitted back to the permanent secretary, then there's the discussion with the EPI committee. So this is where we have the Ministry of Health immunization program and other partners working in that space to just be updated and informed about the ZITAG recommendation. Then I'll pick an example of the recent recommendation that was on the malaria vaccine introduction. So then from the EPI committee, there was now a stakeholder engagement that was called, because for the malaria vaccine introduction, we had stakeholders both from the EPI and also from the malaria program. So we had the stakeholders from the ministry and also from the partners supporting both programs that were called to this stakeholder engagement. And among the discussions in that stakeholder engagement was from the malaria, they gave their side on the status for the country around malaria. From API, we also outlined the different processes around the vaccine application and vaccine introduction and all that was required. Also, the ZITAG recommendation was also shared in terms of the deliberations from the ZITAG and also even in consideration of what vaccine was recommended if to be used in the country. So all that was shared. There are also questions and answers given during that process. And after this stakeholder engagement, there's again a report that is shared as well as an update to the senior management within the Ministry of Health on that. Then once the clearance has been given, because also at Ministry of Health, there will also be the engagement with Ministry of Finance to try and just see the feasibility of vaccine introduction. So once the go-aheads on those processes are given, then the application process commences. After the application process, now we have the ICC engagement. And also post this, the engagement with the ZITAG doesn't just end at this. So whenever there are any disseminations of any research findings or any updates, they are involved in that. And we're also trying to see how to get them more involvement of our NITAG within the research agenda of the various topics or working groups that they have as well. So even through the annual planning process, we also get to review the recommendations that have been issued and the status of implementation. So we do, other than just preparing the program updates, and also an update on the surveillance and any other issues that could be affecting the immunization program. We also get to look at the status of implementation of the recommendations. I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Constance, for sharing Zambian experience. I would assume for malaria vaccine introduction, communicating the right message to the public was very important. So that, because for malaria vaccine, we're talking about a vaccine that is adding to existing interventions, not replacing. So was there some work done in terms of advocacy and communication during implementation? And do you want to tell us what was involved in that?
Okay, thank you very much. So for Zambia, we'll be doing our introductions around September this year. So we have not yet gotten to that point yet. But of course, even during the stakeholder engagement, those were some of the issues that were put on the table and discussed, and also how the implementation would also not have the community slacking on the other interventions. So even during the discussion, other plans as well. So there was that close engagement, both with the malaria program and seeing how the stakeholders would best work together to communicate accurately. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Constance. Now we've heard from Southern Africa. We're going to switch to West Africa. Cameroon. You cannot see when you're in Burkina Faso. Okay, it's Central Africa. My geography is corrected. Okay, I thought I was very good in geography, but now I know I'm not. Okay, let's now switch to Central Africa and Cameroon. Please introduce yourself to us and tell us the experience from Cameroon. What happens from recommendation to implementation in your context?
Okay, thank you. I will speak in French, so I don't know if my co-panelists here want to take their earphones. So that they can also hear and the discussion will be more interesting. OK. OK, thank you. Donc, je m'appelle Dr. Mouliam Fatima. Je suis une des secrétaires permanentes adjointes, à peu près directeur adjoint du programme élargi de vaccination. Donc, aussi membre du secrétariat du NITAC. Le NITAC au Cameroun, c'est un vieil organe qui a commencé de façon non officielle comme un comité scientifique en 93 pour dire l'expérience que nous avions déjà en termes de formulation de recommandations techniques pour le programme. Et donc, c'est un groupe qui a été officialisé en 2018, qui est très bien connu dans le ministère de la Santé, avec des professeurs de renom qui font que les recommandations du NITAC sont vraiment prises au sérieux lorsque celles-ci arrivent au niveau du ministère de la Santé. Pour l'exemple, je vais prendre un cas un peu particulier, donc qui ne va pas suivre exactement les mêmes étapes que celles qui ont été décrites, parce que rentrant dans le cadre d'une demande traditionnelle de vaccin à Gavi, où les étapes sont clairement identifiées et facilement applicables. Donc, je vais choisir la recommandation qui a été formulée par le NITAC Cameroun en 2022 relative à l'extension de la vaccination contre HPV aux garçons. Donc, la vaccination contre le HPV chez les jeunes filles avait été recommandée par le NITAC en 2019 et celle-ci préconisait que ce vaccin soit administré en 2 doses aux jeunes filles de 9 ans. L'introduction s'est faite en 2020, on le connaît en contexte COVID, avec toutes les rumeurs, la désinformation, la réticence même du personnel de santé. Donc, les performances n'ont pas été bonnes jusqu'en 2022. Donc, on s'est dit 3 ans après l'introduction, les performances ne décollent pas. On est autour de 20%, certaines années parfois moins. Qu'est-ce qu'il faut faire? Donc, le ministre de la Santé a saisi le NITAC, lui demandant des orientations sur les options que le ministère pouvait prendre, ayant déjà le position paper de l'OMS qui proposait qu'on pouvait passer un schéma à une dose pour augmenter la couverture et l'impact de ce vaccin-là. Donc, le ministre a saisi le NITAC sur cette question. Le NITAC s'est réuni et en examinant les évidences ou le système d'écoute sociale qu'on avait mis en place relevait d'importantes préoccupations par rapport au fait que le vaccin ne ciblait que les jeunes filles. Donc, la communication qui avait été faite à l'époque, c'était que c'est un vaccin qui lutte contre le cancer du col de l'utérus. Et le cancer du col de l'utérus ne concerne que les jeunes filles. Donc, il y avait cette importante préoccupation de la population par rapport à la stérilisation. L'Église catholique qui était formelle sur le fait qu'il ne fallait pas accepter ce vaccin. Donc, les membres du NITAC se sont dit, si on n'adresse pas cette problématique-là, même si on passe au schéma à une dose, nous n'aurons pas l'impact que nous voulons avoir. Donc, ils ont dit, oui, pour le passage de 2 doses à 1 dose, mais ça doit se faire en étendant le vaccin aux jeunes garçons de 9 ans également. Donc, c'est la recommandation qui a été faite en 2022. Et le PEV a pris la recommandation. Nous l'avons présentée au CCIA, qui est l'organe décisionnel du PEV. Ce qu'il faut dire, c'est que quand nous avons pris la recommandation, se basant déjà sur les différentes expériences que nous avions avec le CCIA, où on nous demandait toujours, lorsqu'il y a une recommandation, ne nous présentez pas juste la recommandation, il faut nous présenter les différentes options. Qu'est-ce qu'on gagne en appliquant cette recommandation? Quels sont les risques? Quelles sont les conséquences? Quelles sont les différentes implications? Qui sont les parties prenantes qui vont être impliquées dans la mise en œuvre de cette recommandation-là? Donc, nous l'avons faite. Nous avons signalé au gouvernement ou au CCIA que l'extension que nous voulons faire aux garçons n'est pas supportée par Gavi. Donc, il va falloir que l'État camerounais s'engage à acheter les doses pour faire vacciner les garçons. Le débat a eu lieu et la décision était claire. Le gouvernement, avec ses partenaires, que ce soit les sectoriels, ministère de l'Éducation, ministère des Finances, ministère de l'économie, de la planification, les partenaires techniques, que ce soit traditionnels ou étendus, ils ont validé cette option-là et le gouvernement s'est engagé pour assurer l'achat des doses des garçons. Le programme a pris cette décision. Nous avons développé les plans d'extension. Tout s'est fait de la bonne manière sur le terrain et les couvertures ont augmenté. Donc, nous avons fait cette extension-là en 2023, en janvier 2023. Et en fin d'année, la couverture vaccinale chez les jeunes filles était de 56%, sachant qu'on était dans les années antérieures autour de 20, voire moins de 20%. Ça, c'est chez les jeunes filles. Et chez les jeunes garçons, nous étions à 26%. Donc, en la première année d'introduction chez les jeunes garçons, qui était bien supérieure aux couvertures qu'on avait chez les jeunes filles avant. Et il faut noter aussi qu'avant, on avait des taux de perte très élevés pour ce vaccin-là, parce que les vaccins arrivaient à péremption, parce que personne ne venait le chercher dans les formations sanitaires. Donc, cette première année, nous avons eu la chance que le switch à une dose a été validé. Donc, on avait des doses supplémentaires qui nous ont permis de vacciner les garçons. En 2024, bon, connaissant toutes les difficultés que l'État a à mobiliser les fonds, à les transférer à UNICEF pour qu'on puisse acheter les vaccins, il y a eu des retards et puis on n'a pas eu les doses pour les garçons à temps. On a dû prendre les doses qui étaient affectées aux jeunes filles pour faire vacciner les jeunes garçons. Et c'est une des difficultés dans l'implémentation que je voudrais souligner. Nous avons fait part à Gavi de cette difficulté, de cette situation particulière dans laquelle nous étions, parce qu'on arrivait déjà presque en cours de rupture de ces vaccins-là. Et bon, la réponse qu'on a eue, c'était que l'OMS n'a pas encore donné son accord pour qu'on puisse étendre la vaccination aux garçons. Donc, Gavi ne pouvait pas soutenir l'achat des doses de vaccins pour les garçons. Donc, c'est pour dire qu'il ne suffit pas toujours que le NITAC puisse donner sa recommandation pour le pays, pour que tous les partenaires puissent acheter l'idée et puis accompagner le pays. Il y a encore tout un autre processus derrière qu'il faut faire. Nous sommes encore revenus au CCIA. Nous avons présenté les résultats de la première année d'introduction, disant que la couverture a explosé chez les jeunes filles. Les garçons aussi se font vacciner. La population accepte plus de vaccins, mais on a un problème de financement. Qu'est-ce que vous nous conseillez? Est-ce qu'on arrête ou est-ce qu'on continue? Le gouvernement a été clair, le CCI a été clair, nous n'allons pas reculer, nous allons avancer. Donc, quel qu'en soit le cas, l'État va trouver les moyens pour acheter les vaccins pour les jeunes garçons. Et donc, nous avons tenu une réunion d'urgence et avec les partenaires, nous avons décidé que les fonds qui étaient déjà au niveau de UNICEF SD pour l'achat des vaccins traditionnels qu'on pouvait en urgence parce qu'on était presque à court de vaccins, à court de vaccins dans les formations sanitaires, de prendre en urgence un peu d'argent qui était réservé aux vaccins traditionnels, vu qu'on en avait encore suffisamment, pour acheter un stock de HPV en attendant que l'État qui a déjà pris l'engagement puisse mettre à disposition les fonds dédiés à l'achat du vaccin HPV. Donc, je pense que pour résumer, s'il faut résumer, les éléments qu'il faut vraiment prendre en compte, ou bien que le gouvernement considère lorsqu'il veut appliquer une recommandation, c'est d'abord ses besoins. Est-ce que c'est une priorité? Ici, c'était clairement une priorité du pays. Nous, on veut faire reculer le cancer du col. Et si la population pense qu'il faut également faire vacciner les enfants, c'est un besoin de la population, nous, on va aller dans ce sens-là. Est-ce qu'on a les ressources nécessaires? Ça, c'est aussi quelque chose d'important. Le gouvernement n'avait peut-être pas les ressources disponibles à temps, mais ils ont pris l'engagement de trouver les financements pour pouvoir appliquer cette méthode-là. Également, le suivi. La Zambie l'a présenté tout à l'heure. Lorsqu'on a présenté l'effet de cette mesure-là sur l'adoption du vaccin, l'État s'est dit oui, nous, on ne va pas reculer, on va continuer avec cette recommandation. Donc, il est important de toujours revenir, faire le feedback au gouvernement, au CCIA, de quels ont été les résultats de la mise en œuvre de cette recommandation-là pour voir si, oui ou non, nous allons continuer dans cette optique-là. Merci.
Thank you so much. We've had so much from Cameroon experience. Just one short question and short answer, please. When you communicate to parents, let's say I'm a parent of a boy child, is the materials you use to communicate for the girl child the same as the same for boy? Because I think that adds another layer of complexity, isn't it?
Yes. We designed new materials for IAC. So we decided that we were going to show pictures of cervical cancer, pictures of ERL, ENT, ENT cancers like the throat. We also have cancers of the anus, who is affecting boys. Yes, so we showed all those pictures and the community recognized that themselves in those pictures. They say, ah, yes, even our boys used to have this kind of precancerous lesions like condyloma. They also have it. So we had materials showing precancerous and cancers in boys and girls, and they recognize themselves on that.
Okay, thanks. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. Okay, for the remaining 10 minutes, I want to take it back to you now. One of the things that has come up is it's not that straight. Recommendation is here on the table, implement. It's a very dynamic space from policy recommendation all the way to implementation. So I'd like to hear from a few countries. In your own experience, what has worked well from recommendation to implementation, and where do you see opportunities for improvement in your context? Okay, who want to start? Which country want to start? Senegal? Right, let's go for it. Just tell us, what do you, in your context, what has worked well from policy to recommendation, and where do you see opportunities of improvement? Thank you.
Merci. En fait, en ce qui concerne les recommandations du CCVS, le CCVS commence d'abord par faire un travail interne pour donner des recommandations fortes qui sont très claires. Et pour chaque recommandation, il y a d'abord des groupes de travail qui sont constitués. Et on voit tous les aspects qui sont liés à cette recommandation-là. Il y aura un groupe qui va s'occuper du contexte, de l'épidémiologie, de la clinique et du traitement. Il y a un groupe qui va s'occuper uniquement des caractéristiques du vaccin, l'immunogénicité, la sécurité du vaccin et tous les éléments qui concernent le stockage, et ainsi de suite. Il y a un groupe qui va s'occuper de la communication sur comment expliquer à la population l'intérêt de faire cette vaccination. Et il y a un groupe qui s'occupe de la logistique. Donc ces groupes sont constitués et ils vont faire le travail. Ils reviennent en plénière pour faire des pré-rapports sur chaque élément. Et c'est en ce moment-là qu'on va faire un texte intégral et qui va être validé par le comité. En ce moment-là, c'est le président qui va écrire une lettre officielle au ministre avec le rapport technique et la lettre officielle de transmission de ce rapport-là. Et le ministre, ce rapport va être discuté au niveau du CCIA. Et la directive est donnée à la direction de la prévention pour mettre en œuvre. Et les CCVS doivent suivre pas à pas l'évolution de la mise en œuvre. On va voir quand est-ce que la soumission va être faite, si c'est une recommandation qu'il y a une soumission à Gavi. Et pour les réunions du CCVS, chaque fois qu'il y a réunion, le premier point de la réunion, c'est le suivi des recommandations. À chaque réunion, moi, conseiller, je fais un peu le résumé de où en est la recommandation dans la mise en œuvre. Est-ce que la soumission a été faite, et ainsi de suite. Comme par exemple pour l'EXA, on sait aujourd'hui qu'en juillet, on va mettre en place les vaccins et on va assurer le remplacement du penta-IPV avec l'hexavalent. Donc le CCV suit pas à pas la mise en œuvre de la recommandation jusqu'à ce qu'il y ait une exécution effective sur le terrain. Et c'est parce que quand même ils prennent le temps et quand ils font la recommandation aussi, ils vont un peu dans les détails. Par exemple, s'il y a plusieurs vaccins, quel est le vaccin qui est prioritaire? Voilà, et même dans la mise en place, il faut d'abord faire une enquête d'acceptabilité, de telle sorte que les informations sont très claires. Et pour la mise en œuvre, on suit directement avec la direction de la prévention, avec le directeur de l'immunisation. Et pas à pas, on arrive jusqu'à arriver à l'implémentation de la recommandation.
Let's give a round of applause to Senegal. So Yves, and then after Yves, I would want to pose a question to also NITAGs. We may want to explain whether they have been involved in impact assessment. After a recommendation has been made, implemented, has there been any NITAG interested in impact assessment to show what has been the impact of that recommendation and implementation thereof? Yves?
OK, merci beaucoup, professeur Benjamin. J'ai deux questions. Une s'adresse aux trois panélistes et la deuxième à la Zambie. Nous venons d'écouter comment le Sénégal transmet sa recommandation. C'est le président du GTCV qui écrit directement au ministre et transmet la recommandation avec la note technique, mais ce qui n'a pas précisé, mais aussi avec une petite synthèse de la recommandation parce que le ministre n'a pas le temps de lire toute la note, toute la documentation technique. Voilà. Alors, pour votre cas, comment est-ce que la recommandation est transmise au ministre? Est-ce que c'est à travers le PEV ou bien c'est à travers le président du GTCV? Ça, c'est la question pour les trois. Now, for the Zambia, I hear that in your presentation that you used to share likely widely the recommendation with the population. Is it, am I right? If so, what is the position of the Ministry of Health in regard to this? Because we used to say recommendations are confidential, and it is the owner of the recommendation who should share it. Some NITAS gives to up to 6 months to the Minister of Health. If no decision, they can themselves share widely the recommendations. Okay, thank you. Am I clear? Thank you.
Pour le Cameroun, c'est le secrétariat, donc le PEV, qui se charge de transmettre le procès verbal et la note de recommandation de la session au ministre de la Santé. Dans la note de présentation, puisqu'il faut faire une présentation au ministre, nous faisons une petite synthèse, mais tout en joignant le procès verbal de la session et la note de recommandation.
Can someone translate the question? Sorry.
Sorry, Professor Benjamin. It is just part of my question. The main point, as soon as the recommendation is made, is it you as API who transmit it to the Minister of Health or the chair of the NITAG? Big difference. Thank you.
Thank you. It's clear now. So the process is, once we articulate a clear policy question, we take it to NITAG. With our facilitation, that meeting will be conducted and all the process will be documented. Even there is a minute first, the whole process. From that minute, there is a recommendation. The recommendation will be, reviewed again by me, and I will submit to the NITAG chair. So the NITAG chair will approve and circulate it to all the members, and they will sign on that. So the final recommendation will be submitted to the ministry through me. So that means if the chair submit to me, it's to mean that it's submitted to the minister. But the issue of taking it to high level, like advocating, interpreting that to the minister to get their attention, to be a priority. There are multiple priorities in the country, so the API managers have a big task to make it one of the priorities. That process will take long time, and it's the role of the API manager. So there is no any other way of submitting that recommendation directly to the minister. Just submitting to the API manager is submitting to the minister. Thank you.
That's important point because it's not typical of many other NITAGs where the chair does directly write to the minister. All right, we've got, so thank you. We've got, oh yes, Constance, you answered the question. So we're not gonna be able to have time to hear about impact assessment. Constance, over to you.
Okay, thank you. So for us as well, maybe with a similar question that was asked, the or correspondence to the ministries through the permanent secretary. So the chair does write to the permanent secretary, and that information relays down just as I mentioned earlier. Then on the issue of the ZITAG recommendation, so during the stakeholder meeting, what is shared is, yes, what was the ZITAG question? What were the considerations? What did they recommend? So that is shared with the stakeholders that are in that stakeholder engagement. And often, even when, like, I'll refer, I think, to the times for COVID, when there would be those recommendations that would be made, the minister or the permanent secretary would refer as having been advised by the Zambia Immunization Technical Advisory Group to take a certain direction in terms of the vaccination. So that would be referred to in that. We're also trying to see, other than just through the NITAG Resource Center and all these other places, how to increase the issue of transparency of the ZITAG recommendations as well. So that was something I think that CD would agree to, that we were lacking within our ZITAG. And I think these stakeholder engagements have been part of our step to make sure that we also have that transparency over the ZITAG recommendations. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Constance. Now we come to the end of the panel discussion, but if there is anything that comes up we want to share, we want to discuss more, particularly what we are interested in is what are the gaps in that space from recommendation to implementation, and what kind of support technical partners and other stakeholders can give to the implementation team and also to NITAGs to make sure that we get optimal results out of all this hard work that NITAGs are actually doing. So a round of applause again, and thank you so much to our panelists. Okay, now we're going to introduce to you the next speaker, who is Dr. Elizabeth. You are here. All right, excellent. So Elizabeth is one of the niche team members, and she is going to speak to us about the role of NITAGs and how NITAGs can help build vaccine confidence. Over to you, Elizabeth.
Thank you so much, Professor Ben. He calls me doctor. You know, you are in trouble when your boss introduces you. So without wasting time, this evening we are just going, you are going to do much of the discussion, and I want to appreciate the panel that just had the discussion, because they've simplified my job, and I'm so proud of the Cameroonian NITAGs, because they seem to be one NITAG that is doing something about vaccine confidence and hesitancy in their, you know, not just the scientific technical recommendation, but actually minding the acceptability part of things. All right. So my presentation is on 4 outlines. I'll race through the first 2 sessions, and then the third and fourth, I'll turn it over to you. So background and definitions. This is Elizabeth now. This is Dr. Elizabeth. All right. So yesterday, there was a very interesting and spirited discussion about the history of vaccination. So I had to go and take out the slide and put it in. But one thing I want to emphasize, because I know that we are NITAGs, we all know the history of vaccination, is on the 4th bar. If you can see there, it says, but Edward Jenner was the first to describe and publish in 1798 the process of deliberately infecting and on it goes. Now, there is something I want to emphasize here, and I will give a chocolate bar to the person who can tell me the most important thing on that particular fourth bar. Quick. You can see it. So small. Even here. I don't know what, Salim. Okay, I don't know. All right. My apologies for that, but I'll tell you what, and I'll keep my chocolate bar to myself. The important thing that I want to point out there is that Edward Jenner was the first one to publish, to document and publish. This is so important in research that it's not the first person that discovers it. It's actually the first person that publicized or that published it. And we are told that if it is not documented, it's not done. So please keep that in mind, right from filling out your tally sheets and whatnot from the facility level up. Always make sure that things are documented. Hopefully, other slides. Oh, okay. I know what went wrong with this presentation. My apologies. Yeah? Not only the color. All right, so backgrounds of vaccination that we know so well, so we wouldn't waste time. Can I assist? Is there any issue? All right. So NITAGs in a nutshell. You all are too big to fit in a nutshell, but I'll try and do that. We all know who we are. We all know what we do. But the important thing I want to point out here is about context-free and context-specific evidences. Yesterday, we had a lot about evidences. Now, for a bar of chocolate, who can give me the Sentinel example of a context-free evidence? Context-free evidence. I want the most common example of a context-free evidence. Okay. That's second bar of chocolate for me. Okay, if you don't know the context-free, then you wouldn't know the context-specific, so let me skip that. But context-free evidence are evidence that are not, context-bound, that cut across all contexts. And the Sentinel example is the WHO position papers. Clap for me. What is vaccine confidence? If we are going to be building it, surely we need to know what it is. So we know it's defined as trust in effectiveness and safety of vaccines, in the system that delivers the vaccines, including the reliability and competence of the health services and health professionals that delivers it, and the motivation of you policymakers who decide on the needed vaccines and why. And you can see in those three circles, I hope that is visible enough, the intersection of all those three circles is where you have vaccine confidence. Or you could look at it in this way, that trust is the foundation upon which the pillars of vaccine, the pillars that hold up vaccine confidence rests. That's just what this is saying. So vaccine confidence is very, very important, and I will ask why as we go on. But then we know that there are threats to vaccine confidence. So what are the threats to vaccine confidence? That brings me to section 2 that I also intend to race through. So threats to vaccine confidence. We know that vaccine hesitancy is the greatest threat. Who can give me any other threat to vaccine confidence? What? Yes, sir. The question, the question again is, vaccine hesitancy is the greatest twist. Threats. Yeah. Yes, sir.
I can say social media currently.
Social.
Rumors, yeah.
All right.
Rumors.
Okay. Yes, Morocco.
Disinformation and rumors.
Disinformation and misinformation. All right. Okay.
Is there
Yes.
a point? Anyone?
Actually,
Yeah.
yes.
And safety issues.
Safety issue. All right. Anna, no. The chocolate is for the point goes to the
Cameroon.
table. Yes.
Cameroon has an answer.
Okay.
Cameroon
yes.
has an answer.
No, please. Anemi is excluded from answering any question in this
Can
session.
turn a bit.
She's the queen of vaccine confidence.
Cameroon.
Morocco, yes.
Cameroon.
Okay, and Cameroon. Please. Now you are rushing me. Guinea, yes.
Within the major advanced events.
Now you get a chocolate. Okay, fine. The rest can get the points. You get the chocolate. Yes. Nigeria, sorry.
Okay, so religious or cultural beliefs.
Religious or cultural belief. Thank you.
Chocolate.
No, point. No.
Point. Okay, point.
Points. You can give them points. Yes.
Can I get, or if they get chocolate, they don't get.
All right. In the interest of time, the reason for the chocolate is for somebody who mentions a threat that it's outside the box of vaccine hesitancy. You see, all those misinformation, cultural, religion, all those things are all they are all siblings of vaccine hesitancy expressed, but AFI is not usually classified as one. Safety issues, just like Luis said. Sorry? The naturalists. All right, so we move on. So vaccine hesitancy is the greatest threat, but as we have seen, there are other threats, and we'll be looking at those ones very, very briefly. So vaccine hesitancy, there had been a previous definition, which most of us still relate to and find easier to use than the newer definition, but the new definition is here to stay. So we had better learn it. It's a motivational state of being conflicted about or opposed to getting vaccinated, and this includes intention and willingness. So these are, like I said, and like you all contributed, they are all feeder tributaries of vaccine hesitancy. You have vaccine denialism, which has been defined as the employment of rhetorical arguments to give the appearance of legitimate debate where there is none. It's an approach that has the ultimate goal of rejecting a proposition on which a scientific consensus exists. Then there is misinformation, somebody just mistakenly getting things wrong and passing it on helplessly, no harm intended. Then there is disinformation, where you have the deliberate intention of actually misleading or eroding vaccine confidence. And then, of course, infodemic is just an epidemic of information. So vaccine confidence and hesitancy are interrelated because both affect vaccination coverage. And that is what we as NITAGs, we are about. Ultimately, our goal is to see that coverage increases. So in 2017, the SAGE recommended that each country develop a strategy to increase acceptance and demand for vaccination, and which should include ongoing community engagement, trust building, active hesitancy prevention, regular national assessment of vaccine concerns, and crisis response planning. Now, I need you to be honest, NITAGs. How many of us in the past 5 years had made any recommendation or a recommendation that addresses these things, particularly community engagement, trust building, active hesitancy prevention. All right, 1 point for everybody for being honest. Clap for yourselves. Now, in the next 5 years, which NITAG intends to make a recommendation specifically, you are not talking vaccine doses, you are not talking vaccine schedules, but you are talking about active confidence building or mitigating hesitancy. In the next 5 years, which NITAG intends to make a recommendation? All right. This time around, no points for you. I'll just pray that God gives you the grace to do. Sorry.
I think in our presentation, we showed that there was a recommendation on communication on the HPV vaccine, because when it was introduced, there was lot of hesitancy and misinformation. We only had like 5% coverage. So NITAG made a recommendation on that.
All right, excellent. I would have given you a chocolate if you had answered when that question was. All right. Okay, give them a point instead. Thanks, Ben. All right, all right. Oh, Senegal.
Oui, en fait, pour les recommandations de CCFS, il y a toujours cet aspect de l'acceptabilité de la vaccination qui est pris en compte. En 2000, le CCFS avait demandé à ce qu'il y ait une enquête d'acceptabilité de la vaccination. Parce qu'il y avait beaucoup de rumeurs en ce moment. On ne savait pas exactement qu'est-ce qui motivait le fait d'avoir confiance à la vaccination ou pas. Et comme nous avons un anthropologue dans le comité, il a mené une enquête dans tout le Sénégal pour dire qu'est-ce qui motive les gens à avoir confiance à la vaccination ou pas. Et ça a permis au comité et au ministère d'élaborer un plan de communication pour essayer d'inverser la tendance. Et ça a été très bénéfique.
I'll be lying if I say I understood what you said, but you sounded so passionate, I'm going to give you 2 points for whatever it is. What's going on? What's going on here? Please, somebody help me here. Okay. All right. Okay. So because I need to quickly race through because of time. So yeah. So both vaccine confidence and vaccine hesitancy, both concepts are included in the behavioral and social drivers of vaccination, the best framework, which addresses all aspects of vaccination decision-making. Remember, the ultimate goal of NITAGs is to increase coverage. So confidence and hesitancy are just 2 pieces of the puzzle. There is a larger framework that there are lots of other factors, and these factors are covered in the best framework. And my colleague will go more into details, when you come back from tea, if you go for tea. So yeah. So here in the. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes. Thanks so much, Ben. I appreciate. So because of our time, I would have said for one chocolate, excluding all the Gavi, WHO staff, EMRO staff also, who can tell me where vaccine hesitancy, in which part of this framework vaccine hesitancy falls into? Under which constructs? For points? For chocolates? For chocolates and points? No, EMRO. Who is putting, is she putting, no, I think she's, yes. No, I'm not talking about the domains of this best framework. Where does vaccine hesitancy fit in? Cameroon, yes. Who said motivation? All right, 3 points for Guinea. Gambia, sorry. Sir? All right. Oh, quickly. So this is the domain, and we wouldn't, because of time, go through that because we need to get to the interesting part. But I want you to quickly keep your eyes on the beach chair. So this is just a thought from me that relentless pounding against cardinal shots of confidence will ultimately have damaging effect. See what happened to the chair? And that's what happens to vaccine confidence if the waves keeps coming left unchecked. And you know, that's that very strong concrete structure. If this thing continues for years, the same thing that happened to the chair will eventually happen to it. So NITAGs, we need to take the role of building vaccine confidence in the society, in our communities, in our population. We need to take it as seriously as we take making sound recommendations. All right, so mitigating a hesitancy to improve confidence. These are just a few of the general ways of doing that, but you know, I can't emphasize it enough. I just want to raise because also responding to the hesitant, you know, when you meet them one-on-one, you are on the platform, somebody posts something, you know, how do you engage them, especially for healthcare workers, for doctors, nurses, and those of us that are generally in the healthcare space. People want to run things by us and ask our opinion. Now, how can NITAG strengthen vaccine confidence? You see, the slide is blank. So here I need you to make contribution, and I need you to make it fast because time is racing. And please, if you know the answer, please put up your hands because chocolate points at stakes. All right. Okay. Gambia, no, I have to start with Gambia. They put up their hand first. Raising of awareness. Tony, please, this is where you help me. Are you getting it? Do you have more than one? Okay, give another one. 1 point to Gambia. Let's move. Guinea.
They have to get a communication plan.
We need a communication
plan.
Communication plan, very, very important. Yeah. Guinea. 1 point, not 2. All right. What else? How can NITAG strengthen vaccine confidence? Oh, I would have given you a chocolate if you had raised your hand. No, but give Nigeria a point. They did earn a point, but lost a bar of chocolate. All right. Yes, Cabo Verde. More community and stakeholders engagement.
And the stakeholders and NGOs.
And NGOs.
That support us.
All right. Okay, let's. 1 point. All right. So by proposing recommendations and policies that support community engagement initiatives, active hesitancy prevention, and crisis prevention planning. Also, having a NITAG website. Attention, having a NITAG website or at least a tab on the Ministry of Health's website that will include a short bio of every member of the NITAG with their photos and, if possible, an executive summary. So this gives credibility and public awareness as well as acceptance, you know. If they know that, okay, yes, we trust this people, then your conflict of interest statements and declaration should also, you know, because it gives credibility. And if there is a chairperson of a pharmaceutical company, then the public can call you out on that. You know, then finally, public, personal, or family member receipt of vaccine. You know, for example, we are talking of maybe herpes zoster, whatever, the vaccine, and you qualify for it. Maybe you're about 65 and everything, make it like a little press conference. Then somebody sees that, oh, the chairperson of NITAG received this vaccine, or the child has received HPV vaccine, then it will, encourage confidence in the populace. So, and of course, the fourth bar is for you to fill in whatever else ideas you have. So discussion, our time is fast spent. So here, obviously, sorry? Okay. Yes, I get what you're saying. That is using influencers, soccer players, musicians, popular actors and actresses, and that kind of, yeah, it will also boost confidence. So here, case studies, and here I need any country. Of course, the number 2 goes straight to Nigeria. There is no dragging that with them. But for COVID-19, any country that wants to speak on how they, because COVID-19 vaccine did generate a lot of hesitancy. How did you build confidence in your country to make that vaccine acceptable? Any takers? Okay, Cabo Verde. Yes. Okay, they are not ready. Yes, Gambia. Guinea, sorry.
OK. Au fait, par rapport à la vaccination Covid, il y a eu énormément d'hésitations au départ, comme vous le savez. Mais nous, l'avantage que nous avons eu, le premier décideur, comme vous l'avez suggéré, par exemple, le président d'Inaitag lui-même, il se fait vacciner, ou bien un des membres de sa famille, il explique ça au niveau du plateau technique, ça dit dans les médias. Nous, on a eu l'avantage, par exemple, que le président lui-même, il s'est fait vacciner. Et ça a vraiment donné de l'engouement à la population d'adhérer facilement à la vaccination. Et aussi, il ne faut pas oublier, nous avons essayé, disons, d'organiser ce qu'on appelle des forats, des discussions au niveau de chaque district sanitaire. Et le président, c'est-à-dire le directeur préfectoral de la santé, lui-même, il a pris les vaccins, il a pris le vaccin et il a échangé avec la communauté par rapport à des genres de questions et réponses pour favoriser vraiment l'adhésion de la population à la vaccination Covid. Ça nous a aidé quand même d'avoir une très bonne couverture rapidement et l'adhésion de la population. Merci.
Yes, to add, and at first time, it was to the healthcare worker who take primarily the vaccine from COVID. So it build a confidence with the population that it's something safe. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that contribution. The president, the minister of health, all came out in public and took the vaccines, and that's how they got. So Nigeria, you quickly want to, in 1 minute, speak to the polio vaccination. How did you overcome that? No, actually 2 points, 3 points actually, yes. For Guinea. So Nigeria?
Okay, thank you so much. Eradicating polio in Nigeria.
Guinea will lose points for making noise.
Becomes so critical. At a particular point in time, when hesitancy and rejection was so high, what Nigeria began to do was now begin to engage traditional and religious leaders, not only engaging this set of people, but also coercing these people to bring their own children for vaccination in the public. This has to do with key figures like the Sultan of Sokoto, the head of the CAN, which is the Christian Association of Nigeria, and now look at other critical scholars within the society. One of them is Sheikh Gumi, who has a very huge followers. The next part of it was now to establish a very aggressive communication channel that work 247 to make sure that whatever rumor that is heard today, in the next 24 hours, they respond to that rumor. They engage influential people, some of which are radio anchors, like this Brekete family. Now, it is listening to Above the Nigerian Show. So those are part of the things Nigeria do. And then they set up and make sure that the chairman of every local government 774 participate in review meetings, planning. Now, each community has a representative. Now, to cap it all, the vaccination team becomes hybrid. You don't take somebody from Cape Town to Johannesburg. No. Even within Cape Town, you don't take one from this street to the next 4 or 5 streets. So what we do is that the vaccination teams come from each of those
amongst the people
communities.
populace. So
Now, in each of the vaccination team, there's what they call community leader. The work of community leader is not just, no, it's just to follow the teams. And it's not just anybody within the community leader. It's a well-respected person. And for instance, the Sultan will nominate somebody who is well known in the entire Sokoto state, so that if there are other issues in other communities, a simple phone call to that man alone will resolve the whole thing. Then above all, police were also ready. And the community leaders now come to agree, if you don't want to receive vaccination, polio, you are not needed in our community. Pack your things and
go to another
And
community.
gradually.
All right.
things-
Thank you so much. No, Actually, no, actually, 5 points. 3 because of because of the general things done, but 2 extra for bringing up two things that we all other NITAGs can learn from. Number 1, the inclusion of the armed forces. I don't think there is any other country here that actually taught of that. But then that is in the Nigerian context, it worked. In other contexts, it won't work. In fact, in other contexts, you will have the reason, it will actually work contrary by emphasizing hesitancy. So that's one. And secondly, we are almost done, so you can stop it. Yeah. Finally, I just want to show you that niche, we do have resources. So we are not just here talking the talk. We do have a tab or a library guide on vaccine confidence and vaccine hesitancy, where all the relevant documents are there and the URL is there. Please click on it and make use of it when you are thinking of making recommendations on vaccine hesitancy. And finally, this is my take-home slide for you. If you lose the shots, the diseases will return. So thank you so much for your attention, and I'm very grateful. So in the absence of any question, I'll take my leave.
Elizabeth, don't go because we have 15 minutes for question and answer. I see you don't have your AI interpreter, but you can use mine.
Yes.
And if you also have questions to the panelists who are in the previous session, you can please raise them or make comment. But now we open the floor for comment, questions, suggestions. We start with City and then Morocco and then South Africa and then Nigeria, in that order. Okay.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted just to this room to reflect on something, that more and more the NITACs are making recommendation for vaccine targeting healthcare workers. That was the case for COVID, now Mpox, Ebola. So maybe what can be the role of NITAC in communicating the NITAC deliberation to healthcare workers? Because I think for me that they are the right person to talk with the healthcare workers and other scientific societies. I just so want the room to reflect on. Thanks.
Okay. So that is a thought-provoking comment that we reflect on NITAGs being very well positioned in your decision-making ecosystem in the country. How can you use that positioning to make sure that communication to healthcare workers on vaccines decisions that target them? Because if healthcare workers are not accepting vaccines, it's very hard for them to convince the public who come to them for vaccination. So it's something to reflect. And tomorrow, CD, there will be a session on communication and how NITAGs can increase their visibility by engaging with different stakeholders in their countries. And I think it will be a good time to get some comment on reflection from what CD has said. All right, Morocco?
Dr Abid du Maroc, membre de NITAG du Maroc. Je pense que chez nous, du moins au Maroc, l'hésitation pour la vaccination, elle change avec l'âge. Si on prend les vaccins de la première et la deuxième année, on a une hésitation qui est très faible. Les mamans amènent automatiquement leur bébé vers les centres de santé pour se faire vacciner. BCG, diphtérie, la rougeole, tout ça, ça se fait sans problème. Le problème, c'est que quand on passe, par exemple, à un vaccin, d'ailleurs, notre ami Dr Blazouz l'a dit ce matin, comme l'HPV, qui se fait à un âge tardif, vers l'âge de 10, 11, 12 ans, c'est là où on commence à avoir de l'hésitation. Et là, il y a plusieurs causes. On a essayé plusieurs systèmes de communication et ça ne marche pas toujours. Il y a des fake news sur les réseaux sociaux. Il y a les pays comme occidentaux, comme la France, tout ça, les gens, ils sont là. Les médecins, les infirmiers, eux-mêmes ne sont pas convaincus. Il faut expliquer l'intérêt du vaccin aux infirmiers. Et ce vaccin est incriminé comme quoi il donne des effets secondaires. Et ce qui fait que ça a été un échec presque total de cette vaccination, malgré ce qu'on a pu faire. Et ça fait 3 ou 4 ans qu'on essaie, à chaque fois, on change au niveau des écoles, au niveau des centres de santé, en faisant du porte-à-porte, et ça ne marche pas. Alors que les vaccins de la première, deuxième année, ça marche à merveille.
Yes. Sorry, let me just quickly respond to what Morocco has said. That's absolutely true. Actually, my own PhD research shows that people think vaccines are important for children, but not for them, as if they weren't once children. So my advice to you is to keep on intensify community engagement, borrow some of the tryouts, if I may say, some of those things that Nigeria and other previously hesitant countries have tried and is working. And let me also add that hesitancy won't be combated in a day. So don't say, oh, we've tried. You just have to keep at it. And it will gradually increase. So don't be discouraged. Yes. I saw another hand.
No, wait.
Yes.
South Africa.
Yes, thank you. Just to add on to the discussion now, so it's very true that training of healthcare workers, they need to understand the science behind vaccination, and they are the people working with. So I think that is a strong recommendation that a NITAC can make. For all vaccinators must have a certain level of training, because some trained like 40 years ago. They don't even know what vaccine hesitancy means. So that is definitely something that I think is very important that NITACs can recommend. And then the other one is something that we have learned from COVID-19. And well, in our country is it's because the We also have a safety committee working with the National Regulatory Authority, but to make the, in terms of safety, to make the adverse events following immunization known to the public. So we developed a microsite on the NRA website where those things are being published. And that's given people confidence that they see you are actually monitoring the safety of the vaccines. And then secondly, to be very transparent, because we had 3 deaths during COVID-19. And there was a lot of hesitancy in the country and attacks on people like myself, for example. And when that happened, we actually went out on media and we explained it to the public, and we put out media releases, and there was hardly any comments following those days. So it made it really a lot better. Thanks.
Hanley, can you make a comment in less than a minute about vaccinator training program and certification, and how NAGI was involved in that, and if it is actually accessible outside South Africa?
Yeah, so Nagy a couple of years ago actually made that recommendation, and I've even forgotten about it, to develop training for healthcare workers. So at our university, in partnership with a lot of people, then developed a higher certificate in vaccinology with 10 modules taking you from the basics to the actual vaccination. And since 2019, it's now offered as a qualification. And it's really, and it's online. People do it online. They only come for 2 days for the practical training. The only, so we've had queries or inquiries rather from other countries on how to make it accessible. But the issue is it's targeting our EPI program. But I'm sure you know one can work around it to actually duplicate, and we want to do it, to duplicate it in other countries. Yeah, so I think that's a very, very good idea, and it actually came from the NAGI.
Right. And let me just add on to that. Next week, Thursday, I'll be giving a lecture to medical students, on vaccine hesitancy, misinformation. So it's something that South Africa is doing or has done, that, integrating vaccination and repeating it, not just vaccination as a scientific act, but the vaccine confidence, vaccine hesitancy, the acceptability part of it, training the healthcare workers while they are still in training. So it forms a part of their curriculum. And, if they are trained, like just as they are trained in their other medical field, they would, be able to engage better. So the motivational interview, this thing was published by the WHO in 2017. Just Google it. You should be able to find it. It gives you the motivational interview way specifically targeted at doctors, nurses, healthcare workers, how they can engage effectively with hesitant clients and win them over.
Okay, we've got 1 minute for one short question.
There is, please.
3 hands. Okay.
His hand was up first.
So we go first to Tunisia.
Thank you. Thank you
And
very
then
much.
to Nigeria, and finally to Yves, and then we close. Otherwise, we're gonna.
You think?
Morocco.
Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think I start.
Please go.
Thank you. Ok. Bon, je vais parler français parce que c'est très compliqué cette fois-ci là pour faire transmettre cette idée. Au fait, je crois qu'on s'est mal préparé, qu'on est en train de se préparer très mal pour justement combattre pour cet engagement vis-à-vis de la vaccination. Le fait d'engager cette année-là le HPV en Tunisie nous a montré qu'il y a une préparation qui s'est faite avant cette campagne et dans plusieurs pays en même temps. Parce que la campagne anti-vaccin auquel on est en train à laquelle on est en train de subir actuellement, elle n'est pas seulement au niveau de notre communauté ou de notre société, mais dans le monde entier. Ce qu'on voit, c'est les échos de France, d'Allemagne, d'Angleterre. Tout ce beau monde-là, il s'est très bien préparé pour combattre justement et pour faire naître un phénomène d'astroturfisme qui est derrière toute cette campagne de désinformation à laquelle on est en train à laquelle on est en train de subir. Et là, vraiment, il faut vraiment penser comment mettre en place une politique et une bonne stratégie pour pouvoir combattre toute cette vague-là qui est parce que là, elle m'a beaucoup impressionné, la première diapo qui montre le pont et la vague qui vient sur le pont. Là, c'est presque ce qu'on est en train de faire. Malgré tous les efforts faits par les blouses blanches, malheureusement, on n'est pas en train d'aboutir parce que peut-être notre langage n'est pas assez populaire, n'est pas très proche de la population. Peut-être qu'on n'est pas en train d'approcher les leaders comme il se doit, mais avec tout ça, il faut qu'on repense toute cette stratégie. Merci.
And thank you also for the compliment on the slide. I get what you're saying now. I was able to tease it out, and I hope others do too. What he's saying essentially is that preparation should precede the actual implementation, because if the community is not sensitized enough, I put it this way. I say, let's make vaccination endemic, so that when a pandemic breaks out, it meets a fairly well inoculated community or population. But if vaccination is not endemic, if it's not there in their faces, if the community health workers are not known, if the white coats, like he puts it, are not seen in the time of peace, then there is a pandemic and all of a sudden scientists pops out of the woodwork. People will look at them with suspicion because used to seeing them. So now that there is no pandemic, no epidemic, let's push the vaccination as the norm so that it's normalized in the community before there is a crisis. And when there is a crisis, the community itself is better prepared, and they wouldn't view it with suspicion because they would have been used to it.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Unfortunately, I'm going to rescind my decision on allowing questions, because I'm realizing the questions can be long and the answers can be even longer. So, so these discussions are very good, but we are running out of time. The good thing is Elizabeth is with us the whole week, all right? Please grab our coffee in the evening, clarify with her anything you wanted to ask. But for now, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Close the session and resume here at 4:15. So in the next 12 minutes. Thank you so much.
Not here. You should not try. I'm your neighbor.
Let's show you are the first. Yeah. You will be the first. No, I'm not hesitant. Guys are funny. Luis, to be honest, and she told me that can you sign it by then?
Your guys, your people in love. How are you?
South Africans.
No, these guys.
Which ones?
These guys here.
One of them.
These guys are all worked out. They're taking.
You give someone a microphone, they will complain. Give them a platform.
Yeah.
And they might never get the platform again, so they want to complain.
Here we go. We're the one chairing the next session. Why am I chairing the next? What? Who's chairing? I don't know. No, it's not me. Let's look at the agenda to make sure.
It's Elizabeth. No, fine there. No, it is.
Is it her?
Yeah, it's her.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah. I'm recording this. Okay.
That's a surprise.
Definitely tomorrow, maybe I must keep in a bit. What does it say? Reflection this year. Oh, the NCIRS people, right? Quite good.
Are they good?
Yeah.
What is NCIR?
It's an Australian group that does similar to what we do, but they involved in Southeast Asia.
Okay.
And they partners with us on one of the projects, I think.
Okay.
Funke.
So Funky is gonna be in person.
South Economics M-Series switch case study.
Because she did it online, was it last year, and it was not a good experience. It was not a good experience at all.
Well, I think this year is
That's wonderful.
it's live.
Yeah, that'll.
And conferences and workshops. Especially big ones like this.
Yeah.
And especially now, so
Yeah.
keep 1 year,
Yeah.
1 year, yeah. So what the speaker said, I probably wouldn't manage that. I don't. I prefer the, but I mean the value. This is the value.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a meeting.
Interactions, yeah.
The events is the networking and the
Yeah.
one-on-one and having lunch together and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
You know, sort of the nursing, the force, whatever it is,
Yeah.
that's valuable.
Mm.
But to hear a lecture,
That could happen online.
you can get it. Yeah, it could happen online. You can go to the textbook and get it. I mean, there's watch on YouTube, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Um,
I always, if it's not better for, especially the ones where it's just a present online stuff, and then if they come here, practical, sort of participatory stuff. As opposed to just receiving the information, because for me, this feels like I want, maybe that's why it's called the course as opposed to training.
workshop.
Yeah.
And you would probably want to split these people up in groups,
Yeah, get them to do stuff.
mix of groups.
Exactly, exactly. And also take all those, when they are sharing, introducing themselves, it's all of the long list of challenges.
Yeah, yeah.
Actually get them to come up with- so frame questions around the challenges that they've listed, and every brainstorming around that, and then evaluating the ideas based on out of all the ideas that here, these are the ones that make sense or that are viable physical, and then moving it into how do we make them a reality? Where do we start? Who should be involved? What partners? Away from this notion of, oh, we need funding, because
So the health department has made the move. March.
provincial,
Prevention,
okay.
national meetings, information sessions.
Yeah.
So not that. Or, or there will be some didactic, maybe later deal speak.
up until 5. At 5, on the count of 5, you will need to... Les poumons, ils doivent être pleins quand j'atteins 5. OK? Donc vraiment, vous... Ensuite, je compte 5. Vous retenez votre respiration et après, on lâche tout. OK? Là, faites une respiration. Inspirez, breathe in, breathe out normally. This one normal. And now, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And 1, 2, 3, 5. You hold. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then Imen.
I think we can start. Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, okay, settle down. Otherwise, points will be deducted. And I've thought of a new punishment. Any table that makes noise will bring a packet of chocolates to be distributed to the quiet tables. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you my beautiful colleague who just graduated with a PhD. Jam your hands together for her. And for 2 bars of chocolates, at the end of the presentation, anybody that gets a full name correct will get 2 bars of chocolate.
Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Alors, ne vous inquiétez pas pour le titre. Don't worry about the title. It's not going to be complicated. It's not too much science. It's going to be fun. But just one condition, you listen, you don't talk. Otherwise, we'll keep it until supper, until dinner. Okay, so my name is Iman Ayouni, and I'm from Tunisia, but I am a PhD student here in South Africa. So I'm South African. No, I'm not graduating yet. I'm still in my 4th year. Yeah, I did. Thanks for the wish. So yeah, so I will be presenting in English. So I will ask my Francophone friends to put their headset for those who don't understand English. But in case you need me to explain something in French, I will be happy to do that. So I will start by asking you a question. This is a general knowledge. I want you to answer me except Tunisia, okay? I want you to give me names of 2 famous women in Tunisia. You know, famous women.
Iman Ayumi.
Who?
Iman.
Who?
Iman Ayumi.
Who Imam? Who knows this? Who knows this? Who know? Yeah, and the other one, you guessed it. Okay, so now I'm famous because you know. No, I'm famous because you know me, guys. I don't want you to forget me. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't know which country that. Okay. Okay, and Cafe.
Every country get their
Everybody gets 1 point from me. Yeah. So now let's go to the science. Why? So it's gonna be question, and I want you to interact with me. This is the last session of the day, and we need to let's keep it light, interactive, and let's have fun. So why we vaccinate pregnant women? Why vaccination in pregnancy is important? So in the
To prevent both the mother and the child.
From infectious disease.
Okay. Maroc?
Alors, on vaccine la femme enceinte pour la protéger, elle, et pour protéger son bébé.
C'est vrai.
Et bien sûr, et protéger sa famille aussi.
Oui, tout à fait.
Yes, one of the key reasons is to protect or reduce complications of pregnancy, which will endanger the life of both the mother and the baby, and in totality, the entire family. Thank you.
Wow. I don't need to do this. You know it all. So yeah, as you said, it's important to vaccinate pregnant women because to protect the pregnant women, fetuses, and neonates because they are particularly vulnerable to infectious disease. This includes those that can be prevented by vaccination, and those infections are associated with high morbidity and mortality. And in this figure, this is the period when infants are most vulnerable to infectious disease, which is the neonatal period. It's the first 28 days. And neonatal vaccines are not effective. What we mean by neonatal vaccines is the vaccine administered during these 28 days. And for underchild mortality, half the underchild mortality happened during the first 28 days. That's why we need to vaccinate pregnant women to protect the mother from the infections she may be vulnerable to due to the immune system, the changes in the immune system, the fetus from congenital infections, and the neonates. And this is through placental transfer antibody, also through the transfer of antibodies in breast milk. Now, you will get points. What vaccines are recommended by WHO for pregnant women? No, by show of hands, Cap Verde.
Tetanus.
No, one. Tetanus. 1 point. Okay, no, to give the others the opportunity. Okay, Maroc. Flu, okay, flu, tetanus. Okay, Guinea. The rubella is not recommended during during pregnancy. Nigeria?
Diphtheria, which is a combination with TD.
Okay, it's fine. I can accept it. Tunisia? Uitați-ți. Cameroon? Okay, it's been just approved in the clinical trials, but it's not here yet. There is one.
RSV.
They said RSV. COVID. Yeah, so vaccines recommended by WHO, we have tetanus containing vaccine, either TT or TD. We have combined tetanus, diphtheria, and asalurapitasis, Tdap. We have influenza, and a single dose of COVID regardless of prior vaccination. This is a new recommendation by WHO. We need to give COVID vaccine to pregnant women. So now we've learned that it is important to vaccinate pregnant women. I hear people talking. Please talking. Okay, so do you think it is effective? Do you think it works? It is important, right? Yes, Maroc?
Yes. Oui, c'est efficace. Oui, c'est efficace, ne serait-ce que pour le tétanos, parce qu'on ne voit plus de tétanos. On ne voit plus de tétanos néonatal grâce à la vaccination des femmes en âge de procréer.
Yes. So yeah, we know that it's effective because Because of the experience with maternal and neonatal. So we know that it is effective because of our experience with maternal and neonatal tetanus elimination. So the map shows 59 countries. They were at high risk of maternal and neonatal tetanus morbidity and mortality in 2000. And by December 2024, it's only 10 countries left to be at high risk of maternal and neonatal tetanus. So it works and it is effective. So now I have a question for you. Except for South Africa, has any of your NITAGs ever made a recommendation regarding the introduction of a vaccine for use in pregnancy? Except for South Africa, because they already did that. Tunisia? Yes, you can speak in French. The mic.
Au cours de cette année et au cours de notre dernière réunion il y a quelques semaines, nous avons recommandé la vaccination DTC, donc diphtérie, tétanos et coqueluche pour la femme enceinte. Donc la coqueluche acellulaire, bien sûr, pour la femme enceinte au cours de notre dernière réunion.
Wonderful.
Et on attend, je pense qu'on va y aller pour très bientôt.
Great. That's amazing. Any other NITAG? Maroc?
Justement, le comité a fait les recommandations pour insister sur la vaccination antitétanique chez la femme et on est en train de penser pour introduire la vaccination coquelucheuse acellulaire.
Parfait. Great. So, do you still remember this one? You still remember it, right? The E2R framework. So, now if you are a NITAG member making a recommendation for the introduction of a particular vaccine for pregnant women, or if the Ministry of Health asking you to make such recommendation, could you tell me what domain, what kind of evidence you would require, assuming that it is a public health problem and it is safe? What other domain, what kind of evidence for any of these, the other domain that you will need to make that recommendation? I don't know if the question is clear or not. What evidence do you need to make a recommendation for a particular vaccine to be introduced in pregnancy, except for public, assuming that it is a public health problem like COVID, influenza, it is a public health problem and it is safe? Maroc?
Il est important de s'assurer des études qui attestent de l'efficacité, mais aussi surtout de la sécurité du vaccin vis-à-vis de...
Non, je dis que no, I said it is safe. It is now it's a public health problem and we are sure it is safe. What other evidence we still need to make such recommendation? Guinée?
I think, je pense que pour la femme enceinte, le cas particulier de la femme enceinte, c'est vrai que c'est bon de regarder la sécurité, mais il faut aller au-delà de la sécurité pour le fœtus.
Alors,
il faut vérifier aussi cela.
Ok, donc on est sûr.
Alors, j'ai efficacité et effectiveness.
D'accord, on est sûr de l'efficacité, on est sûr de la sécurité pour la mère et pour l'enfant. Maintenant, on va faire la recommandation. Quel type d'évidence on a besoin pour faire une telle recommandation? What we are sure, let me just translate for the English. We're sure that the vaccine is effective and is safe for pregnant women and for the fetus and neonates. So what other evidence we need to make such recommendation? Mauritius?
L'acceptation.
Merci. Merci. So, and that's what it's gonna be about, guys. No one tell me about resources. I'm not doing my PhD. I'm doing my PhD about acceptance. So let's stick to this one. Okay. But thank you. Yeah, you need 2 points, not 1 point. Now we need evidence on the acceptance of these vaccines. Vaccines among pregnant women are too much, by the way. Like COVID, it's like 4, RSV is 5 now. Maybe in the future it's gonna be 6. Do you believe in Africa or your country we have sufficient data on vaccine acceptance during pregnancy? No. Any country who has some data? Yeah. Yeah, you're right. No, sorry. Yes, Maroc.
Oui, pour le Maroc, nous avons réalisé une étude. En fait, elle est très limitée en termes d'effectifs de
Oui.
femmes pour avoir une idée sur l'acceptabilité de la vaccination contre la grippe.
Donc, OK, contre la grippe. Oui.
Alors, le résultat, sincèrement, n'était pas encourageant en termes de motivation de ces femmes pour se faire vacciner. Mais l'échantillon était petit, n'était pas représentatif. En fait, on n'a pas assez d'informations sur l'acceptabilité des femmes enceintes.
Oui. It's true. So this is findings from a systematic review conducted as part of my PhD, and this is about the Tdap acceptance among pregnant women in low and middle income countries. And as you say, as you see, it's the countries that we have data on, for example, Tdap acceptance are from Turkey, Pakistan, Mexico, Peru, none in the African continent. So we don't have data. It's not only limited, but we don't have it. Now, activity time. I want you to think in your NITAG member, and you will be like given every NITAG, like it will be in groups in terms of a particular vaccine, but you will work on your NITAG groups. You will not be merged. I want you to think on what evidence and data would you need in order to make a recommendation for introducing a vaccine during pregnancy. And here, evidence, I mean acceptability, regarding the acceptability domain. And I will give you a vaccine to think about. It's easier to think about what kind of evidence when I give you an example of vaccine. So for the first group, which are Cap Verde, Guinea, les Îles Maurice, Cameroon, you will think about what kind of evidence you need to regarding COVID vaccine during pregnancy. For the second group, South Africa, Nigeria, Gambia, regarding influenza vaccine. And the last group is Senegal, Tunisia, Morocco, and sorry, the first group is Mauritania. Sorry. So the Les Îles Maurice third group is about Tdap. So I want you to give me what kind of evidence related to acceptance and uptake also, because uptake is a behavioral, you needed to make such recommendation, or if you already made the recommendation implementation. You will have 5 minutes, and then we will take answers. No, it's not too short. I was going to give 2 minutes, but I was like, okay, let me be generous. 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes. Guys, it's acceptability. It's evidence related to acceptability. C'est les épreuves concernant l'acceptabilité. It's acceptability. 1 minute. 1 minute, and you can volunteer to share with us what kind of evidence you will need. And please try to focus and listen to each other. Okay, let's go. Who wants? Hello. Hey, hello, hi, salut, bonsoir. Can we listen, please? It's fun, c'est pas un examen. It's not an exam, guys. It's fine. Hmm? D'accord. Non, non, on va commencer. Qui, which country wants to share with us what kind of evidence they needed to make a recommendation for vaccine in pregnancy? Okay, Maroc. Okay, and then Maroc. Let's listen, please. You have a mic issue, right? Okay, let's start with Guinea. Why are they fixing the mic issue?
OK.
Listen,
Bon.
gars.
Merci beaucoup. Pour notre groupe, nous pensons que pour l'acceptabilité de ce médicament, on a besoin de 3 ou de 4 éléments. Le premier élément, c'est de savoir est-ce que le médicament qu'on va utiliser est efficace. La deuxième chose qu'on peut savoir, est-ce que son efficacité, il y a aussi la tolérance liée à ce médicament-là, c'est-à-dire l'innocuité du médicament. Mais nous estimons aussi que si on a des preuves de l'utilisation de ce médicament, c'est-à-dire l'expérience de l'utilisation du médicament dans les autres pays, ça pourrait aider de prendre la décision, et tout ça accompagné par l'information et tout ça. Nous avons pensé qu'en ayant ces éléments-là, ça peut aider à accepter.
I said it's supposed to be effective and safe for the mother and the child. Sorry. Yes, I'm coming back to you. So I will give the experience from other countries, Morocco and then Mauritania. Morocco?
Thank you. Alors, je vais préciser quelles sont les preuves et les données dont on aura besoin pour, bien sûr, recommander l'introduction du vaccin et l'acceptabilité du vaccin pendant la grossesse. Donc, le groupe suggère de faire une étude CAP, connaissance, attitude pratique, sur un large échantillon pour déterminer les connaissances et la représentativité de la maladie dans la population des femmes enceintes et les conséquences qu'elle aura sur la santé de la femme et du nouveau-né, pour pouvoir bien identifier les leviers et les piliers stratégiques sur lesquels on peut axer notre communication pour augmenter l'acceptabilité dans cette population.
Thank you so much. So we need experience from other country. We need knowledge and attitude of pregnant women towards this vaccine. And Mauritania?
Pour la Mauritanie, il y a peu de données sur l'acceptabilité de Covid chez les femmes enceintes. Il y a pas, pratiquement, il n'y a pas de données. Mais on peut comparer avec les autres pays qui ont des données sur l'acceptabilité. On peut aussi comparer avec les vaccins chez les femmes enceintes, les autres vaccins qui ont été introduits. Et en fonction du temps, time frame, de période, si on a le temps, on peut faire une étude. Si on a le temps, on peut faire une étude ou une sensibilisation, une étude CAP. Et si on n'a pas le temps, on peut juste prendre les recommandations en se basant sur les données comparables et aussi proposer de faire des études après la campagne pour améliorer un peu l'adhérence au vaccin.
Merci. So for Mauritania, they said they want to see data from a similar country, like a neighboring country. They also can like get data about the other vaccines. I will respond to this one. You will get the answer in my presentation, and also we need to collect data. I think that's the point. We need to collect data, our own data. Tunisia.
Donc, je ne vais pas revenir sur le point que il faut évaluer ou faire des études CAP, c'est-à-dire de connaissances, attitudes et pratiques des femmes enceintes envers la vaccination. Mais actuellement, on parle de plus en plus d'un autre concept, c'est la santé maternelle ou la littératie en maternal health, literacy en maternal health, c'est-à-dire est-ce que la femme elle a la capacité à l'accès, à comprendre et à chercher la bonne information, parce que tout à l'heure, on a bien parlé de manque de confiance à la vaccination, ne serait-ce que par la misinformation ou la disinformation. Donc, il faut chercher la bonne information. Donc, on parle d'un autre facteur, c'est la littératie en santé maternelle. Je pense qu'il faut l'avoir pour évaluer l'acceptation par la suite. Merci.
Merci. Merci. Donc, c'est le maternal health literacy. And also, I will suggest that could be under also knowledge and attitude, because of course our attitudes are like influenced by the knowledge. So, what's this? I will ask the South African NITAG, because they already made a recommendation for the implementation for TDAP in pregnancy, and it has been implemented since January 2024. When I just started doing this, they approved it and they start the rollout of TDAP. So I will ask them about their experience from how they did the recommendation and then how it was implemented.
Yeah, you okay, our NITEC made a recommendation for the introduction of TDAP. If you can remember that initially we were giving TB in pregnancy, then we moved to TDAP last year, January 2024. So we just introduced it last year in 2024. So I think the same processes that Ethiopia outlined on following the implementation of the recommendation is what we are doing in South Africa, is that after the NITEC has made a recommendation, which it will come in a form of advisory to the minister, and then the department or the ministry will accept the recommendation, and then they will put budget aside for the introduction of the new vaccine. So it's what happened with us. But before the introduction of the new vaccines, we follow all the processes that we are doing when we are introducing the new vaccines, so that we can have the acceptance level within the communities about the new vaccines. So currently is what is happening, so it is ongoing, so we are giving the TDAP.
Thank you so much, South Africa. I'm also collecting data on acceptance of DDAB among pregnant women in Cape Town. That's been funny, because when I started the PhD, it wasn't in the routine, and then it just was implemented, and I had to adapt the objective of the project. Thank you so much, South Africa. So South Africa is currently, it's the only country that has TDAP in routine antenatal care in Africa, the only country. There is no evidence. I will show you I did systematic review. There is no evidence. Guys, you need to publish. Do you have TDAP in routine? No, not in private, sorry. Not in private, not in the private, in public and in routine, because, for example, influenza and COVID are recommended, but they are not in routine. How come there is no evidence? I mean TDAP, not TD, TDAP. We need to check. Okay, now I will just go back to from what you answered me, and then from what we were talking about. It is very important to collect our own data. Guys, in the literature, it's only South Africa is having TDAP in antenatal. If you have TDAP in antenatal, please publish. So there is no evidence that TDAP is in antenatal. So now I will share with you how in South Africa we went about collecting data on acceptance of maternal vaccines. You can use this for all the other vaccines, but local data is very, very important. So it was a PhD project. I'm the PhD student, so here I can tell you it's critical that as an ITAG to collaborate with academic institutions and because you will be the one that advise about the need for the evidence, and you can also advise on what kind of data you need to collect by the master's or PhD students. So I will just give you idea about what I did for South Africa. In South Africa, for example, so in my project, I have systematic review and scoping reviews, which are evidence. I did a cohort study. This is quantitative data on both acceptance and uptake, but also we did qualitative. And qualitative data is very, very important because quantitative will give you the surface of what is out there. But if you want to dive in depth and learn on why the uptake is low, qualitative data is very, very important to do interviews. And this is why also you need to collaborate with academic institutions, because they all have the expertise to conduct this kind of studies. And of course, we pilots. So when you design your study, of course, you will get your tools, the questionnaires, and interview got from somewhere. Preferably some tools that adapted to low middle income countries. I will show you where I get my tools. But if we have to pilot them, adapt them to our context, because some words that can be used in France or the UK, they are not like our people can, and they don't understand it. So and then after doing the pilot, we found out like most of the pregnant women, they were saying that healthcare workers is their main source of information, and they are their trusted source of information. That's why I decided to go and also do a mixed method study among healthcare workers, because if they are hesitant, if they don't believe in the vaccine, it's not going to happen. And this is the framework I used. It's called Behavior and Social Drivers of Vaccination Framework. I will come to you from Nigeria. You talked about social norms, right? So this framework, I like it so much. I advise anyone interested in collecting data on acceptance or uptake of vaccines to use this. It's developed by the Behavior and Social Drivers WHO Working Group. It captures all the factors that they influence both acceptance and uptake. So hesitancy is one thing, confidence is one thing. Pregnant women or people can have confidence in the vaccine. They cannot have any issue with the vaccine, but still not take it for other reasons. That, as you can see in the framework, this framework is really good. You can use it to collect data on acceptance, uptake for all vaccines. And why I like it as well, because it comes with a guidance, like a detailed guidance, having tools, quantitative tools, qualitative tools, and practical guidance on how to implement this, how to pilot it, and how to use it, and how to analyze the data. And there is examples for routine childhood vaccination, for COVID vaccine, and you can apply it to any kind of vaccine. And the thing that also why I like it, because it's translated to all, like to these languages, French, Arabic, so you don't have to do this validity study yeah. And the last point, this WHO tool and framework has been piloted and used in low middle income countries, in some African countries. So these tools are adapted to our context. You know, have you heard about the 5 Cs, the 7 Cs? They are horrible. They are not made for us. They are made for English speaking countries. They are making but this one is really good. I would advise you to go. And if you want to conduct any type of study and collect data on acceptance or uptake, or even for monitoring, by the way, you can use this one. And the guide is translated in all of these languages. Now, this is a preliminary result from my study. So, as you can see, acceptance of COVID, 4%. We know it, we can assume it. Influenza, 48%. And from the meta-analysis, the acceptance of Tdap in those countries was 81%, was between 65 and 93%. Tell me, guess what is the acceptance of Tdap in Cape Town, South Africa? And this would answer your question. How? 90. Another guess? 80. Yeah. It's 34%, which means data from other countries, sometimes they cannot inform our country. And even though we provided them with information, we gave them information, this is why we will be using Tdap, but during the interview it came up. What it came up during the interviews is that, please listen to this, it's very important. It's very important. They said, some of the women said this, they said to me personally that who made this decision? Department, Ministry of Health, right? Ministry of Health is government for them, and they don't trust government. That's why they've been hesitant to accept Tdap. And this is very important for the communication, when you plan communication. You think people at the Ministry of Health, sometimes when they talk, sometimes it's not the source of information that the other the participant or the people you're concerned about, they want to hear from. I will go fast now, I promise. But we started late. Okay, I will give summary finding from the systematic reviews. Why? Because the systematic review meta-analysis looked at the acceptance and uptake of tetanus, influenza, pertussis, and COVID among pregnant women, pregnant and postpartum, because they are recommended also for postpartum in low and middle income countries. So the highest acceptance of the vaccines among pregnant women was observed for Tdap, followed by influenza and then COVID. Why I don't have tetanus here? Why I don't have tetanus here? Because there is no issue with acceptance of tetanus. I only found one study in Turkey. That's why. But for the uptake, tetanus had the highest uptake, followed by Tdap, then influenza, and finally COVID, and we know all about it. And also, what I found, a positive attitude toward receiving vaccines like Tdap, influenza, and actual vaccine uptake doesn't always align with acceptance. They may say, I accept the vaccine. They're still not taking it for so many reasons, like, for example, logistic barriers, lack of clear communication, trust in the health information, even though it is made by the Ministry of Health, or concerns about potential side effects. Lesson learned. So lesson learned from collecting our own local data in South Africa. You cannot make a single recommendation on 4 different vaccines in one recommendation about vaccination during pregnancy, because each vaccine is unique. Imagine you doing a recommendation about Tdap and COVID at the same time. Will people? No, they will not take it. And what happened during COVID pandemic will impact the future of vaccine. It's real, it's there, and now from now on it is there, and you need to account for it. And in terms of your communication and plan and engagement with pregnant mothers or women, healthcare workers could be the key stakeholders. Really, these people can either be a facilitator or be a barrier. And thank you in all the official language in Africa, and I'm happy to take any question. You can give some questions. Some questions. Few questions.
Only one burning. If the question is not burning, the person will supply chocolates. One burning question. Yeah.
Je vous remercie, madame, pour cette conférence. À côté de ce que vous avez dit, il ne faut pas oublier son gynéco-obstétricien qu'il faut aussi convaincre.
Oui, Oui, bien sûr, mais les personnels de santé publique, c'est les gynécologues, c'est ceux qui sont à la PMI, qui font les visites anténatales, c'est tout le monde, c'est les pédiatres, c'est tous les personnels de santé qui travaillent.
Et nous, au Maroc, ils sont loin de la vaccination. Donc,
Oui, mais
quand on parle de vaccin, il faut qu'ils soient aussi convaincus que la
oui, mais c'est eux qui font, c'est eux pour les femmes à haut risque. C'est eux qui font les visites anténatales, le suivi des femmes. C'est tout le monde. À ce stade-là, c'est tout le monde. C'est tout le monde, tout le personnel de santé. Parce qu'il y a des gens, quand ils voient un médecin, quelle que soit la spécialité qui parle des vaccins, ils disent que c'est un médecin et on a confiance parce que c'est un médecin. C'est dit.
Merci. Non, j'aimerais intervenir sur ça. Je pense que c'est important. Comme on l'a dit l'autre jour, il faut que le GTCV actuellement aille au-delà de faire juste la recommandation et de transmettre au ministère de la Santé. Le GTCV doit pouvoir divulguer ces recommandations. Eux, c'est des scientifiques, donc c'est à eux scientifiques de parler aux autres scientifiques dans le pays. Exemple, en fait, c'est simple. Le GTCV fait la recommandation, on fait un webinaire où on invite la société de pédiatrie, la société des gynéco-obstétriciens, les infirmiers, les sages-femmes, l'ordre des médecins, et puis on dit, voici la question qui a été posée au GTCV, voici les évidences qui montrent que c'est pertinent d'introduire le vaccin dans le programme de vaccination, etc. Et puis, les gens, certainement, ils ont beaucoup de questions à leur poser. Parce qu'un scientifique, il ne va pas se lever un jour pour dire que je suis réticent à la vaccination. C'est parce que peut-être il a des évidences et ils vont échanger. Et à la suite de ça, je pense que les gens seront peut-être convaincus ou vont encore envoyer des questions. Mais la communication doit être vraiment ouverte entre les GTCV et les autres sociétés scientifiques dans le pays.
Oui, bien sûr, mais ce n'est pas uniquement le ministère de Santé publique, parce qu'il y a dans des pays uniquement le ministère de Santé publique qui font les communications et parfois il y a des médecins qui ne sont pas, qui n'ont pas toutes les données, toutes les épreuves qui peuvent en parler. C'est pour cela qu'il y a des médecins qui sont contre et qui croient en tous les conspiracy beliefs, malheureusement. Et juste une dernière question avant de partir. Euh, D'accord, Maroc.
Juste une toute petite question sur la taille de l'échantillon de votre travail. Merci.
Oui, la taille du échantillon, he's asking about the sample size. My sample size 962 participants, 962. I didn't mention that. I didn't want it to be too scientific, but it's a large cohort because we are following up. On fait le suivi. C'est une grande cohorte. Maintenant, est-ce que quel GTCV ou bien NITAG thinks to make a recommendation for a vaccine like Tdap or a vaccine in pregnancy? Tunisie, who will make a recommendation? Who wants to make a recommendation? Qui veut faire une recommandation pour inclure les vaccins? D'accord, c'est quoi votre question? All right.
Pour des outils, pour la validation, l'outil de validation, pour la réhabilité et validité des questionnaires. Est-ce que vous avez fait ça dans le phase pilote ou bien les outils sont déjà.
Les outils sont déjà valides. The tools are already validated and piloted. Just like we piloted to adapt it to the South African context. On les testé pour les adapter au contexte sud-africain. Mais c'est validé.
A round of applause for my colleague.
You guys.
Hey. So any questions that we have for her, we can engage her at dinner. Yes, and she will be here tomorrow. So please, just for the next couple of minutes, Seppi, are you the one standing in for Salim? Please come Please, let's be honest in our feedback. It will help us to improve. So it's time for daily evaluation. So you know how we roll. While the birthday girl comes forward, scan the QR code quickly, log in, give your honest to goodness answers, and we'll appreciate that. Thank you.
How is everyone feeling today? Good? It's good. Not tired? A little bit. Okay, 2 more minutes. We are on 39. For the day. If you could have one superpower to make your job easier, what would it be and why? So just clone myself. Nice. That will be useful for days when you're tired. Mind reader. Wow. A robot. Who wants to be a robot? AI.
AI. AI.
Rapidite means to be what? Quick? Rapid? Quick? Okay. Okay. Keep them coming. We'll move on to the second question. Okay. So how useful was the information presented in the first session for the day, where we had the Morocco NITEC team present? The first option, did you learn something that you think you'll apply? Secondly, if you feel that some of it was useful and some not really. And lastly, you found what was presented interesting, but you don't see how that applies to you or your NITEC team. Okay, good responses. Okay, we'll move on to the next question. So how useful was the presentation by the NITEC, Nigeria NITEC to you? Same responses. Useful and could be applied. Some useful, some not. Okay. Quick responses we're getting. So we'll move on to the next question. How useful was the information presented in the session on funding for immunization in LMICs? I think this would be, yeah, the favorite. Okay. Okay, we're going to move on. If you haven't answered, just quickly answer. And how useful was the information presented in the vaccine switch session with a focus on MCV? I think this was Amina's session. We keep getting 53 responses out of 63. Where's the remaining 10? Keep them coming. We'll move on to the next question. How useful was the session on country decision-making assessment tool for MCV switches? Okay, we're gonna move on. And how useful was the session on zero-dose children in missed communities? I think this was Sidi's talk. I think this was Fame. Still waiting on the last 10. The last 10 is notorious. Okay, we'll move on. Just quickly answer if you haven't yet. The session, how useful was the information presented in the session on life course immunization by CPO? The last 10 again, keep them coming. We'll move on to the next question, which was, again, how useful was the information presented in the evolution of NITAGs and their support ecosystem? Okay, next question. So we can go rest. It's been a long day. How useful was the information presented in the session where the Senegal NITAG team presented their work? We'll move on to the session where we had a panel discussion on what happens after NITEG recommendation has been accepted by the Ministry of Health. Are there any implementation considerations? How did you feel about this session? And then we move on to the session presented by Elizabeth, the role of NITEGs in building vaccine confidence. How do you feel about that? We move on, keep the responses coming for the last 10, last 9. The last session of the day, presented by Iman on knowledge, attitudes, and practices towards vaccination and pregnancy. There was a lot of discussion, so let's see. Okay, the last 10, keep them coming. The notorious 10. Okay, so we had a different translation service today. So please rate the translation from 1 to 10. So 1 being horrible and 10 being awesome. How did you feel about the translation today? Was it useful? Oh, interesting responses. Spread out. Okay, be honest. Please be honest. Don't be nice. Be very honest. This will help us plan better for next time. So, okay, it's not 10 now, it's 15. So 15 people, please respond to this. The AI is the, yeah, the AI translation. Yeah, yeah. Were you happy with it? Maybe 1 or 2 more. Almost done. Okay, please respond if you haven't. And then can you list anything new that you learned today that is applicable from any of the sessions, whatever favorite session you had today, what did you learn that's new and that you think you'll be able to apply in your work? Transparency, CAP, nice. Iman, well done. Life course, 0 dose. Vaccine hesitancy. Okay. GNN projects, nice. Five doses, nice. Okay. I'll just move on to the next one. If you haven't answered, please just answer. Enter a word or phrase to describe how you feel about the training so far. If you have 10 words, throw them in there, but just one word about how you feel about the training. Life course. Thankful, okay. Tired, that's fair. Exhausted. Très bien, nice. Bon, good. Getting more interesting, that's good. Overwhelmed, I can't blame you. That happens. Okay. Nice, good responses to this one. So we'll move on to the next question. Oh, that's it. That's it for the day. So thank you everyone, and thank you for the engagement and listening today. Elizabeth, are there any comments, announcements? Okay. What time do we start tomorrow? 9? 9? Okay. Is it 9? No. We start at 8:15 tomorrow, not 9. 8:15. Oh, alright. So it doesn't count.